Chapter 700. Brother Dadong, this. Lin Jiyun was in a bit of a dilemma. She originally invited him, but these two people that Yang Ming hated had to come along. Jiyun, since they want to follow, then let them follow. Yang Ming naturally understood the thoughts of these two guys. When he saw Li Dadong's awkward expression, he simply followed their wishes. I'm sorry. Li Dadong smiled bitterly. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He took Lin Jiyun's hand and walked out of the alley. Are you going to take the bus? Zheng Zitao said in a sarcastic tone behind them. Yang Ming's direction wasn't on the main street. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be a taxi passing by. Therefore, Zheng Zitao said, we don't want to squeeze in the bus. Or, tell us the place, and we can take a taxi ourselves. Zitao. AI. Li Dadong was somewhat helpless, but there was no way. Zheng Zitao had changed. He was no longer the generous and loyal Zheng Zitao when he was in school. Now, Zheng Zitao had become very domineering and arrogant. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He walked out of the alley, took out the car remote control, and pressed the door lock of the BMW. Zheng Zitao and Yao Yang were obviously stunned. Even Li Dadong was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have his own car, and it was a luxurious BMW X5. Lin Jiyun was clear about Yang Ming's details. At this time, there was no unnatural feeling. First, he opened the door of the passenger seat and let Lin Jiyun sit in it. Then, he said to Li Dadong and the other two people, Big Wax Gore, get in the car. Oh, yes. Didn't you two want to take a taxi? Zheng Zitao's face was full of disbelief at the moment. However, at this point, he had to admit that he had made a mistake just now. No wonder Yang Ming was so calm just now. It turned out that he had the capital to be calm. Zheng Zitao originally belonged to the group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now that he saw that Yang Ming had the strength, he began to worry again. I just ridiculed him for a long time. Did Yang Ming hold a grudge? Now, the most important thing was to figure out Yang Ming's background and see how capable he was. Thinking of this, he quickly said, since we have a car, why do we need to take a taxi? Zheng Zitao had overestimated himself. Did Yang Ming hold a grudge? A small fry like him was not worth Yang Ming's vengeance. Shameless people were invincible. Yang Ming didn't expect Zheng Zitao to change so quickly. Although it was strange, he couldn't say anything. Anyway, they weren't lacking. If they were willing to squeeze at the back, then so be it. Dude, what does your company do? On the way, Zheng Zitao couldn't hold it in anymore. He was the one who was jumping around the most. If Yang Ming wanted to find fault with him, he would definitely be the one to blame. Yao Yang didn't say anything. Therefore, he started to feel out Yang Ming's way. When he saw Yang Ming's luxury car, he understood that the company that Yang Ming mentioned was most likely true. Yang Ming snorted and said disapprovingly, if you have eyes, you can see for yourself later. Zheng Zitao was deflated, but he didn't dare to be angry. He usually saw a lot of ruthless people in his elder brother's bath center. He also saw a lot of methods, so he didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Yang Ming. Yang Ming parked the car in the parking lot in front of the jewelry company on the commercial street and then got out of the car. Brother Yang. Several black-shirt young men greeted Yang Ming at the same time. These people were security guards sent by Bao Sanli. They had already recognized Yang Ming's photo before. However, even if they didn't know Yang Ming, they could still recognize this car that was Ho Jinhan's previous car. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. In this cold weather, these people were frozen outside for the safety of the jewelry company. Yang Ming naturally had to ask about their well-being. It's our duty, Brother Yang, said the leader of the black-shirt man. Obviously, he vaguely knew some of Yang Ming's identity. He was particularly surprised by Yang Ming's praise. What's your name? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Wolong. The black-shirt man said. It's still the same family. Do a good job. I won't treat the brothers badly. Yang Ming patted Yang Wolong's shoulder and said, Yes, Brother Yang. Yang Wolong replied quickly, and his eyes were full of excitement. At this time, Yang Ming set off a storm in Zheng Zitao's heart. He really believed that Yang Ming was really not ordinary. However, he began to worry again. It seemed that Yang Ming's strength was definitely not weak. Over there, Are the brothers also? Yang Ming looked at the black shirt men who were walking back and forth in all directions. Yes, they are all brothers sent by Brother Bao to protect the company's safety. Yang Wolong replied. There are so many people. There is no need. Yang Ming thought about it and said, let some of the brothers go and rest first. Brother Yang, how can this be? The company's safety is the first priority, said Yang Wolong. If they go and rest, they can still come back in time if something happens. Let them keep the walkie-talkie with them at all times. If there is a situation, they will immediately support. Yang Ming said, this way, they won't be too tired, okay? But Yang Wolong knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. But Brother Bao's previous order was that everyone was on alert and couldn't be lazy. What's wrong? What's the problem? Yang Ming looked up at Yang Wolong and said, is it because of Bao Sanli? Yes, Brother Bao told us to be on alert, said Yang Wolong. Didn't Bao Sanli tell you to listen to my arrangement when you are here? Yang Ming said in a cold voice. Yes, Brother Yang. I know what to do. Yang Wolong said quickly, Brother Yang, I thank you on behalf of the brothers. I should be the one thanking you. Aren't you protecting my company now? Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Li Dadong didn't know who the so-called Brother Bao was, so he didn't feel anything. However, Zheng Zitao was different. His brother opened a luxury bath center. He often had contact with the underworld. For the name Bao Sanli, it could be said that he had heard a lot. Therefore, Zheng Zitao was dumbfounded. If the Bao Sanli that Yang Ming said was that Bao Sanli, then it was just a matter of minutes to kill him. When Yang Wolong left, Zheng Zitao went to Yang Ming's side and whispered, Yang, Brother Yang, the Bao Sanli that you just said, Brother Bao, is that, Brother Bao? Yang Ming looked at Zheng Zitao's appearance and smiled. Probably, it is the one you said, the one from the Nightless Club. Although Zheng Zitao was already aware, he was still scared at this time. How could he have the opportunity to get in touch with such a big shot like Bao Sanli? However, after the panic, he quickly said, Brother Yang, you are right. I just drank too much horse piss. I was a little confused. Just now, in Brother Yang's BMW, the wind outside blew, and I woke up. If there is anything inappropriate, Brother Yang, you could just treat it as fart. I didn't seem to open the window just now, right? I remember that I turned on the heater. Yang Ming smiled. It's the same. It's the same, whether it is the southeast wind or the northwest wind. As long as it can wake me up, it is a good wind, said Zheng Zitao. Okay, I know your mind. You are afraid that I will hold a grudge and retaliate against you, right? Yang Ming looked at Zheng Zitao and said, ha. Zheng Zitao's thoughts were exposed, and he laughed dryly. Don't worry, I am too lazy to care about you. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I am too busy with other things today. I don't have time to trouble you. Thank you, Brother Yang. Zheng Zitao was overjoyed and said quickly. It was reasonable to say that Zheng Zitao was a bit too flattering. However, people who understood the current situation of the Zheng family would not say so. The Zheng family started their business by relying on the bath center. They did not have a deep background. They just managed it well and caught the opportunity. Moreover, under the deliberate flattery of the Zheng family's eldest brother, who was Zheng Zitao's eldest brother, they knew a lot of powerful people. The bath center grew bigger and bigger, and now it had become a full-service club. The Zheng family's club was in Donghai. However, there were some problems recently. Because of a small matter, they had a little conflict with a young master from Donghai. However, this young master had a strong background and was known as one of the 4 young masters of Donghai. Originally, they thought that it could be settled with some money. The Zheng family's eldest brother found a lot of people, but it was to no avail, because the other party only had one condition, which was to close the Zheng family's club. Zheng Zitao knew about Yang Ming's background and relationship, and suddenly his heart moved. Maybe he could start with Yang Ming and see if he could find a relationship. Maybe he could let the young master of Donghai let the Zheng family go. In this way, a bad thing might become a good thing. Therefore, Zheng Zitao was particularly flattering. Chapter 701. Zhao Cixi, how is it? Yang Ming walked into the company's door and saw Zhao Cixi, who was busy. Yang Ming, you are here. Zhao Cece saw that Yang Ming came. So she put down the work in her hand and looked up. It's almost done. It will be done soon. After that, Zhao Cece said to the employees who were cleaning, you all hurry up. This is President Yang of the company. You all should get to know each other. Hello, President Yang. When they heard that another general manager of the company had arrived, these employees quickly greeted him. Everyone is busy. Yang Ming nodded to these people and said, seeing the scale of Yang Ming's company, Zhang Zitao was even more convinced. He was convinced that Yang Ming was a person with a deep background, so he took the initiative to pick up the extra rag and help the employees do their work. Yang Ming frowned. Isn't this Zhang Zitao a bit too solicitous? If he was afraid that Yang Ming would retaliate before, then Yang Ming had already said that he wouldn't find trouble with him. Now that he is still like this, it's a bit unreasonable. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Yang Ming thought about it and roughly understood Zhang Zitao's thoughts. This guy definitely wants to take the opportunity to climb up to me, but Yang Ming didn't expect that Zhang Zitao wanted to use Yang Ming to open up a relationship. Li Dadong was a straightforward person who didn't know how to be tactful. He was somewhat inexplicable about Zhang Zitao's sudden change. He couldn't help but wonder, Zitao, what's wrong with you? Previously, Zhang Zitao said those words to Yang Ming behind Li Dadong and Yao Yang's back. It's nothing. Anyway, I'm idle. I just want to lend a hand and see if I can do something. Zhang Zitao said with a smile. Right, Zhao Cece, this is Lin Jiyun whom I mentioned to you. She is also from our school. She is studying economics. She is here to help me manage the company. Yang Ming didn't bother with Zhang Zitao. Since Zhang Zitao was willing to mess around, Yang Ming would just let him mess around. Instead, he turned around and introduced Lin Jiyun to Zhao Cece. Hello, Lin Jiyun. I am Zhao Cece. You can call me Cece in the future. Zhao Cece reached out her hand in a friendly manner. For the identity of Lin Jiyun, she vaguely knew something from Zhang Bin. She naturally had to be friendly to this girl who had an unclear relationship with Ming. Zhao Cece, she wooed. Hello, Cece. Then you can call me Jiyun. Lin Jiyun quickly shook hands with Zhao Cece. To be honest, Zhao Cece's strength was in advertising and publicity. She wasn't very good at managing the company. A while ago, it was Zhang Bin who was busy. After all, Zhang Bin had a father who was the boss. He gave advice and help. It wasn't difficult to deal with some of the company's operational problems. Zhao Cece, on the other hand, was only an assistant. However, in the past few days, Zhang Bing had been hospitalized. The entire company's burden had been placed on Zhao Cece's shoulders, making her somewhat powerless. This time, seeing that Yang Ming found a helper who studied economics in school, she was naturally very happy. Li Dadong, how is it? Are you willing to stay and help in the company? Yang Ming looked at Li Dadong, who was at a loss. The name for him had changed from the original Big Winter Melon to the current Li Dadong. Me? Li Dadong was stunned. He thought that he didn't hear it clearly. You mean you want to invite me? To come to your company? Yeah. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Do you have this idea? This company? Li Dadong asked with uncertainty. Yes, this is the company. Yang Ming replied. Lin Jiyun is also there. Li Dadong still didn't believe it. She is also there. Yang Ming said affirmatively. Then why do you still invite me? Li Dadong was even more inexplicable. It was reasonable to say that others couldn't hide from their love rivals. They would do everything possible to send their love rivals far away before they would give up. This Yang Ming actually put me next to Lin Jiyun? What does this mean? I'm asking you to come to the company to help. Yang Ming shrugged. I'm asking you to come to the company. Naturally, it is to help. But Li Dadong was confused. He didn't understand what Yang Ming wanted to do. Is he sincere, or is he testing me? Or is there any conspiracy? Li Dadong, don't think too much. How could Yang Ming not see Li Dadong's concerns? So he said, in fact, Jiyun has always regarded you as her brother. You are now, and will be in the future. You two can't be lovers, but it doesn't mean that you can't be family. During this time, you haven't been to Jiyun's house, right? You have been avoiding Ji-yoon, right? This is not only the result of Ji-yoon, but also the result that I don't want to see. Now our generation is basically the only child. There are no brothers or sisters in the family. Ji-yoon has a brother who is closer to her than her own brother. It is also a kind of happiness. Now, you are destroying this kind of happiness. So, I have created an opportunity for you. I hope you can grasp it. Of course, whether you are willing or not, you can think about it yourself. I won't force you. Just let me think about it. Lee Dadong listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but be a little moved. Yang Ming was telling the truth. During this time, he was indeed avoiding Lin Ji-yoon because he was very embarrassed. He didn't know what to say when they met. Lee Dadong regretted his rashness. That day, if he didn't impulsively confess in front of Lin Ji-yoon and her boyfriend, there wouldn't be the awkwardness now. Now that he thought about it. In fact, the relationship and feelings between himself and Ji-yoon were actually very good. Ji-yoon was very dependent on him and regarded him as her brother. It was just his wishful thinking that this kind of sibling relationship would slowly evolve into love. However, all this tacit understanding and beauty would never return. Therefore, Lee Dadong looked for his high school friends to come out for a drink when he was extremely depressed. Now, Yang Ming gave him a chance to repair the relationship with Lin Ji-yoon, but Lee Dadong was hesitant. After all, this was Yang Ming's company. Although Lee Dadong didn't think that Yang Ming was the kind of person who would play tricks behind people's backs, Lee Dadong still felt a bit weird. Okay, I will give you time to think about it. If you think about it, give me an answer. Yang Ming said. Lee Dadong was asked to go back and think about it. Yang Ming stared coldly at Zhang Zitao, who hesitated and didn't want to leave. Why? Is there anything else? No, nothing. Brother Yang, can you give me contact information? Zhang Zitao asked carefully. Contact information? Why do you want my contact information? Yang Ming frowned. It's like this. I saw that Lee Dadong left in a hurry and didn't leave your contact information. Didn't you ask him to consider it? He thought about it. If he didn't have your contact information, how could he inform you? Zhang Zitao said seriously, I was thinking about asking for it for him. It turned out to be like this. Although Yang Ming saw Zhang Zitao's selfishness, he still said his mobile phone number. Zhang Zitao quickly wrote it down on his mobile phone. Then he reluctantly got up and left. The designer hired by Old Buffon wasn't ordinary. The jewelry designs were very noble and elegant. Zhao Cixi pulled out some completed samples from the computer and discussed with Yang Ming and Lin Ji-yoon. I think these are good. Let's hurry up and let the factory work. It's going to be Valentine's Day soon. Although we are taking the high-end route, there are many rich couples. Yang Ming said, in the future, you and Ji-yoon will decide on these things. Zhang Bin and I will just leave it to you. Zhang Bin, I don't dare to let him be as leisurely as you. After he is discharged from the hospital, I have to ask him to come over. Zhao Cixi said with a smile. That is your family matter. I won't get involved. Yang Ming waved his hand. Lin Ji-yoon's ability to adapt and learn was very strong. Although she didn't like to talk much, she had the demeanor of a strong businesswoman. Of course, this was just the appearance. Lin Ji-yoon's character determined that she wasn't that kind of ruthless person. This kind of person could do business, but they were bad at controlling their subordinates. They could only use personality charm to infect their subordinates, but they couldn't treat their subordinates too harshly because Lin Ji-yoon couldn't be ruthless. This was her weakness. Lee Dadong, on the other hand, could just make up for Lin Ji-yoon's shortcomings. It could be seen from the usual contact that Lee Dadong was the kind of person who didn't have too many crooked thoughts. He was upright and plain-spoken. He was just suitable for managing the company's personnel and discipline. This kind of iron-faced god, anyone would be afraid of him. Yang Ming was thinking about the company's matters, but Lee Dadong also began to worry about today's matter. For Yang Ming's invitation, should I go or not? Chapter 702. Lee Dadong was very hesitant. It wasn't because of his academic problems. People who had been to university knew that the personal time in university was quite ample. Moreover, some subjects weren't very strict, and the lecturers didn't take attendance. As long as you passed the exam, they would turn a blind eye to you. Therefore, Going to Yang Ming's company wouldn't take up Li Dadong's study time. Moreover, for Li Dadong, this was also a very good opportunity. With the saturation of university graduates, finding a job had become a very serious problem. With the popularization of university education, people were no longer very interested in the original senior intellectuals of university students. University students looking for a job were almost no different from ordinary college students or even secondary school students who hadn't been to university. A diploma didn't mean anything. With the saturation of positions, there weren't so many positions for graduates to work, not to mention so many former graduates and unemployed young people. Although Li Dadong hadn't looked for a job, he still saw the reports on TV and newspapers all day long. He still understood the current situation very well. Therefore, Yang Ming's invitation made him tempted. Moreover, Li Dadong also understood that Yang Ming didn't do this to create opportunities for him to pursue Lin Jiyun, but to let him face up to the relationship with Lin Jiyun and walk out of the shadow of feelings. "Brother, where are you?" Li Dadong hesitated for a long time and couldn't make up his mind. So he decided to call his cousin and discuss it with him. Nowadays, every family was basically an only child. Cousins were considered the closest siblings. Li Dadong had a good relationship with his cousin since he was a child. Usually, if there was something on his mind, he liked to discuss it with him. "Big brother, it's you. What's the matter?" Li Dadong's cousin picked up the phone and asked, "Bro, are you free? Big brother has something to discuss with you." Li Dadong said, "Oh, that's fine. Wait for me. I will ask for leave from the leader." Li Dadong's cousin said, "Then I will wait for you. Come to my house and drink with me." Li Dadong said, "Do you have food at home? Forget it. If he sees us drinking, your dad, my uncle will scold us again." Li Dadong's cousin said, "Come to the food stall behind the commercial street. My treat. I just got a commission today. Let's celebrate." "That's fine. I will be there in 20 minutes. Li Dadong said, "Me too. Let's meet at Old Wang's barbecue stall," Li Dadong's cousin said. Hanging up the phone, Li Dadong's cousin turned and walked into the manager's office next to him. "Manager Liu, my elder brother just called. He is looking for me for something. Can I leave early today?" "No problem. If you have something to do, go ahead." Manager Liu nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Manager Liu." Li Dadong's cousin thanked him. Then he turned and left Manager Liu's office. So people may have guessed it. Yes, Li Dadong's cousin is Li Dagong, Yang Ming's good friend in high school. Manager Liu also vaguely knew about Yang Ming's background recently, so he took special care of Li Dadong. After Yang Ming bought the house, there were many small things and procedures that he didn't have time to do, so he sent Bao Sanli to do it. The last time, Bao Sanli didn't do a good job. He was worried that Yang Ming would look down on him. This time, when he saw that Yang Ming had something to tell him, he quickly went to do it. Originally, these small things didn't need Bao Sanli to do it personally. He could just send an underling to do it, but because it was something that Yang Ming asked, Bao Sanli had to be cautious. Manager Liu didn't know anyone in Songjiang, but he could not know Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli personally came to get the property certificate. Manager Liu was dumbfounded. No wonder Yang Ming was so badass before. He just sat there and didn't speak. Miss Su's boyfriend was so scared. So what if you have an underworld background? Songjiang's biggest underworld boss was an errand boy for Yang Ming. Manager Liu was full of cold sweat. Fortunately, I didn't help Miss Su that day. Otherwise, I would be finished. When Li Dagong rushed to the food stall, Li Dadong just arrived. Li Dadong was familiar with this place. When he was in school, he had nothing to do with Yang Ming and Su Peng. "Brother, you are quite fast." Li Dagong's company wasn't close to here, so Li Dadong said this. "How can I not be fast when I take a taxi?" Li Dagong smiled. "What's wrong? Looking at your expression, you seem to be very depressed. What's the matter?" "Sit down and talk slowly," Li Dadong said non-committally. He found an empty chair and sat down. "Okay." Li Dagong wasn't in a hurry. After sitting down, he shouted to the waiter, "Waiter, give me 30 mutton skewers, 10 beef kidneys, 5 mutton chops, and 2 bottles of beer." "Okay." The waiter wrote down what Li Dagong wanted and went to prepare it. "Let's talk about it. What's going on?" Li Dagong pulled out a piece of garlic and said as he cooked, "Brother, do you know Lin Jiyun?" Li Dadong hesitated and said, "I know. Isn't she your childhood sweetheart?" Li Dagong was still very familiar with Li Dadong's affairs. Childhood sweetheart. Li Dadong sighed. "She has a boyfriend, what?" Li Dagong was stunned. "What happened? Isn't it you?" "It would be good if it was me." Li Dadong smiled bitterly and shook his head. "However, I also thought about it. Lin Jiyun has always regarded me as a big brother. She never had that kind of feelings. Love isn't something that can be forced. She also has the right to pursue happiness." "Damn, you have thought about it. Why are you still looking for me? Do you have nothing to do?" Li Dagong was somewhat inexplicable. He naturally knew that love couldn't be forced. Since his brother had thought it through, what was there to worry about? "It's not this. It's another thing." Li Dadong paused and said, "Lin Jiyun's boyfriend wants to invite me to his company to help." "Lin Jiyun is also in his company, so rich? He has his own company?" Li Dagong was stunned. "However, I don't understand what you said. Her boyfriend wants you to go to his company? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" "Of course not, otherwise I wouldn't be worried." Li Dadong waved his hand. "What I'm hesitating about now is whether to go or not." "Wait, why do I feel that it's a bit unbelievable? Does Lin Jiyun's boyfriend know that you like Lin Jiyun?" asked Li Dagong. "He knows." Li Dadong nodded. "Damn, what kind of idea is this? Why am I so confused?" Li Dagong patted his head and said, "Brother, in fact, things are very simple. Lin Jiyun's boyfriend knows that Jiyun doesn't like me. She has always regarded me as her big brother. This time, he asked me to go to the company to help. He wants me to wake up and not be addicted to the shadow of heartbreak. He wants me to be able to walk out of it." Li Dadong told Li Dagong about Yang Ming's intention. "A real man. A real man." Li Dagong patted his thigh and praised sincerely. "Then why are you still hesitating? Look at Lin Jiyun's boyfriend. He isn't a narrow-minded person. Since he gave you such a good opportunity, why are you still hesitating?" "But I'm afraid that it will only be more awkward after I go." Li Dadong was worried. "As long as you know your position, there won't be any awkwardness." Li Dagong shook his head and said, "Big brother, if I were you, I would also make this choice." "I know. Well, let's not talk about this first. Let's drink." Li Dadong saw that the mutton skewers were served, so he poured himself a glass of beer and said, "Okay, let's drink first." Li Dagong also poured a glass for himself. Then he picked up the steaming mutton skewers and chewed them. After a few glasses of beer, Li Dadong's face was slightly flushed. He wasn't as troubled as before. The two brothers laughed and talked about other things. "Old man Wang, are there any tables?" As they were chatting, a few strong men who looked like punks came over and asked the owner of the barbecue stall, Old Man Wang, "Sorry, it's full. Do you want to wait or come back next time?" Old Man Wang said apologetically. Old Man Wang's barbecue stall was an old time. It was famous among the food stalls. Many people came here to eat. When it was time to eat, there were almost no seats. "It's really disappointing." The leader of the strong men scolded and turned to leave. One of his men turned his eyes and glanced at the customers of the food stall. Then he walked straight to Li Dadong's table. "You two occupied such a big table for 6 people. Go and join the people over there. My boss wants to eat here." The underling said directly to Li Dadong and Li Dagong. Chapter 703. Here, drink a little wine, talk about your thoughts, talk about your own words, and don't interfere with each other. Who wants to squeeze at the same table with others? At that time, not only would they not be able to talk, but they wouldn't be able to drink happily. Instead, they would be very restrained when eating. Li Dagong frowned. He wasn't a good person in the past. When he was with Yang Ming, he was also a master who could do whatever he wanted. He didn't hesitate to criticize whoever he wanted. However, now that he was on the right path, and his cousin was here, Li Dagong knew his cousin's temperament. He wasn't the kind of person who would stir up trouble, so he didn't act on the spot. Besides, the other party had a lot of people, and there were only 2 people on his side. Although they really fought, his cousin Li Dadong would definitely not sit idly by. After all, he wasn't a fighter. It was almost the same as not having a fighter. We were talking about things. It's inconvenient to be at the same table with others. Li Dagong said to the underling, "Hey, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you know what my boss does?" In fact, if this happened in normal times, it wouldn't be a big deal. Recently, the higher-ups of Song Jiang's underworld had given strict orders that they were not allowed to harass civilians. However, the underling was humiliated by Li Dagong in front of so many people. He was a little embarrassed, so he left a few words. "Do you know what my boss does?" After Li Dagong saw Yang Ming last time, he saw the series of things that happened to Yang Ming. He knew that Yang Ming wasn't ordinary now. Most probably, the people in the underworld would give him face. Otherwise, Guo Jianshao, who was said to have an underworld background, wouldn't leave with his tail between his legs. "Your boss? You also come out to mingle?" The underling was stunned. He thought, don't offend the Dragon King. The most taboo in the underworld was infighting. If it was really one of their own, then if the bosses knew about it, it would definitely not end well. Of course, this boss didn't refer to his boss, but to the heavyweight figures above, which were the underlings of Bao Songli and Ho Jinhan. "Not really. My boss is Yang Ming. Do you know him?" Li Dagong said tentatively. "Yang Ming? Who is it?" The subordinate was a little confused. However, there were too many little bosses in the gang. How could he know all of them? So he asked, "Where are you from?" His subordinates didn't recognize him, but the leader of the brawny men trembled and was shocked. He rushed over and directly kicked his subordinates. "Fuck, if there's no place, let's eat at another restaurant. Are you trying to show off your big ass?" The underling was kicked to the ground. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he heard his boss respectfully say to Li Dagong, "Brother, I'm sorry. This underling of mine doesn't know any better. See if I don't kill him when I get back. Sorry for disturbing your meal. This meal is on me. I'll pay the bill." "This is not necessary. We haven't finished eating yet. We have to order other things in a while." Li Dagong didn't expect Yang Ming's name to be so useful. He just mentioned it casually, and the matter was solved. Yes. The boss took out his wallet from his pocket and took out 500 yuan from it. He handed it to the barbecue stall's owner, Old Man Wang. "I'll pay the bill for these two brothers. I'll give you a refund if it's too much. I'll give you this 500 yuan first." "No problem." Old Man Wang knew the boss and quickly took the 500 yuan. Barbecue. No matter how much they ate, two people couldn't eat 500 yuan worth of food. Besides, even if they ate, Old Man Wang knew that a person like the leader would definitely not go back on his words. Recently, the punks in Song Jiang's underworld were obviously more well-behaved. They paid for their meals and drinks. There were fewer troublemakers. Old Man Wang was also a person at the bottom of the society. He was well-informed. He knew that the underworld of Song Jiang had changed. A more decent boss was in power, and the requirements for these underlings were much stricter. These people who came out to do business only wanted stability. They didn't care about the protection fee every month. They were afraid that these people would come to eat and drink for free after receiving the protection fee. Then, they couldn't afford it. The current situation made these people feel very gratified. Every month, they voluntarily paid the protection fee. These people who mingled in the underworld could really play the role of protection. Moreover, they were now very formal. They were nominally the security guards of the security company to maintain the market security. With these people, the ruffians who didn't pay and fought in the market had stopped a lot. After all, these people who did business got the benefits. Li Dagong saw that the leader was so attentive, so he couldn't refuse anymore. He nodded and said, "Thank you. What are you thanking for? We're all on the same side." The leader said, "My name is Zhang Penbai. The night market is my territory. If you need a brother in the future, just say the word." The reason why Zhang Penbai told his name to Li Dagong was that he hesitated again and again. If Li Dagong said something bad about him in front of Yang Ming, then he would be finished. Then again, even if he didn't tell, as long as Yang Ming wanted to know, he could simply inquire about whose territory the night market was, and he would know his name. This would be even worse. It was better to confess. Maybe he could climb to a higher position with the help of Yang Ming's relationship. And this Zhang Penbai was the Zhang Penbai from the Immortal Resort. Because he ruined Sui Guanqi's good deed, he was fired. At that time, Yang Ming and Zhou Judge's analysis was not wrong. Sui Guangqi instructed Zhang Penbai's two underlings to act together, but he didn't expect Zhang Penbai to interfere and mess things up. Under Sui Guangqi's anger, he fired Zhang Penbai. After Zhang Penbai, who was in his 30s, lost his livelihood and had no other skills, so he followed Bao Sanli and Song Jiang under the recommendation of a friend. He joined a security company and was sent to the market management office of the night market as a security guard. Of course, this was the external name. Zhang Penbai was the captain of the night market security team, but in fact, it was just a different way of saying it. However, even though it was a different way of saying it, the meaning was completely different. The nature of Zhang Penbai's work changed from the original illegal to legal. The owners also understood what was going on. They really didn't need ordinary security guards. That was to say, Zhang Penbai's group could quickly help them when they were in trouble, so they were willing to pay. Although the current work was not as leisurely as before, it was not bad. At least now the people he followed were more powerful than before. The culprit who caused this incident was Yang Ming. Zhang Penbai naturally paid attention to him. It was because of him that he lost his job. Zhang Penbai had to inquire about Yang Ming's background from many aspects, right? However, once by chance, Zhang Penbai saw the two bosses, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan, accompanying Yang Ming. The three of them were talking and laughing. Zhang Penbai immediately dispelled the idea of retaliating against Yang Ming. A person who could be accompanied by two bosses, how could he be an ordinary person? Therefore, Zhang Penbai immediately had the intention to befriend him. After all, there was a small dispute between the two. If he could use this matter to make a fuss, it might really become a ladder to his own success. It was precisely because of this that when Zhang Penbai heard that Li Dagong's boss was Yang Ming, he didn't dare to neglect and quickly ran to apologize. Brother Bai, my name is Li Dagong. I am Brother Yang's high school classmate. At that time, I was also with Brother Yang, said Li Dagong. Gang, then I won't disturb you drinking. Let's talk another day. Right, this is my business card. The next time you come here to drink, be sure to call me. Zhang Penbai gave Li Dagong a business card and didn't stay any longer. He left with the underling. After walking for a long time, the underling asked in fear and trepidation, Brother Bai, who is Yang Ming? Fuck. Zhang Penbai gave the underling another slap and said, Can you call Brother Yang's name directly? He is a good friend of Brother Bao and Brother Ho. Ah, then, am I in trouble? The underling wasn't stupid. He asked worriedly when he heard it. Isn't it because I wiped your ass? Be more alert in the future. Don't always cause trouble. Zhang Penbai snorted. Thank you, Brother Bai. The underling said gratefully, I won't dare to cause trouble again in the future. It's good that you know. Let's go. Let's find a place to drink and celebrate, said Zhang Penbai. Celebrate? What is there to celebrate? The underling said, baffled. Idiot. Isn't this also an opportunity? Maybe I can meet Brother Yang because of the gang just now, said Zhang Penbai. In the underworld, age didn't matter. The capable ones were the brothers. So, Zhang Penbai was in his 30s. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with calling Li Dagong a brother. On the other side, Li Dagong was very surprised. He frowned and thought about the conversation between his cousin and Zhang Penbai. Yang Ming. Could it be the Yang Ming that I met today? Brother, the Yang Ming that you mentioned, what does he do? Li Dagong finally couldn't help but ask. Chapter 704. Yang Ming? When I was in high school, Brother Bao was also my boss. Now he's quite badass. He drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion. Li Dagong said, There is nothing to hide about this. After a while, he wants to set up a real estate company. He asked me to help. Luxury car? What car? Li Dagong's heart moved. X5. Why? Big brother, why are you asking this? Li Dagong was a bit puzzled. What is X5? Li Dagong didn't know much about the model of the car. He only knew the brand of the car. BMW X5. Li Dagong explained. BMW? Is it that kind of off-road Jeep? Li Dagong asked quickly. He still knew the brand of BMW. Yeah, why are you asking this? Li Dagong didn't understand. Blue? Li Dagong didn't answer and continued to ask. Yeah, what's wrong? Li Dagong felt more and more inexplicable. AI. Li Dadong sighed and said, "It's him." "What do you mean it's him? You know Yang Ming too?" Li Dagong was confused. "It's him. He is Lin Jiyun's boyfriend." Li Dadong sighed. "I say, did you make a mistake? Lin Jiyun's boyfriend? His girlfriend is Chun Mingyan. She is the campus belle of our high school." Li Dagong said puzzledly. "And?" Li Dadong was stunned. "His girlfriend is Chun Mingyan? Are you sure? Wait, did we say it wrong? Don't we know the same person?" Li Dagong waved his hand. "It should be right. The Yang Ming you know is now studying at Songjiang Industry University, right?" Li Dadong said with a strange look. "You wait." As Li Dagong said this, he took out his mobile phone and opened the photo album inside. "Look, is it him? You're so paranoid." "That's right. It's him." Li Dadong shouted and jumped up. "This kid is two-timing. I must tell Jiyun." Li Dadong was so excited that he got up and was about to leave. "Wait." Li Dagong pulled him back and pressed him to the seat. "Why are you in such a hurry? What's going on?" Li Dagong thought to himself, "It can't be so coincidental, right? Was Brother Yang cheating? If she had known this would happen, she would never have shown him the photo." However, since it had already happened, there was no point in complaining. They could only think about how to remedy the situation. However, things didn't seem to be easy to handle. "My brother likes Lin Jiyun. Now that I know such explosive news, how can I hide it? It's him. He's Lin Jiyun's boyfriend." Li Dadong said hurriedly, "Brother, don't stop me. I have to tell Lin Jiyun now. Don't be fooled by this kid. Why did you fall for it? I'm talking about the past. When we were in high school, we might have already broken up by now." Li Dagong said vaguely. "Gang, you're lying." Li Dadong looked up and stared into Li Dagong's eyes. "We grew up together. Do you think I don't know you? When you lie, I can see it." AI. Li Dagong sighed. "It seems that I can't hide it. We brothers grew up together. Who doesn't know each other? It seems that I have to find a way to persuade him." "The gang, I know that Yang Ming is your good buddy, but this matter is related to Jiyun's lifelong happiness. I can't just sit by and do nothing." Li Dadong said firmly. "Brother, I understand your feelings, but it's impossible between you and Lin Jiyun." Li Dagong persuaded. "Brother, I know that even if Jiyun doesn't have Yang Ming, she won't like me. She only treats me as a brother. But the more it is like this, as a brother, I can't ignore my sister's happiness." Li Dadong said, "You should understand my feelings. I just want Jiyun to be happy, but Yang Ming is simply hurting Jiyun by doing this." "Then what do you want to do? Find Lin Jiyun and tell her directly? Or give her a hint?" Li Dagong shook his head and said, "Do you think that a man and woman in love will believe the words of others? I have to say it even if she doesn't believe it. I have to say it." Li Dadong stood up and said, "I'm leaving. You continue to eat here." "Brother." Li Dagong wanted to reach out and stop him, but he stopped halfway. "I can stop him for a while, but can I stop him for a lifetime? It is urgent to call Yang Ming and inform him." He didn't dare to delay. He quickly called Yang Ming, but he heard the sound of the phone being turned off. Li Dagong slapped his forehead. "Bad news. There was a disturbance call just now. It was an insurance salesman. Yang Ming was talking with Zhao Cixi. To prevent being disturbed again, he turned off the phone directly. He didn't expect Li Dagong to call at this time. However, Lin Jiyun didn't turn off her phone. The phone rang. Lin Jiyun glanced at the caller ID. It was Li Dadong, so she asked Yang Ming, "It's Brother Dadong. Pick it up. Maybe he figured it out." Yang Ming nodded and didn't care. "Oh." Lin Jiyun picked up the phone. "Hello, Brother Dadong. Jiyun, where are you now? I have something important to tell you." Li Dadong said eagerly. "I'm still in the company." "Brother Dadong, what's the matter?" asked Lin Jiyun. "Can you come down for a while? I have something to say to you alone." Li Dadong hesitated and said, "Alone?" Lin Jiyun was stunned. Then she looked up at Yang Ming and whispered, "Brother Dadong said that he has something to say to me alone." "Alone?" Yang Ming was silent for a moment. Although he was still relatively assured about Li Dadong's character, otherwise, he wouldn't have hired him to help in the company. However, he had to be cautious. He didn't allow Lin Jiyun to have any accidents, so he turned to Zhao Cixi and said, "Is there a separate reception room in the company?" Yes. Zhao Cixi immediately understood and said to the newly hired secretary, Xiao Ma, do you know about the reception room? I know, Manager Zhao. Secretary Xiao Ma said. That's good. Jiyun, you go to the reception room with Xiao Ma in a while. Let Li Dadong come here to see you, said Yang Ming. In a company, Yang Ming was still not afraid that Li Dadong would do something bad to Lin Jiyun. Okay. After Lin Jiyun finished speaking, she released the hand that was covering the microphone. Brother Dadong, then you come to the company. I will find someone to take you to the reception room. Okay, then you wait for me. I will be there right away. After Li Dadong finished speaking, he stopped a taxi on the roadside and rushed to Yang Ming's company. Originally, Li Dadong usually didn't take a taxi, but this time the matter was more urgent, so he was extravagant for once. Yang Ming didn't think much. Anyway, there were many security guards in the company. The situation in the reception room was monitored in the security room. Li Dadong wouldn't do anything stupid. After Lin Jiyun went out, Yang Ming continued to talk to Zhao Cixi. Does Uncle Zhang know that Zhang Bin was beaten up? Zhang Bin didn't let me say it. Uncle Zhang isn't clear yet. Zhao Cixi sighed. He didn't let me say it, so I can't simply say it. This is true. Since Zhang Bin doesn't want Uncle Zhang to worry, then forget it. Yang Ming said, but this time there is no problem. The security in the company will protect here 24 hours a day. And this time it is much safer. Otherwise, the employees who just came were a little worried. When they saw so many security guards, they were relieved. Zhao Cixi said, Cixi, although I haven't found out who did this, you can rest assured that I will never let go of the person who hurt Zhang Bin. Yang Ming said firmly, I know. You will stick up for Zhang Bin, but if you can't find it, then forget it. Maybe it is a colleague who came to make trouble. Zhao Cixi shook her head and said, Zhao Cixi didn't know the inside story of the matter. Colleague? Probably no one dared to come and make trouble. But Yang Ming couldn't say these words to Zhao Cixi. Li Dadong was taken directly to the reception room by the receptionist downstairs. Lin Jiyun was already sitting inside and waiting. The reception room was partitioned with a large glass. Although the people outside couldn't hear what was said inside, they could see it clearly. If Li Dadong dared to do something that wasn't good for Lin Jiyun, the security guards who were patrolling outside would rush in immediately. Brother Dadong, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Jiyun looked strangely at Li Dadong, who was sweating. Jiyun, do you know Yang Ming? Li Dadong closed the door of the reception room, sat opposite Lin Jiyun, and said directly. Chapter 705. Understand? Lin Jiyun was stunned. Brother Dadong, what are you talking about? I mean, do you understand Yang Ming's character? And the people he usually comes into contact with? Li Dadong hinted. I understand. He is my boyfriend. How can I not understand him? Although Lin Jiyun found it strange, she still replied as such. Then do you know that Yang Ming has other girlfriends outside? Li Dadong glanced at the security guard outside the door. Although he knew that they couldn't hear it, he still lowered his voice. Lin Jiyun was shocked. Could it be that Li Dadong knows something? Lin Jiyun's face became a little pale. She didn't know how to answer Li Dadong's question. Her current relationship with Yang Ming was really a bit strange. They were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but it wasn't much different from a real boyfriend and girlfriend. At least it gave Lin Jiyun such a feeling. A man and a woman in love probably felt like this, right? Sometimes Lin Jiyun would be confused, but in most cases, she was pretending to be stupid and didn't think about the future of the two people. In fact, she really didn't want to think about it. Her mother was a very conservative person. In her opinion, a girl should be faithful to one person. Her mother had no choice but to accept the relationship between her and Yang Ming. However, if she really broke up with Yang Ming, then her mother probably couldn't accept it. Lin Jiyun was also very clear that her first time was indeed given to Yang Ming. Subconsciously, she also hoped that Yang Ming could continue to pretend like this until forever. However, there was always a big gap between facts and ideals. When Lin Jiyun learned from Yang Ming that Chen Mingyan already knew of her existence, Lin Jiyun had a great sense of crisis and even a sense of guilt. Lin Jiyun never thought of monopolizing Yang Ming. If there was such an idea, she would have already threatened Yang Ming with the original matter. The current situation already made her feel very satisfied. However, Lin Jiyun also knew that the current satisfaction could only be temporary. Let Yang Ming pretend to be her boyfriend for a lifetime? Even if Yang Ming agreed, would Chen Mingyan agree? Lin Jiyun, who had been reminding herself not to fall in love with Yang Ming, suddenly looked back and found that Yang Ming had already occupied a large position in her heart. These words couldn't be said to Li Dadong. Although Lin Jiyun regarded Li Dadong as her own brother, her own things were private things. Never mind him, she couldn't even say it to her parents. Lin Jiyun couldn't explain the cause and effect of the matter to Li Dadong. Otherwise, Li Dadong would definitely ask, "When I was in high school, I watched you in school. Where did you get a boyfriend? Who did she give her first time to?" Lin Jiyun couldn't answer. She couldn't tell the truth of the matter. Somehow, Lin Jiyun wanted to maintain Yang Ming's image. She didn't want people to know that there was still a period of unpleasantness between them. "Jiyun, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Lin Jiyun's somewhat bewildered expression, Li Dadong thought that she was shocked by his news. He quickly continued, "Jiyun, I just found out. My brother is Yang Ming's high school classmate. The relationship between the two of them is very good. Yang Ming, in addition to you, has a girlfriend outside called Chen Mingyan." I know." Lin Jiyun was at a loss because of Li Dadong. She had to bite the bullet and say it. "What? You know?" Li Dadong looked at Lin Jiyun with astonishment. "Jiyun, what are you talking about? Do you understand what I mean or not?" Lin Jiyun didn't know how to answer Li Dadong. Only she, the person involved, understood the intricacies of this. "Jiyun, say something?" Li Dadong said in a hurry. "Brother Dadong, this matter, you don't have to worry about it in the future. There are some things that I can't say." Lin Jiyun shook her head bitterly. "Don't force me. Jiyun, why are you so confused? What do you want me to say? You piss me off." Li Dadong said with an ashen face. "Did he have something on you to blackmail you?" Li Dadong saw Lin Jiyun's awkward expression and his heart skipped a beat. Now, what kind of pornographic photos and pornographic discs are flying everywhere? Could it be that Yang Ming also took some videos or photos to blackmail Lin Jiyun? Li Dadong couldn't be blamed for having a rich imagination. This kind of thing wasn't unheard of. On the contrary, it was a lot. To talk about blackmail, it should be that Lin Jiyun had something on Yang Ming, but Lin Jiyun didn't want to blackmail Yang Ming. She shook her head and said, "Brother Dadong, don't guess. It's not what you think. What's not? Jiyun, don't be afraid. If something really happens, Brother Dadong will help you." Li Dadong said, "We can go and sue him." "Sue what?" Lin Jiyun bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. I'm the mistress." Do you understand?" "Mistress." Li Dadong was stunned, and then he understood what Lin Jiyun said. Lin Jiyun meant that she was the real third party, Yang Ming's mistress or lover. This made Li Dadong feel a little inconceivable. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Jiyun in a daze. Lin Jiyun was a well-behaved girl since she was a child. She had never done anything that was out of line. Moreover, although her character was a bit weak, her principles were very strong. She would never do anything that went against her principles. "Jiyun, how did you become like this?" Li Dadong was shocked and angry. He was so angry that he was trembling. Lin Jiyun looked at Li Dadong's appearance. She knew that if she didn't tell him the truth today, he would definitely not give up. He might even go to her parents. In this way, things would become big. So, after thinking for a long time, she said faintly, "In the beginning, my father had a car accident and urgently needed surgery. My mother and I borrowed money from relatives and friends who could borrow money. However, those people either didn't have money or found a lot of excuses to avoid it. It couldn't be helped. I'm a girl. What capital do I have? In desperation, I could only sell myself. I came to the door of the bar. I wanted to find a customer to sell my first time. Jiyun, how can you do this? Didn't I say it? I will be a tutor. I can definitely give you enough money for the surgery." Li Dadong looked very excited and shouted, "A tutor?" Lin Jiyun smiled self-deprecatingly. I have also been a tutor. In a month, it's good to earn a few hundred yuan. How long would it take to earn more than 3,000 yuan for the surgery? The surgery can't be delayed. Li Dadong was silent. He knew that Lin Jiyun was telling the truth. Yeah, how can the surgery be delayed? The person who took my first time is Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun said very vaguely. Lin Jiyun wasn't good at lying. She couldn't say the twists and turns in the middle. She could only say in one sentence. Understand. Li Dadong lowered his head. The expression on his face was unspeakable pain. After a while, he said, but this doesn't mean anything. I can understand your feelings at that time. You don't owe him anything. You can leave him. And I won't dislike you because of this. Li Dadong set his own heart. Indeed, Lin Jiyun was forced by life to do that kind of thing. Li Dadong could completely tolerate this. Oh, Lin Jiyun smiled and said, thank you, Brother Dadong. I said, between us, it can only be a relationship between brother and sister. I'm just making an analogy. Li Dadong said, I want to say that in this era, whether a girl is not important, I am with Yang Ming, because I can't bear to leave him. When Lin Jiyun said this sentence, she was also shocked. This feeling hidden in the bottom of her heart was finally released in an instant. I like him. But if you do this, isn't it? AI, what do you want me to say? Li Dadong sighed and looked at Lin Jiyun. Then, do you want to continue like this? Let's take one step at a time. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Do Uncle Lin and Anisha know about these things? Li Dadong was silent and asked. They don't know. I don't want them to know. Lin Jiyun shook her head again. They just know that Yang Ming is my boyfriend. We've been dating since high school. You don't regret it? Li Dadong looked up and tried for the last time. No, Lin Jiyun said firmly. Since she forgave Yang Ming's actions, she had never regretted it. Chapter 706. Seeing that Lin Jiyun was so determined, Li Dadong had nothing to say. A woman in love would always be reckless. Like a moth to a flame, it wasn't an empty sentence. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, Li Dadong sighed helplessly. Brother Dadong, can you keep this matter a secret for me? Don't tell my parents, and don't tell anyone. Lin Jiyun looked at Li Dadong with some pleading. I forget it. I'll do as you say. Li Dadong said with some reluctance. Thank you, Brother Dadong. Lin Jiyun smiled sweetly. Don't tell Yang Ming, okay. I got it. Li Dadong nodded. Are you coming to the company to help? Lin Jiyun changed the topic. Okay, Li Dadong said. I'm here to cheer for you. If Yang Ming dares to treat you badly, I won't spare him. Then that's it. I'll go back first. Although Lin Jiyun had a smile on her face, her heart was extremely uncomfortable. The words just now were said to Li Dadong, but the real situation was far more complicated than this. Lin Jiyun didn't know how long the relationship between herself and Yang Ming could last. Should I tell Yang Ming about that matter? As soon as this idea came out, it was rejected by Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun would never do this kind of thing to threaten others. Walking back to Zhao Cici's office quickly, Yang Ming just finished talking to Zhao Cici and was preparing to find Lin Jiyun. Jiyun, are you done talking? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun, who came in, and asked with a smile. Brother Dadong agreed to come to the company. Lin Jiyun didn't mention the previous matter, but directly said that Li Dadong would come to the company to help. It turns out that he thought it through. That's good. When's he going to come? Asked Yang Ming. These 2 days. Today, Li Dadong's mood was a bit bad. He went back first, but he had already said that he would come to report in these 2 days. All right then. Cici, you'll be in charge of this. Just like what we discussed earlier, he'll be in charge of managing human resources and checking attendance, Yang Ming said. Okay. Zhao Cici nodded. Shall we have dinner together? Yang Ming looked at the time. It was time for dinner. No. I have to go to the hospital to deliver food to Zhongbin. Zhao Cici smiled and shook her head. All right, send my regards to Zhongbin. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he stood up and said, We'll leave first. After leaving the company with Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming asked, Did Li Dadong look for you to talk about coming to the company to work? Yes, ah. Lin Jiyun was shocked and stuttered. Nothing else? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's expression and knew that she wasn't telling the truth. No, no. Lin Jiyun shook her head quickly. Yang Ming smiled and didn't continue to ask. Everyone had the right to privacy. Yang Ming wasn't a gossip king. There was no need to ask so many details. Where are you going? Asked Yang Ming. Aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend? Lin Jiyun asked carefully. Am I not accompanying you? Yang Ming pretended not to understand and reached out to hold Lin Jiyun's waist. I'm talking about Chen Mingyan. Lin Jiyun said helplessly. Oh, you're talking about her? Yang Ming smiled and said, I accompanied her yesterday. Naturally, I have to accompany you today. Do you want to be fair? After getting Chen Mingyan's approval, Yang Ming began to speak and do things boldly. What? Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words. Her heart beat fast, and the tip of her nose oozed fine sweat. Nothing. Are you hungry? Let's go and fill your stomach first. Yang Ming took Lin Jiyun and got in the car. My mother should have finished cooking, right? Let's go back and eat, said Lin Jiyun. And Yang Ming remembered this after Lin Jiyun's reminder. So he said, Okay, Auntie Shin's cooking is quite good. He didn't know why, but Lin Jiyun blushed particularly easily today. It may be because she exposed her thoughts in front of Li Dadong. Although she didn't say it to Yang Ming, her whole heart was more firmly tied to Yang Ming. After the last time they broke up in the parking lot of the Heavenly World Hotel, Yang Ming didn't contact Shuya again for 2 days. The people of Mingyang Entertainment were responsible for negotiating with Shuya about the specific matters of the concert. This didn't require Yang Ming to worry about. What's more, Yang Ming was indeed very busy these 2 days. Early in the morning, the renovation team at the villa called. There was a problem about how to decorate the bedroom. It required Yang Ming to personally decide. Renovation was a tiring job. Although he had already told his intention to the renovation company, when it came to many details, the renovation company would still call and let him personally confirm. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on the renovation company. After all, the renovation was for the residents to see. The renovation workers were satisfied, but the residents might not think so. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they would still call the residents to discuss. In this regard, Yang Ming couldn't help it. He drove to the villa early in the morning. He wanted to drive into the villa's yard, but he didn't expect that a pile of waste wood for renovation was thrown at the entrance of the villa's yard, blocking Yang Ming's way. He frowned. These workers are really too much. Although there will be people from the property management to pick up the garbage at a fixed time every day, they can't pile it up in front of my own yard, right? Just as he wanted to pick up the phone and call the leader of the renovation team, he put down the phone again. He shook his head helplessly and thought about it. These workers have to finish as soon as possible under my urging. How can they have time to care about these little details? Moreover, the property management just said that the useless garbage should be thrown out. They didn't ask for the specific location of the garbage. Seeing that there wasn't much waste wood, Yang Ming parked the car nearby and planned to move the garbage himself. Afraid of dirtying his clothes, Yang Ming took out a military coat that Ho Junhan put here from the trunk and put it on. Just as he was moving halfway, he saw Li Yixuan come over with a large bundle of roses. After seeing Yang Ming, he was obviously stunned. Looking at Yang Ming's attire, he remembered what Yang Ming was doing, so he said, Are you working here? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and looked at his own attire. It was no wonder that Li Yixuan would misunderstand. However, Yang Ming and Li Yixuan weren't particularly familiar with each other. There was no need to explain to him. If he explained, it would seem that he was hiding something. So, he simply nodded vaguely and said, No way. This work is so hard. Chen Mingyan's family has connections. Can't she just introduce you to a job? Li Yixuan said, If you don't want to trouble a woman, just tell me. We are brothers. What is there to be embarrassed about? I will find a good job for you. Yang Ming smiled and said, No need. This is good. If you have something to do, just do it first. What do I have to do? AI. Li Yixuan sighed. Don't I come here once a day as a routine? She doesn't even answer my phone call. Today's flowers, it seems that I bought them for nothing. What do you mean by not answering your phone call? Bought for nothing? What are you talking about? Yang Ming was inexplicable. Wang Xiaoyan bought a villa here. Li Yixuan sighed. Damn, now I finally know why I borrowed money from her. She is not in a hurry to find me to return it. Her family is not short of money. Yang Ming was stunned. Wang Xiaoyan bought a villa here? Seeing Yang Ming's puzzled expression, Li Yixuan reached out and pointed. Then he said, It's there. It's her new villa. She has already moved in? Yang Ming asked curiously. Yeah, she has lived there for many days. Li Yixuan nodded. Yang Ming patted his head and thought, It seems that I really misunderstood the people of the renovation team. There is really a neighbor in the villa and next door. I just didn't expect that this neighbor is Wang Xiaoyan. Then, you continue to work hard. Yang Ming was afraid that Li Yixuan would pester him and ask him to continue to teach him how to pick up girls. So, he continued to move the waste. AI? Li Yixuan suddenly thought of something. He suddenly patted Yang Ming's shoulder and suddenly shouted, Ah, damn, it hurts. Yang Ming resisted the urge to laugh. He thought to himself, Why are you so surprised? It turned out that Yang Ming was holding a piece of wood in his hand. When Li Yixuan patted his shoulder, Yang Ming let go of his hand. It would just happen to hit Li Yixuan's foot. He suddenly screamed in pain. Oh! I'm sorry. You see, when you patted me, I was shocked. Yang Ming shook his head and said, It's not your fault. AI, it's really fucking bad luck. Li Yixuan grimaced in pain. How about doing me a favor? Chapter 707. What's the favor? Yang Ming glanced at Li Yixuan, who was hopping, and asked, Don't you and Yin Yin know each other? Li Yixuan said, Wait. Before Li Yixuan finished speaking, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Who is Yin Yin? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by this sudden intimate name. It sounded like Yonyan. It was like addressing Chen Mingyan. It's Wang Xiaoyan. Li Yixuan said with some embarrassment. Oh, I know her. What's wrong? Asked Yang Ming. If that's the case, then fine. You help me send this flower to Wang Xiaoyan. Li Yixuan put the flowers in Yang Ming's hand and said, I send. Yang Ming frowned. Sending flowers. How can you find someone to do it for you? What's more, Yang Ming didn't have the leisure to get involved in Li Yixuan's trivial matters. Good buddy, I beg you. You cannot give me face when I ask, right? As soon as Li Yixuan opened his mouth, he began to use words to pressure Yang Ming, blocking his way out. However, this wasn't the end of it. There was something more extreme. This kid threw the roses into Yang Ming's arms. Then he turned and ran. As he ran, he said, Please, buddy, I will treat you to a big meal next time. That's right. I have to tell her seriously that I love you. I'm sincere to you. Please give me a chance. Yang Ming opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. I have never seen such a thick-skinned person. I really want to throw the flowers away. Suddenly, I remembered little Xinyang's words. Flowers are innocent. I shook my head and thought just this once. So, holding the flowers, I reluctantly came to the door of the villa next door and rang the doorbell above the door. After a long time, a pretty girl wearing a black leather jacket ran out. Her voice was somewhat lazy as she said, Who is it? Yang Ming shook his head. This Wang Xiaoyan was still so muddle-headed. Wasn't she afraid that bad guys were knocking on the door? How could a girl run out so casually? Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's appearance, it was obvious that she was sleeping just now. However, she was dressed quite neatly. Yang Ming guessed that she might have gone out to exercise in the morning and then went back to sleep after coming back. Who are you? Flowers? Wang Xiaoyan was sleepy and didn't recognize Yang Ming. She also didn't expect that Yang Ming would wear a military coat and dress like a migrant worker. What kind of flower shop is this? Why didn't they send someone in formal attire to deliver the flowers? Yang Ming was stunned. Hearing what she said, he knew that Wang Xiaoyan misunderstood and thought that he was a florist. No, I'm your neighbor. Yang Ming quickly explained. Neighbor? Wang Xiaoyan frowned. You're my neighbor? You're the one who smashed everything in your house all day long? You made me unable to sleep in the middle of the night. Yang Ming scolded Li Yixuan's 18 generations of ancestors. Why am I doing this? Why did I take on such a shitty job? He was too lazy to explain. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan didn't recognize him, he quickly completed the task and left this troublesome place. So he quickly said, "The person who sent the flowers said, 'I love you. I'm sincere to you. Give me a chance.'" When Yang Ming spoke, he deliberately lowered his head. Since Wang Xiaoyan didn't recognize him, he didn't want to create more problems. Wang Xiaoyan was in a daze, so she didn't hear Yang Ming's sentence. "The person who sent the flowers said," she only heard the second half of the sentence, and her lungs were about to explode. What kind of neighbor is this? Renovating in the middle of the night disturbed my rest. He finally came here, but he didn't come to apologize, but to confess to me. Wang Xiaoyan grabbed the roses in Yang Ming's hand and then slammed it on Yang Ming's face. The two were too close. Yang Ming couldn't dodge in time. He was hit, and the roses scattered all over the floor. Motherfucker, who did I provoke? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's hard to be a good person these days. He shook his head and said, "AI, flowers are innocent." After that, he turned around and left. But he suddenly heard Wang Xiaoyan yelling, "Yang Ming, you stop." Yang Ming was shocked. This girl recognized me? Wang Xiaoyan didn't pay much attention to Yang Ming, but when she threw the flowers on Yang Ming's face, Wang Xiaoyan subconsciously followed the bouquet of flowers and glanced at Yang Ming. With his glance, she immediately recognized Yang Ming. "Sweat, you just recognized me." Since he was recognized, Yang Ming couldn't leave. He turned around and said awkwardly, "It's you." Wang Xiaoyan frowned and was a little annoyed. Originally, Yang Ming's matter didn't have much to do with her, but because of Zhao Ying, she had to say a few words. "Yang Ming, what do you mean? You disturbed my rest. For Sister Ying's face, I won't punish you. But what do you mean by sending me flowers? I really feel sorry for Sister Ying. How'd she like a half-hearted guy like you?" Yang Ming wanted to explain, but Wang Xiaoyan turned and left. When she left, she threw out a sentence that made Yang Ming very embarrassed. "Sorry, you're not my type. Fuck." Yang Ming felt that he was really wronged. What is this? Nothing good happened in the morning. It's simply inexplicable. He was too lazy to explain to her. What Yang Ming cared about was what Wang Xiaoyan said just now. Zhao Ying likes me? Although Zhao Ying didn't express any thoughts in front of me, what does Wang Xiaoyan mean? Could it be there's an inside story? Thinking of this, Yang Ming wanted to find Wang Xiaoyan to learn more about the situation. However, it shouldn't be possible today. Wang Xiaoyan, this chick, misunderstood me and was angry. Forget it. Anyway, we are neighbors. The monk can run away, but the temple can't run away. I will find an opportunity to apologize and get some information from her. Glancing at the roses scattered on the ground, Yang Ming shrugged and turned to walk back. Glancing at the wastewood piled up in front of his villa, Yang Ming was too lazy to move it. He lifted his legs and walked in directly. Not far away, Li Yixuan actually didn't leave, but he had been paying attention to the movement here. He couldn't hear what Yang Ming said, but he could see. When he saw that Yang Ming was thrown by Wang Xiaoyan, he was secretly shocked. Fortunately, I didn't go personally. Even an acquaintance is treated like this. If I go personally, I don't know what will happen. Thinking of this, Li Yixuan shuddered a little. However, Yang Ming's approach gave Li Yixuan some inspiration. If I don't come to deliver flowers, I can entrust those flower shops to deliver flowers. That way, I don't have to come here early in the morning every day. As for the flower delivery person being thrown a few times, it didn't matter. There must be a brave man with a high reward. Li Yixuan didn't believe that if he gave more money, would he be afraid that no one would take this job? Entering his villa, Yang Ming found the foreman and handed him a cigarette. Then he asked, "These few days, did you affect the neighbors next door at night?" Boss, did the people next door complain to you?" The foreman was stunned and asked. You should be quiet. The people next door don't want to." Yang Ming looked at the foreman's expression and knew that what he said last time was in vain. These guys would definitely not care about the neighbor's rest in order to complete the work as soon as possible. I have already paid attention to it, but this work, no matter how light it is impossible for there to be no movement at all. The foreman said with difficulty, Boss, why don't you negotiate with her? Forget it. Yang Ming waved his hand and knew that it was useless for these people to say anything. So he said, pay attention next time. I will try to coordinate. Right? Why are you looking for me? It's like this. Last time, Miss Chen said that there's a bedroom where we can't use any smelly thinner. But boss, you also know that there are chemical ingredients in the thinner and paint. How can there not be any at all? The foreman explained. So that's it. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mengyan was referring to the bedroom left for Zhou Jiejia. In order to create a good resting environment for Zhou Jiejia, Chen Mengyan suggested not to use those toxic paints and diluents. Then, is it okay not to use them? Didn't the original design already finish painting the walls? It's okay, but the plan that Miss Chun brought is not the same as the original. The foreman was talking about the drawings of Zhou Jiejia's original homeroom. In order to let Zhou Jiejia adapt to the environment, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan discussed and decided that the decoration here was completely copied from Zhou Jiejia's room. Try not to use it. It doesn't matter if there are some differences. Yang Ming thought about it. If it really doesn't work, immediately get some bamboo charcoal bags to absorb the toxic substances after you finish the work. That's fine. I will study it again. The foreman said, also about the bathroom, boss. Can you come and take a look? Is this okay? Yang Ming followed the foreman to the bathroom and then went to the kitchen. Although they were small problems, they also delayed Yang Ming's morning. Chapter 708. As he was talking about the implementation plan of the large bathtub in the bathroom, Yang Ming's cell phone rang again. The bathtub in the bathroom was replaced with a huge one according to Yang Ming's request. The renovation workers were puzzled. This bathtub is enough for a couple's bath. Why do you need to change it to a big one? Yang Ming couldn't say much. He simply said, I'm swimming in the bathtub. Can't I? All the questions of the workers were swallowed back. How would they know that Yang Ming was planning his multi-beauty bath plan? In the material market, there was no bathtub as big as Yang Ming's request. It could only be customized with a manufacturer. Today, it was mainly to discuss the details of the bathtub. Picking up the phone, Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID above. It was Lin Jiyun. Jiyun, what's the matter? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, are you free now? Lin Jiyun hesitated for a long time and said, if there's anything, just say it. Don't hesitate. You don't have to be shy with me. Yang Ming knew Lin Jiyun's temperament. She didn't like to trouble him easily. However, Yang Ming was gradually cultivating Lin Jiyun's habit of finding him to solve the problem first. This is the case. My uncle is coming here from Australia. His flight is in the middle of the night. My mother is afraid that the airport doesn't have a bus coming to Songjiang. She wants to trouble you to pick up my uncle. If it's really troublesome, then there's no need, Lin Jiyun said carefully. What's the trouble? Yang Ming smiled and said, okay, then are you going? If you go, I will naturally go, said Lin Jiyun. Okay, then you wait for me at home. I will pick you up in a while. Yang Ming promised. After explaining the matters here, Yang Ming left the villa and walked to the place where he parked his car. Just as he took out the remote control to open the door, Yang Ming was stunned. A 12 or 13-year-old boy was holding a football in his hand. He was standing on the side of Yang Ming's BMW, and there were several explosive cracks on the windshield of Yang Ming's BMW. There was no need to ask. This was obviously done by this child. Yang Ming patted his forehead. Why am I so unlucky today? I have been unlucky since the morning. Who knows what bad things will happen in a while? Uncle, is this your car? The little boy trembled as he looked at Yang Ming, who was walking over, and asked carefully. Yang Ming nodded and looked at the little boy with a wry smile. Did you do this? I'm sorry. Uncle, I was wrong. Please don't hit me, can you? The little boy said with a sad face. Do? AI. Yang Ming couldn't do it to this child. Besides, he wasn't distressed about this piece of glass money. The key problem was that he just told Lin Jiyun that he would pick her up, and then such a fucking thing happened. Your family lives here? Yang Ming looked at the little boy and asked. Yeah, it's over there in building E19. The little boy said, what about your parents? For this kind of thing, it was useless to tell a child. Let's find his parents first. Uncle, can you not tell my family? They should beat me. The little boy begged. Then what do you say? Although Yang Ming didn't lack this piece of glass money, should he just accept his bad luck? What's more, if this child didn't teach him a lesson, he would still play football in the community. Yang Ming didn't want to be on tenterhooks all day long. Even if the car wasn't smashed, there were still the windows of the house. In these few days, everyone was renovating, so the people in the community were quite chaotic. There weren't enough security guards. No one would notice this child playing football here. Then, can I pay for it? Asked the little boy. Pay for it? Do you have money? Yang Ming wondered. This piece of glass in the car costs a few hundred yuan. Can this child afford it? Can I find my sister to compensate you? Said the child. Find your sister? Okay. Yang Ming thought about it. It didn't matter who he found. The key was to reprimand the child so that he wouldn't play football in the yard in the future. The child actually had a cell phone. But thinking about it, cell phones were so cheap now. It had become a popular communication tool. The child made a phone call. Not long after, he saw a police car speeding over. When the person in the car came down, Yang Ming was stunned. A valiant policewoman was actually Xia Shui. Xia Shui was also stunned when she saw Yang Ming. She looked at the little boy next to him and understood. Without saying anything, she hit the little boy's head and said, "Did you get into trouble again? Let me clean up your butt." As a policewoman, Xia Shui usually came into contact with the dark side, so her words weren't so gentle. "Sister, I was wrong. You owe me pay for this, uncle." The little boy lowered his head and said carefully, "What uncle? You should call him brother." Xia Shui was angry when she heard it. How did Yang Ming become an uncle? Wasn't I inexplicably a generation lower? Forget it, Xia Shui. Is this your brother? Yang Ming smiled and said, "You don't have to pay for it. You have to talk to him so that he won't play football in this place in the future." Brother, I was wrong. When the little boy saw that the person in front of him knew his sister, he knew that things had taken a turn for the better. Why did you change your car? Yang Ming saw that Xia Shui drove a racer last time, but today, she drove a Jetta. I don't have to go to work. The team gave me a Jetta. Xia Shui said, "I've been so busy recently. I didn't have time to take advantage of you." How could Xia Shui not have time? After being promoted to the vice captain, she didn't have to go to work. Her time was much more abundant than before, but every time she thought of the ambiguous matter with Yang Ming, her face would burn. She was really embarrassed to see Yang Ming. Since he is your brother, then this matter is over. However, you are responsible for finding someone to tow the car away and help me fix it. You don't need money to tow the car, right? Yang Ming said, "I still have something to do. Let's talk next time." Xia Shui was embarrassed to look for Yang Ming, but it didn't mean that Xia Shui didn't want to see Yang Ming. She didn't know why, but recently, when she didn't see Yang Ming, Xia Shui's heart was empty. Today, she finally got to see Yang Ming through her brother's matter, but she didn't say a few words before Yang Ming was leaving. She couldn't help but be a little angry. Yang Ming really had something to do, so he didn't notice Xia Shui's expression. He just waved his hand, threw the car key to Xia Shui, and turned to leave. Before he left, he asked the little boy, "What is your name?" "Brother, my name is Lu Xing," replied the little boy. "Lu Xing? Xia Shui?" Yang Ming sweated. Yang Ming left, and Xia Shui vented her anger on Lu Xing, poor Lu Xing. He thought that his sister was angry because he got into trouble. Who knew that this anger was because of Yang Ming? The car was gone, so Yang Ming had to find another way. He took out the phone. He wanted to call Bao Songli, but he dialed son Jie's phone instead. The phone rang a few times, but no one answered. When Yang Ming wanted to give up, the phone was picked up. "Dear, what are you doing? You took such a long time to answer the phone. Could it be that you solved your physiological problem by yourself?" Yang Ming joked. Cough, cough. There was a man's voice over the phone. "Yang Ming, I am Sun Hongjun." "Ugh, uncle." Yang Ming sweated. It was really like the saying, if a person was unlucky, even cold water would be stuck in his teeth. "I am in little Jia's company. She wanted to get the information for me. She didn't bring her phone. Should I ask her to call you later?" Said Sun Hongjun. "That's fine. That's it, uncle." Yang Ming hung up the phone with a red face. If it were another person who spoke to Sun Hongjun like this, Sun Hongjun would have already gone mad. However, the person was Yang Ming, so Sun Hongjun had to pretend that he didn't understand. But in his heart, why do young people nowadays make such vulgar jokes? Yang Ming stopped a taxi and went directly to Sun Jie's company. On the way, he received a call from Sun Jie. Because Sun Hongjun was on the side, Yang Ming and Sun Jie didn't talk much. Yang Ming just said that he wanted to borrow Sun Jie's Audi R8. Sun Jie asked where Yang Ming was and asked the secretary to send the car key down. Driving to Lin Jiyun's home, Yang Ming knew that Lin Chongqing and Xin Yueping also planned to go together. If there was no problem with Yang Ming's BMW, they could sit down, but this Audi R8 sports car could only seat 2 people. Little Yang, don't be embarrassed. Jiyun's father and I will take the bus. Xin Yueping said after seeing Yang Ming's car. It's okay. I will find another car for you and Uncle Lin. As Yang Ming said this, he took out the phone and called Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli had a lot of idle cars, so he just asked him to send one over. Chapter 709. You and Yin Ergo first. Old Lin and I will wait here for a while. It was rare for her daughter and Yang Ming to have a chance to be alone. Xin Yueping didn't want to disturb them. Anyway, they weren't in the same car, so she let Yang Ming go first. Yang Ming thought about it and agreed. The speed of the Audi R8 wasn't something that an ordinary car could catch up with. Even if they set off together, they would arrive first. So he said, well, Ani Shun, I have explained everything. When the car arrives, I will call you. Okay, you go first. When you arrive, find a place to rest first. We will contact you when we arrive. Xin Yueping nodded and smiled. It was a torture to let a high-performance sports car follow behind an ordinary van. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun took the lead. They got on the Ring Highway and drove out of the city. It was unknown when, but there were scattered snowflakes outside the sky. Yang Ming had to turn on the windshield wiper to sweep away the snow on the windshield. It's so beautiful. Lin Jiyun looked out of the window and said sincerely, I remember when I was a child, the children in the alley ran out happily when it snowed. They made snowmen together and had a snowball fight. Now is fine too. If you like, I will make a snowman with you and have a snowball fight. Yang Ming said, but how can 2 people fight? Lin Jiyun shook her head and chuckled. You can hit me. Yang Ming also smiled. Or, when Chen Mingyan is free, let's go snowball fight together. No, you 2 must be in a group. I will be the one who gets beaten up. Lin Jiyun heard Chen Mingyan's name, and she was shocked. She said with a sad expression, that's not necessarily true. You and Mingyan are in a group. You can hit me. Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun's nervous mood, so he comforted her. Lin Jiyun didn't take Yang Ming's words seriously. It was obviously impossible. How can I be friends with Chen Mingyan? After passing the toll booth of the highway, Yang Ming frowned. The fog was so thick that it wasn't easy to drive. It was better in the city. There was only some light snow, but the Dongsong Highway was full of fog. For safety, Yang Ming turned on the running lights, but some cars turned on high beams. However, Yang Ming once read a news report that said that it was unsafe to turn on the high beams in fog, so he didn't turn it on. Why is the fog so big? Can you see clearly? Lin Jiyun asked worriedly. We can only drive slowly. Yang Ming said, we have passed the toll booth. We can't go back unless we stop by the roadside, but that seems to be even more unsafe. The left and right lanes of the Dongsong Expressway were separated by an isolation belt, so there was no way to head on the expressway. After passing the toll booth, they had to keep driving. Although it was a bit unfair for the Audi R8 to only go up to 60 kilometers per hour for his own safety, Yang Ming didn't dare to drive too fast. Fortunately, the other cars on the road were also very slow, and there were no tricks. For Yang Ming's vision, this fog was basically nothing. His eyes could see through things. However, Yang Ming was also afraid that others would hit him. He always paid attention to the movement behind him. Until the entrance of a small town in front, the traffic flow was normal, but at the entrance of the town there were cars. Yang Ming subconsciously slowed down the speed of the car. What happened in front? Lin Jiyun asked quickly. I don't know. Maybe something happened. Yang Ming said so, but in fact, he had already seen it clearly. Two big trucks collided together. A big truck was going to enter the town, and the other was going straight, but because of the fog, they couldn't see each other clearly. In addition, the snow on the road caused the two vehicles to collide together. This was not the end of it. The following vehicles did not see these two trucks clearly, so they directly crashed into them. Yang Ming glanced at it roughly. There were 13 or 14 vehicles, and they crashed into each other one after another. As Yang Ming spoke, he turned on the double emergency lights at the back of his car. However, in this fog, it wasn't clear how much effect it would have. In front of Yang Ming was a medium-sized truck, and it also slammed into an Audi A6 in front of him. Half of the A6 tail had been completely deformed. It seemed that this was the result of the truck braking in time. Otherwise, the Audi in front of him would be in a bad shape. Yang Ming once saw a video. A 3-compartment Hongqi sedan was pincered by 2 trucks on the highway. The entire body was compressed to less than half a meter. The car was already like this, let alone the people in the car. Hurry up and get out of the car. Although Yang Ming had good eyesight and stopped the car in time, he couldn't guarantee that the driver behind could make the same judgment in time as him. If they were slightly careless, what awaited them would be broken into pieces. Get out of the car? Lin Jiyun didn't understand. She looked up at Yang Ming in confusion. Just as Yang Ming was about to explain, there was a continuous and urgent whistle from behind him. Yang Ming quickly looked back. Oh my goodness, a large truck with a heavy load was rushing over here. Yang Ming could see the truck driver's anxious and pale face, and his mouth kept cursing and praying. Hurry up and get out of the way. Hurry up and get out of the way. Yang Ming knew that it wasn't that he didn't want to brake, but that he couldn't brake. When the truck driver saw the serial accident in front of him and made a judgment, it was too late. Yang Ming quickly opened the door and pulled Lin Jiyun to the ditch on the side of the highway. With a loud bang, the Audi R8 was directly pushed under the chassis of the truck in front. The giant truck behind directly hit the rear of the truck in front, making a harsh and shocking sound. Yang Ming took a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, my eyesight is better than others. Otherwise, I might really die here. Ah! Lin Jiyun screamed. Her face was pale as she stared at the Audi R8 that was pushed under the chassis of the truck in front. It's okay, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Yang Ming reached out and hugged Lin Jiyun in his arms. He comforted her gently. We are safe now. Yang Ming could clearly feel Lin Jiyun's rapid breathing and panicked heartbeat. He gently patted her back and comforted her frightened soul. After a long while, Lin Jiyun cried out. She lay in Yang Ming's arms and sobbed violently. Yang Ming hugged her tightly. Obviously, what happened just now had frightened Lin Jiyun quite a bit. This girl, who would not easily reveal her true feelings, was now weakly and helplessly revealing her true self. Yang Ming, I'm so scared, Lin Jiyun said with a sob. We almost died. What do you mean by dying? I'm here. Nothing will happen. Yang Ming said firmly. At this time, he had to be tough and firm. If he showed his fear, then Lin Jiyun would be more helpless. In fact, Yang Ming really had a lingering fear in his heart. He was so close to being finished. Since this morning, bad luck had not stopped, but he didn't expect that would be such bad luck. The truck driver behind jumped out of the cab and saw Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun standing on the side. He quickly walked over and said, Brother, sister, both of you are really lucky. Your reaction is fast. My car really couldn't stop. Hurry up and call the police. Don't let the vehicles behind come in again. Yang Ming instructed the truck driver behind him. However, the vehicles in front should have already called the police, but the traffic police and the road administration were 2 different departments. It would take some time to respond. After Yang Ming finished, he took out his mobile phone and called Bao Songli. Have you set off? Yang Ming asked urgently. We were stopped at the highway entrance. The fog was heavy, and we weren't allowed to go in. Bao Songli replied. I was just about to call you. Brother Yang, are you okay? I'm fine. Then you wait first. Yang Ming said, I have something to do here. I want to talk about it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming was relieved. It seemed that the highway entrance had responded and prevented the vehicles behind from coming in. However, Before Yang Ming put away the phone, there was another loud bang. Another car rear-ended the heavy truck. "Hurry up and tell the driver in the car behind to get off," Yang Ming subconsciously shouted to the truck driver. "Oh, I'll go now." The truck driver quickly ran over. "Yang Ming, I'm a little cold." Lin Jiyun's sobbing became softer. She rubbed against Yang Ming's arms and said, "Then let's find a place to rest." Yang Ming looked at the situation of the car accident. It couldn't be dealt with in a short time. So he said, "This is the entrance to the city. There should be a place to rest in front." Chapter 710. This was a small county between Songjiang and Donghai Expressway called Shuangli Town. Because of the unique geographical location, the economic level was not bad. Recently, a resort was built and a series of tourism policies were launched, making Shuangli Town a good place for leisure and vacation tourism. Therefore, at the entrance of Shuangli Town, there were many temporary hotels with a good environment. With such a major traffic accident, the police naturally did not dare to neglect it. Soon, 2 police cars that came to deal with the world flashed their lights, followed by ambulances and trailers. Looking at the bloody victims who were carried to the ambulance, Lin Jiyun was so scared that she hid her head in Yang Ming's arms. Yang Ming stroked her shoulder and sighed. Yang Ming, who had seen many dead people, couldn't help but be a little moved. Natural disasters and man-made disasters. How could these people think that the object of the car accident was themselves? The cars were separated one by one. Yang Ming's Audi R8 didn't seem to be very serious. Because the sport car was relatively short, it was directly hit by the truck in front of it. It was just that the roof was flattened. The front and back of the body had varying degrees of damage, but compared to those cars that had become a pile of scrap iron, it was considered very good. Sun Jie's Audi R8 was obviously more famous in Donghai City. After the traffic police who came here to deal with the accident saw the license plate number, his face immediately showed a dignified expression. When he saw that there was no one in the car, he was relieved. "You are the owner?" The traffic police saw that it was not Sun Jie who came over, but a young man, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. "I'm not. The car is a friend's," said Yang Ming. "Oh, then can you call the owner and contact him?" If it were normal times, it wouldn't be so troublesome, but this traffic police happened to have some connections with the Sun family circle. He knew that Sun Jie's R8 was not lent to men, so he subconsciously had doubts and guessed that Yang Ming's car was not legitimate. Okay. Yang Ming also planned to tell Sun Jie and then find someone to deal with the problem of repairing the car. "What's the matter, Yang Ming?" Sun Jie picked up the phone and whispered, "My dad and I are talking about the company. There was an accident on the Dongsong Expressway. 37 cars were involved in a chain collision." Yang Ming said, "I still have something to do. I'll leave the car here first. Can you talk to the traffic police?" "All right." When Sun Jie heard that the car had an accident, she wasn't angry with Yang Ming. Instead, she was subconsciously worried about Yang Ming's safety. However, now that Yang Ming called her, it proved that he wasn't injured, so Sun Jie didn't ask so much. Yang Ming handed the phone to the traffic policeman in front of him. The traffic policeman took the phone and asked carefully, "Is this Sister Sun Jie?" "I'm Little Zhou, Little Tang's boyfriend." Hello. Okay, I got it. Sister Sun, don't worry. This traffic police officer Xiao Zhou's girlfriend, Xiao Tang, was a friend that Sun Jie met through Yang Li. Xiao Tang's family background was also good. They had eaten together several times. However, among them, the Sun family's background was the biggest. Returning the phone to Yang Ming, Xiao Zhou quickly said, "If you have something to do, just go ahead. Leave this to me." "That's fine. Sorry to trouble you." Yang Ming also heard that the person in front of him knew Sun Jie, so he didn't say anything more. Yang Ming hugged Lin Jiyun and walked to Shuangli Town. Xiao Zhou secretly wondered, which great god is this in front of me? Sun Jie's car isn't lent to a man. Then, what is the relationship between this man and Sun Jie? Who is the girl in his arms? Xiao Zhou shook his head. He couldn't ask these things. He had to put the doubts in his stomach and turned to continue to deal with the traffic accident. "Are you here for a trip or a temporary rest?" Not far from the entrance of Shuangli Town, there was a row of motorized, three-wheeled motorcycles parked. The drivers on the motorcycles were shouting to attract guests. Seeing that Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun came over, a young man immediately rushed over. The others had to give up in envy. Temporary rest. Help me find a clean hotel. Yang Ming helped Lin Jiyun get on the young man's motorcycle. Okay. The young man responded, the fare is 5 yuan. Is that okay? Okay. Although it was a tourist town, the price level was there. 5 yuan for a fare was already considered good. No matter how high it wouldn't be enough. Yang Ming didn't care about this little money and nodded. Soon, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were sent to the entrance of a well-decorated hotel. Yang Ming paid the fare and walked in with Lin Jiyun. After the young man took the fare, he didn't leave. Yang Ming knew that he must get some commission for sending guests to the hotel, but Yang Ming didn't care. Many places were like this. Whether they got commission or not, it didn't have much to do with Yang Ming. This money wouldn't go to Yang Ming in the end. The price of the rooms was transparent. It was written on the door of the hotel. It was just giving a part of the commission to these people who solicited guests, so the hotel earned less. But even so, the hotel was still very willing to pay this commission. There was no other reason. They just hoped that these people could introduce more guests next time. Are you two staying or resting? The hotel's proprietress greeted them warmly. Resting. Yang Ming said, give me a room where I could take a shower. Okay, if you're resting, you'll be charged by the hour. 20 yuan per hour. The proprietress said, the minimum charge is 1 hour. More than 1 hour is charged according to half an hour. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's a few minutes. Please pay a deposit of 100 yuan first. Okay. Yang Ming took out his wallet, took out a bill, and handed it to the proprietress. After the proprietress checked the authenticity, she gave Yang Ming a set of keys and asked the waiter on the side to take Yang Ming and the others upstairs. Yang Ming followed behind the waiter and pretended to be unintentional. He turned back and saw that the young man who had just sent them here received another 5 yuan commission from the proprietress and left happily. Of course, this commission was based on the premise that Yang Ming and the others decided to stay. If Yang Ming and the others didn't like this place, then there would be no commission for the young man. The facilities of the room were not bad. It was a standard couple's room. There was a separate bathroom, air conditioning, and TV. The bedding and sheets were very neat and made people look very comfortable. Hot water is available 24 hours a day. The TV is from Zhongzhou Satellite. The waiter introduced, if you need anything else, just call the service desk downstairs. The phone number is 1001. Okay, you go ahead. Yang Ming nodded, and the waiter left the room. There was only one big bed in the room, but Lin Jiyun just blushed slightly and didn't raise any objections. When they were in Donghai, the two people had already lived together on a big bed. Take a hot bath first. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's hair, which was covered with snow, and said, don't catch a cold. And Lin Jiyun was also freezing. At the moment, she wanted to take a hot bath. Yang Ming turned on the air conditioner and then went to the bathroom. He first used his special ability to check inside. He didn't find anything like a surveillance camera before he was relieved. Turning on the hot water, Yang Ming tested the temperature with his hand. It was just right, so he called, Jiyun, you come and take a bath first. Oh, Lin Jiyun stood up from the bed. She hadn't recovered from the shock just now. She took off her coat, hung it on the hanger, and walked to the bathroom. The temperature of the water is ready. You can just take a bath directly. As Yang Ming said this, he walked out of the bathroom. He brushed past Lin Jiyun's body and accidentally touched her sweater. He found that it was wet, and Yang Ming was stunned. He reached out and touched Lin Jiyun's sweater, and then said, why is it so wet? I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment, hurry up and take off your clothes. I will put them in the air conditioner to dry. Yang Ming said quickly, oh, okay. Lin Jiyun nodded shyly. Then can you go out first? Hee. Yang Ming smiled, turned out of the bathroom, and closed the door. After a while, he heard Lin Jiyun's voice. Yang Ming, are you outside? I'm here. Yang Ming said, you gave me the clothes? As she said this, the bathroom door only opened a small gap. Lin Jiyun reached out and handed out a stack of neatly folded clothes. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't peek at the small gap. If he wanted to see, he didn't need to peek at all. He could just use his special ability. What couldn't he see? What about the underwear and underwear? Yang Ming looked at the clothes in his hand and asked. That it's not necessary. Lin Jiyun said in a hurry. How can that be? It's all underwear. If it's wet, it will be uncomfortable to wear it. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. With our relationship, do we still need to avoid it? Chapter 711. Lin Jiyun's hand that was about to hand over the clothes was frozen. She seemed to be hesitating. Yang Ming didn't urge her and waited for her to make a decision. After a while, Lin Jiyun whispered, Then you saw it. Don't laugh at me. Why would I laugh at you? Yang Ming was a bit baffled. Anyway, you are not allowed to laugh. After Lin Jiyun finished speaking, she carefully handed out her underwear and bra. Yang Ming took the underwear handed over by Lin Jiyun and found out that Lin Jiyun's underwear was actually SpongeBob SquarePants. It was printed with a large SpongeBob SquarePants portrait. When they were in Donghai last time, Lin Jiyun liked this cartoon. He didn't expect her underwear to also buy this pattern. Lin Jiyun was still a bit childish. Yang Ming also knew why Lin Jiyun said before not to make Yang Ming laugh. She was referring to this. It's quite cute. Yang Ming said, I know a shop that specializes in selling SpongeBob SquarePants accessories. Let's go together next time. Let's buy more. Lin Jiyun replied softly, and then she closed the bathroom door. On the underwear, there was still a faint body fragrance of Lin Jiyun, which made Yang Ming have some fantasies. However, he wasn't perverted to the point of doing something dirty with a woman's underwear. He shook his head gently and placed Lin Jiyun's clothes on the desk under the air conditioner. The coat was placed at the bottom, and the underwear was placed at the top. However, the temperature in the room wasn't high. Even if the air conditioner was turned on, the clothes couldn't be dried in a short time. Yang Ming hesitated and dialed the phone number of the service desk downstairs. I'm a guest of 209. Do you have new women's pajamas here? Asked Yang Ming. The lady boss apparently also considered the situation and played the hotel's business project incisively and incisively. When she heard Yang Ming's request, she immediately said, Yes, there are 3 kinds of quality, which are 50 yuan, 100 yuan, and 200 yuan. Which one do you want, sir? I want the 200 yuan one. This kind of underwear was very uncomfortable to wear with poor quality, so Yang Ming directly asked for the best. Right? Do you have cold medicine here? Kong Tech or Gong Kong? We don't have that. The hotel is not allowed to sell medicine. The lady boss said, But it doesn't matter. I can get a waiter to buy it for you from the pharmacy next door. All right, go ahead. Bring me a pot of water as well, Yang Ming instructed. The lady boss repeatedly agreed. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming opened the door and saw the lady boss standing at the door with a smile on her face. These are pajamas. I saw that your wife is quite tall, so I took a large size. Take a look. If it doesn't fit, I'll go downstairs and change it for you. But you can't open the seal. If you open the seal, I won't be able to sell it anymore. The lady boss explained. All right, this will do. Since it was a last-minute outfit, Yang Ming didn't care much about it. He took the pajamas and put them aside. Then he asked, Did you buy the medicine? I bought 3 types, but I don't know which one you need. The lady boss handed a small bag to Yang Ming. Yang Ming opened it. There were Gong Kong, Kong Tech, and quick-acting cold capsules inside. Most likely, the owner of the pharmacy and the lady boss knew each other. Whenever there was an opportunity, they would take care of each other. Naturally, it would be better to sell more. However, Yang Ming didn't care. He nodded and said, Sorry to trouble you. As he said this, he took out his wallet and took out 300 yuan and handed it to the lady boss. The medicine cost a total of 26 yuan. I'll give you the rest of the money later. After the lady boss took the money, she said to Yang Ming, Forget it. The rest of the money will be considered as a tip. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, The water in the thermos in your hand is boiled water, right? Just put it on the shelf at the door. Okay. The lady boss smiled and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you. You are so generous. The pajamas earned 50 yuan, and the tip earned more than 70 yuan. The lady boss was very happy in her heart. She hummed a song and went downstairs. Lin Jiyun's body was actually not dirty. Originally, Lin Jiyun was a person who loved cleanliness. She always took a shower at home. Coincidentally, she just took a shower last night. Therefore, in the bathroom, she only used hot water to wash her body to get rid of the cold. However, her hair was stained with a lot of snow water. After it melted, there was a sticky feeling. It was very uncomfortable. So Lin Jiyun washed her hair and then turned off the water and shower. She knocked on the door of the bathroom and shouted outside, "Yang Ming, are my clothes dry?" "Not yet. It may take a while." Yang Ming picked up the new set of pajamas and walked to the side of the bathroom. Then, he said, "I bought you a new set of pajamas. You put on first." "Oh." Lin Jiyun opened a small gap in the bathroom door, and Yang Ming stuffed the pajamas in. The pajamas were in the form of a large bathrobe. Lin Jiyun quickly put it on and went out of the bathroom. On the blushing face, there was a glow. She was like a lotus flower that just emerged from the water. Yang Ming's heart swayed. There was an impulse to hold Lin Jiyun in his arms and let him take advantage of her. Lin Jiyun seemed to see Yang Ming's absent-minded. She lowered her head shyly and coughed. However, this cough shocked Yang Ming. "Jiyun, did you catch a cold? Why are you coughing?" Lin Jiyun wanted to explain, but she found that her body was really hot. It seemed that it was really the precursor of a cold, so she said, "Maybe I just froze. I asked the lady boss to buy cold medicine. You eat it first." Yang Ming said as he handed the bag of cold medicine to Lin Jiyun. "What kind of medicine do you usually take?" "I don't know. I just asked the lady boss to buy a few." After that, Yang Ming turned around and poured water for Lin Jiyun. "I will be fine after taking a quick cold capsule." Lin Jiyun took out a quick cold capsule from her pocket and said, this was the cheapest kind of cold medicine. It only cost 5 cents, but Lin Jiyun's family usually took this kind of medicine. Yang Ming handed the hot water to Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun took the medicine and said, "Don't you want to eat? Then I'll eat some too." Although Yang Ming's physique was relatively good, he wasn't made of iron. He still had business to do in a while. He had to rush to Donghai. He didn't want to catch a cold. After Lin Jiyun listened, she took 2 cold capsules and put them in Yang Ming's hand. Then she said, "I will get you some water." "No need. I will just drink this." Yang Ming grabbed the cup in Lin Jiyun's hand and drank the medicine in his mouth. Lin Jiyun's face was red again. Fortunately, it was already a little red, so it wasn't obvious. "I will also take a shower. You rest." Yang Ming put the cold medicine and the cup aside and said, "Okay, I want to lie for a while. I'm a little tired." Lin Jiyun sat on the bed and said tiredly. The large bathrobe covered all the exquisite curves on her body. However, the laziness on her face had a different kind of temptation. Yang Ming licked his lips and resisted the desire that was about to burst out in his heart. He shook his head and said, "Well, you rest. I will take a shower." The warm water made Yang Ming feel particularly comfortable, but the thoughts in his heart became more arrogant. Yang Ming looked down at his lower body that had not stopped for a moment. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Coming out of the bathroom, Yang Ming only wore boxers. He glanced at Lin Jiyun on the bed and saw that she was breathing evenly. Apparently, she had fallen asleep. The effect of the cold medicine came. Yang Ming was also a little dizzy. He walked to the bed, pulled up the quilt, and got in. The desire in his heart couldn't beat the fatigue in his body, so he fell into a deep sleep. After special training, Yang Ming's sleep time was controlled very well. He didn't know when, but Yang Ming felt a particularly comfortable feeling. He wanted to get up, but he found that Lin Jiyun was like the last time in Donghai. She hugged Yang Ming like an octopus. However, Lin Jiyun was wearing underwear at that time, and this time, Yang Ming could clearly feel the warmth of Lin Jiyun's body. He didn't know when Lin Jiyun's nightgown had been loosened. She was lying on top of him without a single piece of clothing on. Yang Ming's breathing suddenly became hurried. The desire that had just calmed down suddenly came back. At this time, Lin Jiyun moved her body slightly. Yang Ming suddenly trembled. His lower body was tightly pressed against Lin Jiyun's lower abdomen. Yang Ming wasn't Liu Xiaohui, and he didn't want to be Liu Xiaohui. At this moment, Yang Ming also figured it out. Since I can't give up on Lin Jiyun, then at this moment, what's the difference if it's earlier or later? I just don't know Lin Jiyun's thoughts. Yang Ming suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged Lin Jiyun's body. He wanted to melt her into his body. Don't. Lin Jiyun suddenly made a trembling voice. Chapter 712. When Lin Jiyun turned over just now, she woke up, but she noticed that Yang Ming had already woken up. Moreover, when she turned over, she felt the changes in Yang Ming's body. She was so scared that her heart jumped, so she just moved a little and didn't dare to move again. She thought that if she continued to pretend to be asleep, she could avoid the awkwardness at the moment. She didn't expect that Yang Ming actually boldly hugged her body. At this moment, Lin Jiyun couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. The changes in Yang Ming's body made Lin Jiyun ashamed. She wasn't the little girl who didn't know anything. After she had an accident with Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun also read some information about this and understood some of this kind of knowledge. Jiyun, I love you, Yang Ming whispered in Lin Jiyun's ear. The gentle breath blew in Lin Jiyun's ear, making her tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Lin Jiyun's heart was completely messed up. If it was said that she could still maintain a trace of rationality, then now, Lin Jiyun's mind had turned into a blank, and her body no longer resisted like before. This soft cry made Lin Jiyun open her mouth slightly, which also gave Yang Ming a chance to enter. Yang Ming kissed her hard. Lin Jiyun was shocked, but she closed her mouth again. Yang Ming tried to open Lin Jiyun's teeth with his tongue, but Lin Jiyun clenched her teeth and didn't give him the opportunity. Chen Mingyan knows. What should I do? Lin Jiyun hid her head behind and temporarily escaped from Yang Ming's control. She said nervously, I said a bowl of water is equal. Yang Ming felt that he was a bit shameless, but there was no way. But Lin Jiyun still wanted to say something, but Yang Ming sealed her mouth again. He also seized this rare opportunity and successfully put his tongue into Lin Jiyun's mouth. Lin Jiyun wanted to clench her teeth, but it was impossible. That would bite Yang Ming's tongue. Lin Jiyun couldn't bear to bite it. She could only let Yang Ming take advantage of her. Lin Jiyun was a little dizzy, and her eyes were blurred. Yang Ming's strong masculine aura made her a little nervous and expectant. Her tongue instinctively responded to Yang Ming, but it was incredibly clumsy. Lin Jiyun had never kissed before. This was her first time. His palms were sweating, and his legs were stiff. He didn't know what to do. Yang Ming's hand couldn't help but reach down. Seeing that he was about to touch the most mysterious place, Lin Jiyun suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Ming's arm tightly, not letting him continue. His hands couldn't move, but Yang Ming's body could move. He gently moved down. Only Yang Ming knew what he wanted to do. Wait a minute. Lin Jiyun turned her head abruptly. It could be seen that at this moment, she was also very emotional. There was a hint of red color on her crystal skin. This was the sign of a woman being emotional. Yang Ming wasn't a virgin. Lan Ling and Xiao Qing had such a situation before. Yang Ming didn't speak. He looked at Lin Jiyun in surprise. He didn't understand what she was waiting for. I told you, I'm not a virgin. Will you dislike me? Lin Jiyun said faintly. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Jiyun would suddenly ask this question at this time. He shook his head slightly and said, No. Are you serious? Lin Jiyun bit her lip. She wanted to give herself a reason, an excuse to accept Yang Ming. Even if the two of them really couldn't be together afterward, Lin Jiyun could use that moment to deceive herself. I won't joke about feelings, Yang Ming said seriously. Men, don't they put a lot of emphasis on this aspect? Lin Jiyun was a little uncertain about Yang Ming's thoughts. It's very important. Yang Ming couldn't hold back the desire in his body. He turned over and pressed Lin Jiyun under his body. Lin Jiyun screamed in pain. Although it wasn't the first time, it was still very painful. She widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming in a daze. She frowned. If this is the case, then you still I won't dislike myself, right? Yang Ming said gently, I'm sorry for last time. This time, I will try to be careful. Take it slow. It shouldn't be very painful. Lin Jiyun trembled. Her voice changed a little. You know it all? I will use my love to compensate for your life. Yang Ming said in Lin Jiyun's ear. Lin Jiyun closed her eyes. Her breathing became more and more rapid with Yang Ming's movements. Her mouth also made some vague sounds. The same person was also in the hotel room. Although the things that happened were the same, they were very different. There was no stubborn resistance, no tearing heartache. What was left was the most perfect blend of water and milk. They opened their hearts to each other, and now there was nothing that could stop these two loving hearts from fusing together tightly. After the passionate moment, Yang Ming hugged Lin Jiyun and found that at the corner of her eyes, there were a few drops of tears hanging. Yang Ming gently kissed the corner of Lin Jiyun's eyes. Is it very painful? Lin Jiyun shook her head gently. Fortunately, it's better than last time. Then why are you crying? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. I just want to cry. Lin Jiyun hugged Yang Ming tightly. She hated that she couldn't be a part of his body. She didn't want to be separated. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm right beside you. Yang Ming gently stroked Lin Jiyun's soft hair. There was still the scent of shampoo on it. And Lin Jiyun responded and stopped talking. After a long time, Lin Jiyun said, My bottom is a little uncomfortable. I want to wash. I'll carry you, said Yang Ming. It's not necessary. I'll go by myself. Lin Jiyun sat up and adjusted the nightgown that had already been opened. Yang Ming shook his head. He thought, at this time, you're still shy. However, he didn't insist. He supported Lin Jiyun to the door of the bathroom. Lin Jiyun went in by herself and then closed the door. Looking at the mess on the bed, Yang Ming was a little emotional. I don't know. Will Chen Mingyan accept Lin Jiyun so smoothly? Talking about it was a headache when it was really face-to-face. Picking up the phone in the room, Yang Ming dialed the service desk. I'm a guest of 209. Yang Ming said. The lady boss immediately smiled. What's the order? Just say it. It's like this, I want to. Yang Ming hesitated. He wanted to ask the lady boss to buy a box of emergency contraceptive pills for him, but he hesitated and couldn't say it out loud. So, he said, I want to ask, where's the pharmacy? What else do you want to buy? Just tell me, said the lady boss quickly. No, the medicine I just bought. I think I want to return it. Yang Ming's mind was a little messy now, and he was a little incoherent when he spoke. The lady boss was inexplicable. Return the medicine? How much money can it be returned? More than 70 yuan is just a tip. This kind of person doesn't look like someone who lacks money, right? Suddenly, the lady boss was shocked. Brother, is there a problem with the medicine I bought? Is it a fake medicine? No. Yang Ming listened to the lady boss's words and was a little dumbfounded. He simply said, I want to buy something personal. It's not convenient for you to buy it for me. Little brother, you should have said it earlier. You scared me. I thought there was a problem with the medicine you sold. The lady boss said, just say what you want to buy. Is it condoms? I often buy for the guests. The lady boss was experienced. Her child was quite big, so she didn't care and said it casually. Since the other party said so, Yang Ming had to say, I want to buy the morning after pill. No problem. The lady boss replied, You wait. I will send someone right away. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming shook his head. He thought, the other party isn't embarrassed. Why should I be embarrassed? So, he waited at the door of the room with a thick face. After a while, the lady boss knocked on the door and handed Yang Ming a box of Yuding. She said, Eat one now. After 12 hours, take the second one. How much? Yang Ming took the medicine and wanted to pay for it. Forget it. 8 or 10 yuan. The lady boss smiled and waved her hand. The money you gave just now is more than enough. Yang Ming didn't say anything more. It could be seen that although the lady boss loved money, she wasn't the kind of person who was insatiable. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see Lin Jiyun come out. Yang Ming was a little anxious. It should be quick to wash up, right? Why is it so long? Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly raised his eyes and looked into the bathroom. Now, Lin Jiyun had really become my woman. It shouldn't be considered peeping, right? However, the situation he saw made Yang Ming shocked. Chapter 7:13. Lin Jiyun was curled up in the corner, crying silently, lonely and helpless. Yang Ming's heart was like being hit by a sledgehammer, and it twitched fiercely. Jiyun. Yang Ming couldn't care much. He walked to the bathroom and pushed the door open. Jiyun, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming picked up Lin Jiyun and wrapped her body with the bathrobe. He walked quickly to the bed and gently put Lin Jiyun on the bed. Yang Ming hugged her from behind. Why are you crying this time? Yang Ming gently stroked Lin Jiyun's smooth skin and said softly, after going back, I will explain to my parents. During this time, I have troubled you. Lin Jiyun hesitated and whispered, what explanation? What do you want to explain? Yang Ming faintly felt that Lin Jiyun's words had something else, and something was wrong. Explain. We broke up. Lin Jiyun took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Broke up? What did you break up with? What are you talking about? Yang Ming frowned. Are you thinking nonsense again? What the hell is going on? You are with me. You're good to me because of that incident. I don't want to be a burden in your heart. Lin Jiyun's tears fell silently on Yang Ming's arm. I never thought about blackmailing you or wanting to get anything because of this incident. Really, we are already very sorry to Chun Mingyan like this. She is your girlfriend. I won't bother you anymore in the future. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words and finally understood why Lin Jiyun was sad. However, this was indeed a troublesome problem. Perhaps it was because the sentence, I will use the love of my life to compensate you, had touched Lin Jiyun's sentimental nerves, causing her to misunderstand. However, in any case, Lin Jiyun's current thoughts were normal. If he tried to deny it now, Lin Jiyun would not believe it. So, Yang Ming simply said, well, I admit that when I first knew about this, I had the mentality you said. I wanted to compensate you, but that was just compensation. There are many ways to make it up to you. There's no need to make it up to you emotionally. I can make it up to you financially. Lin Jiyun was silent. What Yang Ming said was the truth. Indeed, he could use money to compensate for it. In this world, there are too many things that could be bought with money. Don't be so unconfident in yourself. Your charm is no less than Mingyan's. After Yang Ming said this, he suddenly changed his tone. There's one more thing. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. You are my woman, Yang Ming's woman. I don't allow other men to touch you. Yang Ming's overbearing tone made Lin Jiyun slightly uncomfortable. However, she was already used to Yang Ming's overbearing attitude. In the bar, when Yang Ming saw that she was being bullied, he directly crippled Brother Kai. Then what should we do in the future? Lin Jiyun sighed and said faintly, what should be done is still done. You're still my girlfriend. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words. He knew that she had changed her mind, so he was relieved. But what about Chun Mingyan? This was a problem that had to be faced. Lin Jiyun didn't want others to call her a vixen behind her back. Chun Mingyan knows everything. Yang Ming turned Lin Jiyun over so that she was facing him. Then, he said, you don't have to feel guilty. The ones who should feel guilty are me and Chun Mingyan. You are just an innocent victim. In the beginning, it was my classmate, Wang Jitao, who framed me for Mingyan. He wanted to send me to prison. So, after all, Mingyan and I are sorry for you. Although Lin Jiyun had long known that Yang Ming was framed, she didn't know the details. What about Wang Jitao? Is he punished by the law? There is no evidence. What is there to punish? Besides, if we punish him, it will definitely implicate this case between us. When that time comes, you won't be able to withdraw the lawsuit just because you want to. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. However, he is finished now. He has been ruined by me. His father's Wang's Xiongfeng group was also taken by me. Although Lin Jiyun was stunned, she wasn't too surprised. She was used to Yang Ming's strength. Well, let's not think about these unpleasant things. After you go back, you and Mingyan meet. If you can talk, you can play together. If you can't, it doesn't matter. As Yang Ming said this, he had an evil thought in his heart. It would be best if they could talk together. Then, the three of them could play together. Lin Jiyun softly said, and no longer said anything. In her heart, naturally, she couldn't bear to leave Yang Ming. Now, Chen Mingyin's problem had passed, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Lin Jiyun had such a temperament that stood aloof from worldly affairs. She never thought of monopolizing Yang Ming. Her expectations weren't high. Even if Yang Ming was just like before, pretending to be her boyfriend, she would be satisfied. However, the more it was like this, the more Yang Ming cherished her. For the first woman in his life, Lin Jiyun occupied a large part of Yang Ming's heart. Yang Ming couldn't tell who he loved more, but at least at this moment, he only had Lin Jiyun in his heart. Ah! Lin Jiyun suddenly exclaimed and broke Yang Ming's thoughts. What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun, who was a little panicked, and asked, Yang Ming, I can't be pregnant, right? Lin Jiyun's face became pale. If you're pregnant, then give birth to it. Yang Ming was stunned. Then he teased her. It's not like we can't afford to raise it. Then the school will expel me. What will my parents say? Lin Jiyun said anxiously. Then last time, how did you solve it? Yang Ming looked at the panicked Lin Jiyun and asked curiously. Last time, I was very scared, but at that time, my period had just ended. I checked the information. It should be a safe period, but this time it's not. Lin Jiyun was very anxious. While I was taking a shower, I was a little confused and nauseous. Am I really pregnant? Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words and suddenly said, Even if you're pregnant, you won't have a reaction so quickly. You were confused and nauseous because you were too frightened before. Then we did physical labor and didn't eat. Lin Jiyun's face was red. What do we do now? Take the medicine. You wait, Yang Ming said as he got up and took the box of Yuding. What is this? Lin Jiyun grabbed the small medicine box in Yang Ming's hand and looked at it. What is Levonorgestrel gestural tablet? However, after reading the description, Lin Jiyun didn't say anything. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't continue to move, Lin Jiyun was a little anxious. Give me some water. Otherwise, how can I eat it? Why do you want to eat it now? We'll be back within 72 hours. It's not time yet. Why don't we do it a few more times before eating it? Yang Ming took the medicine box and put it aside. Don't. Lin Jiyun buried her head in the quilt shyly. It was the second time. Yang Ming didn't dare to be too crazy. He was gentle. Although it wasn't very satisfying, this was also to prepare for a happy sex life in the future, right? After that, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun took a shower together. After they came out, they found that there was a missed call from Bao Sanli on the phone. Yang Ming returned the call. It turned out that the snow had stopped and the fog had dissipated. After the traffic accident was dealt with, Dongsong Expressway returned to normal. Jiyun and I are in Shuangli town. Pick us up when you come. Yang Ming instructed. His clothes were dry at this time. He and Lin Jiyun packed up and went to the lady boss downstairs to check out. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun stayed for half a day. The room fee had exceeded the deposit of 100 yuan. How much more do we need? Asked Yang Ming. Forget it. You don't have to. The next time you come, you can come to my house again. The lady boss smiled and waved her hand. She handed a business card to Yang Ming. Yang Ming put it away. He and Lin Jiyun sat downstairs in the hotel and waited for Bao Sanli to come over. It didn't take long for Bao Sanli's Jinbei bread to stop at the entrance of the hotel. Yang Ming's cell phone also rang. Yang Ming didn't answer. He went out directly with Lin Jiyun. The impulse just now made Lin Jiyun a little clumsy when she walked. Yang Ming carefully supported her. Yan, what's wrong with you? Shin Yueping's eyes were sharp. She saw that Lin Jiyun couldn't walk very well. When she got in the car, she asked with concern. It's like this. When the car accident happened, I pulled Lin Jiyun and wanted to get away quickly because the car behind us was about to hit us. Maybe I ran too fast, so Jiyun sprained her ankle. Yang Ming explained. That's not serious, right? Shin Yueping didn't doubt it and asked with concern. Mom, I'm fine. I'll be fine tomorrow. Lin Jiyun was shocked just now. Fortunately, Yang Ming covered for her. Chapter 714. It's good that you're fine. Shen Yueping nodded. She wasn't concerned about this, but the car accident. When we entered the highway, I heard some drivers talking about the car accident. It is said that many people died. Yang Ming nodded and didn't deny it. Those who were slow to escape were basically finished. Our car was directly pushed under the chassis of the truck in front. If we didn't escape quickly, we would probably... Shen Yueping was shocked. When she heard Yang Ming say it so seriously, she was shocked. She looked at Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, who were fine. She was shocked. Things are over. This kind of thing is inevitable. It's useless to be afraid. Yang Ming smiled and changed the topic. What time is the flight? Tonight at 11:30. Lin Chongqing said, Yang Ming is right. Things are over. Don't mention it again. This time, coming to Donghai was different from the last time. There was no need to hide. It was still early, so Yang Ming asked Bao Sanli to find a restaurant with a good environment near the airport. The few of them first solved the problem of food and clothing. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were already hungry. The two of them had been busy for a long time. Their stomachs were already empty. They randomly found a bright spot in the hall and sat down. This kind of fast food restaurant didn't have a single room. It was all a home meal. Yang Ming took the menu and ordered a few dishes. Then, he handed the menu to Lin Chongqing. What do Uncle Lin and Auntie Shin want to eat? We are fine with anything. We just ate before we left. Just a bite is enough. You and Yun Air should eat more. Shen Yueping smiled and shook her head. That's fine. Let's eat this first. The food that Yang Ming ordered was enough for 5 people. Yang Ming handed a tip of 100 yuan to the waiter. I'm hungry. Help me ask the kitchen to hurry up. No problem. Don't worry, sir. The waiter calmly put away the tip and said with a smile. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the dishes ordered by Yang Ming's table to be served one after another. It was much faster than other tables. The dishes looked quite tempting. Yang Ming's appetite was greatly increased. Waiter, a table of guests not far from Yang Ming's table wasn't willing. Why did they come later than us? But they served the dishes first. Now that their dishes are all served, our table is only served cold. Fuck your mother. This. Of course, the waiter couldn't say that he received a tip of 100 yuan. He gave the dishes ordered by other tables to Yang Ming and the others first. Before the waiter could speak, the head manager ran over and said with a flattering face, Young Master Tian, don't be angry. I will go and see for you. He is new. He doesn't know young Master Tian. After the head manager finished speaking, he stared at the waiter and said, What's the matter? You don't know young Master Tian? You don't want to work anymore, right? I'm sorry, young Master Tian. The waiter said carefully. You go and see why young Master Tian's dishes haven't been served yet. The head manager ordered another waiter beside him. Okay. Another waiter immediately nodded and walked to the back kitchen. On this side, the waiter who received the tip began to sweat. Not long after, the waiter who went to the back kitchen ran back and said, Manager, young Master Tian's dishes have been prepared long ago. Then why didn't it come up? What the hell is going on? The head manager shouted loudly. Manager, it's my fault. The waiter who received the tip saw that the matter was exposed. He could only lower his head and say dejectedly, I received the tip from that table's customer and gave the dishes to that table first. The head manager was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You offended young Master Tian for 100 yuan? Aren't you afraid that you will be lying in the hospital tomorrow? Fuck. So that's what happened. The customer who was called young Master Tian slammed the table and stood up. I want to see which nouveau riche came to show off in front of me. Yang Ming heard the conversation over there clearly. After listening to young Master Tian's last words, he couldn't help but frown and turn his head. Young Master Tian was walking over here. When he saw Yang Ming turn his head, he was stunned. Then, the angry expression on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced by deep admiration. Brother Yang, I finally found you. Young Master Dong was overjoyed. He ran to Yang Ming. This young Master Tian was naturally the second young master of the Tian family, Tian Dongguang. The last time Yang Ming came to Donghai, he also drove Sun Jie's Audi R8, but he was misunderstood by Tian Dongguang as Sun Jiwei. After being taught a lesson by Yang Ming, not only did he not hate Yang Ming, but he felt that Yang Ming was better than him. He always wanted to find an opportunity to learn from him. In fact, after returning home, Tian Dongwang also found out that the person he met was not Sun Jiwei. However, Yang Ming left Donghai after that. Tian Dongwang couldn't find him even if he wanted to, now that he suddenly saw Yang Ming in the restaurant. How could he not be excited? What are you looking for me for? Return your dish? But I have already eaten. Why don't you move a stool and eat together? After all, Yang Ming had snatched Tian Dongwang's dish. He was a little embarrassed, so he said politely. Yang Ming's original intention was to let the waiter arrange the dishes as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming would use other people's dishes. That's great. Tian Dongwang was immediately happy when he heard it. Then I will accept it respectfully. After that, he went to move the stool and waved to his friends at the table. You guys eat by yourselves. I will go to that table to eat. The foreman manager was obviously relieved. He didn't expect these two groups of people to know each other. It seemed that young Master Tian seemed to respect the guests at the other table. Then they were relieved. As long as they didn't fight in the restaurant, he was satisfied. However, the foreman manager was also a little curious. Who is so capable? Who can make the second young master of the Tian family, one of the Donghai thugs, so respectful? Yang Ming looked at Tian Dongwang's action and was so angry that he was amused. I was just being polite. I didn't expect this kid to really climb up the ladder. However, what was said couldn't be undone. Yang Ming couldn't ask him to leave now. Anyway, he was very hungry. Yang Ming simply ignored Tian Dongwang. He put him aside and didn't care about him. Tian Dongwang wasn't annoyed. He just watched Yang Ming eat. He mainly wanted to get close to Yang Ming. After sitting down, he didn't move his chopsticks. Yang Ming ignored him. Lin Jiyun's parents couldn't say anything. They also saw that Yang Ming didn't want to talk to Tian Dongwang, so they pretended not to see him. Tian Dongwang was a little bored of being alone. He wanted to find something to talk about. When he turned his head and saw Bao Sanli next to him, he patted his shoulder and said, "Buddy, are you following Brother Yang?" In Songjiang, there were only a few people who dared to pat Bao Sanli's shoulder and talk. However, now he was following Yang Ming to do things. Bao Sanli could only be an underling. The boss didn't get angry. How could the underling stand up for him? Wouldn't it seem that he didn't know the rules? However, he had to admire this kid's eyes. Bao Sanli was indeed following Yang Ming, so he nodded and said, affirming Tian Dongwang's words, "I see that you are quite strong. Let's find a chance to practice when we have time." Tian Dongwang said, "Don't mind. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm also following Brother Yang." Bao Sanli was stunned. He thought, why don't I know that Yang Ming has an underling like you? Look at how he doesn't like you. Your words are quite exaggerated. However, Yang Ming's identity was mysterious. Bao Sanli didn't know much about it, so he wasn't sure what the relationship between this guy and Yang Ming was. "My name is Tian Dongwang. What's your name?" Tian Dongwang said generously. Bao Sanli was helpless, but seeing that Yang Ming didn't say anything, he had to continue to deal with Tian Dongwang. "What? Bao Sanli?" Tian Dongwang was stunned. "Brother, are you kidding? Your name is Bao Sanli? Is it true? Do you want to see my ID card?" Bao Sanli said with a black face. "That's not necessary. I believe you," Tian Dongwang said with a smile. "But brother, your name is Badass. I heard that the underworld boss of Songjiang is also called Bao Sanli." Bao Sanli was speechless. His face was full of black lines. Cough, cough. Yang Ming took a sip of the drink. When he heard Tian Dongwang's words, he suddenly choked and resisted to spit it out. "Brother Yang, what's wrong with you?" When Tian Dongwang saw Yang Ming coughing, he immediately turned and flattered him. "Nothing. You two continue to talk. I will eat." Yang Ming was too lazy to explain. For Tian Dongwang, Yang Ming just regarded him as a little kid, so he didn't bother much. Bao Sanli didn't want to bother with Tian Dongwang anymore, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to let them continue to talk. It couldn't be helped. He had to bite the bullet and talk to Tian Dongwang again. Yang Ming was afraid that Tian Dongwang would annoy him, so he used Bao Sanli as a shield. Okay, I will go out with you to practice. Bao Sanli was annoyed, so he simply stood up and said to Tian Dongwang, "That's great." Tian Dongwang was particularly interested in learning from each other. After listening to Bao Sanli's words, he immediately stood up and ran out. Yang Ming, these two friends of yours? Xin Yueping looked at the backs of the two people and asked, "Don't bother with them. Let's continue to eat." Yang Ming didn't care. Chapter 715. After a while, Yang Ming and the others finished eating. Bao Sanli came back with Tian Dongwang, whose face was bruised. Tian Dongwang's face was dejected. Bao Sanli was much calmer than before. He didn't express his emotions in words. "I lost. Brother Yang, your follower is also very fierce." Tian Dongwang said depressingly, "It's normal that you can't beat him." Yang Ming looked at Tian Dongwang and smiled. "You can only bluff people with your mediocre kung fu." During this time, Tian Dongwang had already known that his kung fu was too far behind. He used to be invincible in the family because the people under him considered him as the second young master of the Tian family, so they let him win. In fact, his kung fu was still far behind. Although Tian Dongwang found a few people to teach him kung fu, the progress was not very fast. How can kung fu be practiced in a day? Do you think you are Yang Ming? However, although Tian Dongwang's kung fu was not good, and he was so clingy, there was one thing that Yang Ming appreciated. Tian Dongwang didn't have the temper of a young master. He solved the problem by relying on his own ability. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't win, he would just forget it. He didn't think about looking for the people in the family to come out and avenge him. This kind of bold style made Yang Ming not alienate him too much. This was different from Wang Jitao, a prodigal young master who wanted to use the people in the family to retaliate against others when there was trouble. Tian Dongwang didn't have the face to continue to sit. After all, his face was bruised. He said with some embarrassment, "Brother Yang, your follower is very badass. Can you let him teach me kung fu when he is free?" Yang Ming couldn't help but be happy after listening. Bao Sanli is busy all day. How can he have time to teach you kung fu? Don't look at how he is sitting here leisurely. He is just accompanying me. If it were someone else, Bao Sanli would never appear here. Then you have to ask him. Yang Ming said with a smile. "Bro, can you teach me?" Tian Dongwang didn't dare to simply find Yang Ming as an apprentice, but he thought it should be fine to find his underlings, right? Bao Sanli looked at Yang Ming with a bitter face and looked at Tian Dongwang again. "I came to Donghai to accompany Brother Yang. I will go back to Songjiang soon." AI. Tian Dongwang sighed. He thought that his family would definitely not agree with him going to Songjiang. His family was very clear about his temperament. He was a competitive hero, unlike his elder brother. His elder brother was the kind of person who had stronger self-control, so the family was not worried about him being outside by himself. As for himself, he was more impulsive. Thinking of this, he could only helplessly say, "Then, I'll go back first." The followers at Tian Dongwang's table saw that Tian Dongwang came back with a bruised face. They immediately said unhappily, "Young Master Tian, what happened? Who the hell dares to touch you? Do you want us to kill him?" Tian Dongwang snorted disdainfully. You guys are not enough for others to play with. Don't fucking cause trouble for me. I'm just learning from others. My skills are not as good as others. How can I retaliate?" Several followers immediately closed their mouths. The former manager was secretly amazed. He thought, I don't know who the guests at that table are. They beat the Tian family's second young master like this, and the Tian family's second young master still speaks up for them. Tian Donghua didn't have the heart to think about it. He said a few words to his followers and left with them in a hurry. After Yang Ming finished his meal, he found the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter smiled and said, "Young Master Tian has already paid the bill." "Oh, forget it." Yang Ming didn't care and left the restaurant with Lin Jiyun's family. However, Lin Chanqing seemed to see something. When they went out, he took advantage of Bao Sanli to start the car and pulled Yang Ming to the side. He whispered, Little Yang, what is the background of your friend named Bao Sanli? Lin Chongqing felt that Bao Sanli wasn't simple before. When they were chatting, he also tried to inquire about his occupation. Bao Sanli said lightly that he was working for Yang Ming. However, Lin Chongqing felt that Bao Sanli was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Moreover, he used to be a security guard in a big hotel. He had some understanding of the underworld of Songjiang. He seemed to have heard of the name Bao Sanli. Oh, it's nothing. He is a friend of mine. He runs an entertainment company. Yang Ming casually introduced. Then why is he your subordinate? Lin Chongqing was baffled. I have shares in the entertainment company. Yang Ming smiled. If Uncle Lin wants to know the details, then I will tell you in detail when I go back. Now, let's get in the car first. Oh, that's good. Lin Chongqing saw that Shen Yueping had already urged him, and he knew that this was not the place to talk, so he nodded and got in the car with Yang Ming. Uncle Lin, Ani Shun, it's still early. Why don't we find a shopping mall to shop? Yang Ming looked at the time and suggested. Although everything was sold in Songjiang now, most people had similar ideas. When they went to another city, they wanted to go to the local shopping mall to see if there was anything to buy. Lin Chongqing didn't care. After all, he had worked here for a while. However, Shen Yueping had not been to Donghai yet. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she was a little tempted. All right, then let's go around, said Shen Yueping. Bao Sanli parked the car at the entrance of a nearby shopping mall. Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the name of the shopping mall. It was actually Xinheng Department Store. He didn't expect Wu Zhongjia's family business to be so big. They actually had a chain of shopping malls in Donghai. He bought a few pieces of clothing for Lin Jiyun. Shen Yueping only looked at them, but didn't buy them. In the end, under Yang Ming's persuasion, she had to choose a few pieces of clothing that could be worth half of her monthly salary. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming had another layer of relationship. Her attitude toward Yang Ming had also undergone a huge change. Her original shyness had become particularly attached to Yang Ming. When they were paying, Bao Sanli took out a membership card from his wallet and said, Brother Yang, I have a membership card here. Membership card? I seem to have one too. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Wu Zhongjia had given him a membership card for Xinheng Department Store. So he opened his wallet and flipped through it. Sure enough, he found the membership card. Sir, can you please pay faster? There are still people waiting in line. The cashier said impatiently. In Xinheng, there were many people with membership cards, so the attitude of the cashier wasn't so respectful. However, when she saw the membership card in Yang Ming's hand, she was suddenly stunned. Her eyes revealed a surprised look. Sir, you have a diamond card. You can enjoy a 30% discount. The cashier's tone immediately changed and said carefully, Brother Yang's card is still the best. Bao Sanli shook his head and put away his ordinary membership card. His card could only give a 10% discount, but he didn't expect Yang Ming's card to give a 30% discount. Wu Fugue, this old boy is not honest. The card he gave me is not good. I have to find him to settle the account. Bao Sanli had to mutter in order to save his face. Wu Fugue is not good. My card was given to me by his son, Wu Zhongjia. Yang Ming smiled and said, My and Jiyun's tutor. The cashier was shocked. She thought, these two people in front of me aren't simple. They can actually talk to the chairman and the young master directly. She immediately became a little reserved. After paying the bill, they looked at the time. It was almost time, so they rushed to Donghai International Airport together. At 11:30, the plane that flew from Australia to Donghai via Shanghai landed in Donghai. At the exit, a lot of people poured out. Big sister. A handsome man in his 30s wearing sunglasses waved at Shen Yueping and shouted excitedly. Yefeng. Shen Yueping was also a little excited. She hadn't seen her brother for 5 or 6 years. Isn't this Yun Air? Did you miss your uncle? Shen Yefeng looked at Lin Jiyun and said happily, Uncle. Lin Jiyun called out sweetly. Oh, this is... Shen Yefeng looked at Yang Ming next to Lin Jiyun and asked with some surprise. Hello, I am Jiyun's boyfriend, Yang Ming. Yang Ming quickly introduced himself. Oh, if this is the case, then you have to call me Uncle too, Shen Yefeng said affectionately. uncle. Yang Ming didn't want to disappoint him. It could be seen that his relationship with Ji-Yun's family was quite good. Moreover, it seemed that he was doing well. I just don't know why Lin Ji-Yun didn't borrow money from him when her family was in trouble. Sister, brother-in-law, Ji-Yun and Yang Ming, right? Shen Yifeng pointed to a woman who wasn't very outstanding, but she had some arrogance. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, He Lulu. Hello. I will call you sister-in-law. Shen Yifeng quickly reached out and wanted to get close to He Lulu. He Lulu didn't reach out her hand, but she said calmly, "Just call me Lulu. We aren't married yet. Everything is a variable." Shen Yifeng was stunned. She took back her hand awkwardly and didn't know what to say. However, Yang Ming frowned. What the hell is going on? Is she asking for a beating? Yang Ming glanced at Shen Yifeng, who also had a helpless face, and shook his head. This kid seems to have no status in the family. If Yang Ming's woman spoke like this, Yang Ming would have already been angry. However, other people's family matters had nothing to do with him, so he couldn't say anything. Instead, Lin Ji-Yun called Auntie He affectionately. She didn't see He Lulu smile, but she just nodded. Lin Changqing also saw that He Lulu wasn't easy to get along with. At this time, he simply didn't speak. However, I say, Yifeng, your niece's boyfriend is quite handsome. But then again, in this day and age, being handsome isn't much use. Don't you think so? He Lulu glanced at Yang Ming and snorted. Shen Yifeng was very embarrassed. He coughed, but his heart was very vexed. If I knew this, I wouldn't have brought her back. Chapter 716. However, he was just thinking about it. It was impossible not to bring her back. He Lulu's home was also in Songjiang, but the two met in Australia. The main purpose of coming back this time was to visit the parents of both sides. Shen Yifeng's parents died early. There was only Shen Yueping, the elder sister, and an elder brother in Shenzhen. It was just that the elder brother was too snobbish. He went to Shenzhen to make a fortune in his early years, and then he turned hostile. He didn't care much about his younger siblings at home. Therefore, Shen Yifeng didn't want to be disliked. In this way, Shen Yueping, the elder sister, could barely be regarded as Shen Yifeng's parent. However, obviously, his girlfriend, He Lulu, didn't give face to his elder sister's family. For this arrogant little princess, Shen Yifeng was really helpless. Her family background was outstanding. She could choose him among many Chinese people in Australia. It was already a good thing for him. Shen Yifeng knew his family situation. When he went to Australia to work, he was just a poor young man who washed dishes in a restaurant. It was only at the end of last year that he met He Lulu. He Lulu didn't know why, but she liked him. They came to the restaurant to eat a few times. After a while, they became familiar with each other. He Lulu was an international student in Australia. She was now studying for a doctorate. Because her family was rich, although her appearance couldn't be said to be beautiful, it wasn't bad. Therefore, there were many pursuers. It was also because of the relationship with He Lulu's friends that Shen Yifeng got a position in a Chinese import and export trading company in Australia, and his income increased. Perhaps He Lulu was just impulsive when she saw Shen Yifeng. Impulsive love was always reckless. Although He Lulu also felt that Shen Yifeng, this young man, was quite honest and had a good character. But she couldn't stop her friends from gossiping. Many of He Lulu's friends were very surprised why He Lulu found Shen Yifeng as a boyfriend. He had no money and family background. At first, He Lulu didn't care. She just laughed it off, but over time it was different. He Lulu, who had calmed down, had considered this issue more than once. Undoubtedly, she still had feelings for Shen Yifeng, but she also had to consider the suggestions of her friends. Indeed, no matter which aspect, Shen Yifeng wasn't worthy of her. He Lulu's nature was not bad, and she was not a woman who liked to play with feelings. Shen Yifeng was her second boyfriend. Her first boyfriend was in the country. Because he went abroad, the two of them broke off contact. However, Shen Yifeng was her first man. Although chastity was not very important now, especially in the big environment abroad, He Lulu didn't want to give up easily. In order to maintain her pride as a princess, Hilulu had no choice but to find a balance in her words. She would put on airs and scold Shen Yifeng. Fortunately, Shen Yifeng was very tolerant of her. However, Hilulu wanted to maintain this relationship, but her parents didn't want to. When Hilulu's parents learned about Shen Yifeng, they tried their best to persuade Hilulu to break up with Shen Yifeng. Facing the huge pressure from her parents, it was difficult for Hilulu to give Shen Yifeng a good face. Naturally, she had nothing good to say to his family. Let's go home first. You must be hungry. I have prepared a meal. We can eat when we go back. Shen Yifeng didn't care much. She thought, it's nothing for a little girl who came back from abroad to be arrogant. I heard that she is a doctor, so it's even more unusual. Yifeng, I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. I want to eat Song John's barbecue. Hilulu didn't hear it and turned to Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng didn't know what to say. If it were normal times, he would definitely listen to Hilulu. But now, it was his elder sister. His elder sister had already prepared the meal and was waiting for them happily. Hilulu wanted to eat barbecue. How could Shen Yifeng not be troubled? Then let's eat barbecue. We haven't eaten for a long time. Shen Yifeng didn't care. Hilulu listened to Shen Yifeng's words and snorted. She thought, barbecue isn't a good thing. Is it necessary to not eat it for a long time? Yang Ming was really too lazy to serve Hilulu, this woman. However, when he saw Lin Chongqing take the initiative to help Hilulu with her luggage, he could not help. He grabbed the box from Lin Chongqing's hand and treated it as helping Lin Chongqing. Slow down. They're my cosmetics inside. Don't break them. Hilulu saw Yang Ming grab the box from Lin Chongqing and said quickly. Yang Ming was so angry that his face was ashen. He almost threw the box and his hand away. However, thinking of Shen Yifeng's face, he endured it. Lin Jiyun also saw that Yang Ming was angry. She understood Yang Ming's temper. She knew that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would not fight back when bullied. Now that he could do this, it was entirely because of her and her parents' face. Lin Jiyun gently held Yang Ming's hand and squeezed it. The meaning was self-evident. Yang Ming glanced at Lin Jiyun with a bitter smile and nodded, indicating that he knew. Lin Jiyun also smiled. The body language and expression between the two people was obviously more than before. Breaking through the last line of defense, it made the two people more intimate. When they came to the parking lot, Bao Sanli opened the anti-theft lock with the key and opened the trunk door behind. With Bao Sanli's identity, it was really incredible to run errands for others. However, Yang Ming was helping to drag the box. What else could Bao Sanli say? Seeing that it was a Jinbei van in the parking lot, Hilulu frowned obviously and said to Shen Yifeng next to her, "Why is it a van? Is it comfortable to sit in it?" Shen Yifeng knew the situation of his sister's family. It was not easy to borrow a car to pick them up. Because Hilulu was here, Shen Yifeng didn't ask in detail. Maybe this car was rented. When they got in the car, Hilulu looked reluctant. If I knew, I would have asked my dad to send a driver to pick me up. A Mercedes-Benz is much more comfortable than this. Lulu, can you just put up with it? Just give me face. Shen Yifeng really couldn't stand it anymore. So he whispered to Hilulu, "Give you face. But will my family give me face? Isn't it because of you that I have to suffer with you?" Hilulu said coldly, "Motherfucker." Yang Ming really wanted to kick this Hilulu out now. Yang Ming took a deep breath and exhaled. "Yang Ming, I'm sorry." Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming and said apologetically, "Why are you apologizing? What does it have to do with you?" Yang Ming patted Lin Jiyun's hand and said, "Uncle said that Hilulu's family is very rich, and they were opposed to them being together. However, Hilulu still didn't break up with Uncle. However, facing the pressure from her family, Hilulu must have resentment." Lin Jiyun explained to Yang Ming in a low voice, "Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about her. She's not my wife." Yang Ming shook his head. "I don't want this kind of trash woman." "Then what am I?" Lin Jiyun asked with a red face. "You are much better than her. If she can be half as good as you, she will be lucky." Yang Ming said, "Nonsense. If you are lucky, you will scare others to death." Lin Jiyun said softly, "She looks down on people, right? then I really have to let her see it. When did Yang Ming swallow such humiliation? Even if he wasn't strong enough at that time, he didn't feel so wronged when facing Wang Jitao. Originally, our family's conditions are not as good as others. Lin Jiyun shook her head. It's normal for her to have a little temper. Not as good as. Yang Ming widened his eyes. You are now the deputy manager of the jewelry company. You have tens of millions of assets. That's not mine. Lin Jiyun shook her head. What's mine is yours. Yang Ming said in his heart, if I take out my real strength, wouldn't that he Lulu be scared to death? Lin Jiyun flattened her mouth and didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise. It wasn't because of the tens of millions of assets. She wasn't a greedy girl. She was surprised because Yang Ming now really regarded her as one of his own. As soon as they got out of the airport highway, Lulu was unwilling and began to complain again. I can't take it anymore. I have been on the plane for such a long time. My back is already sore. Sitting in this car is still bumpy. I really can't take it anymore. Lulu, just bear with it. It will be fine when we reach the city. Shen Yefeng persuaded. No, I can't take it anymore. Lulu took out her mobile phone and quickly changed to a domestic SIM card. I have to call my father and ask him to send a driver to pick me up. Shen Yueping and Lin Chongqing both looked embarrassed. Shen Yueping said, I'm sorry, sister-in-law. This car was also borrowed by Yang Ming. We can sit in it, but we didn't know that you were uncomfortable. Forget it. You haven't sat in a Mercedes-Benz. Naturally, you can't tell. Lulu's sentence didn't have any sarcasm. It was just said casually. In her opinion, it was the truth. However, in Shen Yueping's ears, it was not the case. Shen Yueping suddenly blushed and couldn't speak. Although Shen Yueping didn't have money, she had a powerful son-in-law. It wasn't that she hadn't sat in the BMW X5 before. Although she didn't know which was better between a BMW and a Mercedes-Benz, she usually heard people say, drive a BMW, sit in a Mercedes-Benz. When the two were put together, they should be of the same grade. However, a BMW was a BMW after all. Shen Yueping really hadn't sat in a Mercedes-Benz, so she didn't know if a Mercedes-Benz was comfortable. She had to say, I really haven't sat in a Mercedes-Benz, but I have sat in a BMW, and I don't feel any difference with this. Lulu didn't think that Shen Yueping had sat in a BMW before. When she heard her say this, she thought that Shen Yueping wanted to save face. So she said, now, there are many counterfeit versions of domestic cars. I read on the internet that many people have changed the double ring car to a BMW. Chapter 717. Although it wasn't explicitly stated that the car Shen Yueping was in was a counterfeit, that was what it meant. Shen Yueping smiled and didn't say much. She was an adult, and she didn't like to compete. Lulu pulled out a number from the phone and dialed it. Hello, Uncle Yao. It's me, Lulu. I'm back in China. Lulu said with a smile. I didn't call in advance because I wanted to give my dad a surprise. Where's my dad? It wasn't known what was said on the other side of the phone, but Lulu's face changed dramatically. She exclaimed, What? Uncle Yao, what did you say? A few more words were said on the other side of the phone. Lulu's hand was trembling. Then why didn't you call the police? Oh, I got it. Lulu hung up the phone, but her whole person was stunned. Lulu, what's wrong? Shen Yefeng had some complaints about Lulu being picky in front of his elder sister, but when he saw her in a daze, he immediately became nervous again. After all, she was his girlfriend. How could he not care? Yefeng. Lulu grabbed Shen Yefeng's arm and said in a panic, Uncle Yao said that my dad's company was blocked by loan sharks. Uncle Yao didn't let me go back. He asked me to hide first. Loan sharks? What the hell is going on? Shen Yefeng was stunned. How did Uncle Yi's company get involved with loan sharks? Uncle Yao said that since the beginning of this year, my dad had been addicted to gambling. As a result, he lost all the money at home. Later, he used the company and loan sharks as collateral to borrow money. In the end, he lost it again. Now, the loan sharks came to the door and wanted to take over my dad's company. Lulu couldn't care about maintaining her noble image, as she said with a trembling voice. Ah. Xin Yefeng was stunned and said, "Then let's go and see. How much money do they owe? We just have to find a way to get it back to them." Okay. Although Lulu knew that it wasn't a good time to go now. If she didn't go, she couldn't be at ease. So, she nodded and decided to go and see. She didn't think that the situation was so serious that it was out of control. Her father's company had a market value of tens of millions. How could this crisis not be overcome? After listening to Lulu's words, Yang Ming frowned and looked up at Bao Sanli, who was driving in front. Bao Sanli was also very nervous at the moment. He had been paying attention to Yang Ming's expression in the rearview mirror. When he saw Yang Ming looking at him, his heart skipped a beat. Yuzuri belonged to the gray industry wandering on the edge of the underworld. Yang Ming once strictly ordered Bao Sanli not to get involved in this industry. Moreover, he also asked Bao Sanli to strengthen the supervision of the small gang of Yuzuri in Songjiang City. Although Yuzuri was very profitable, it was the easiest business to get into trouble. It was different from collecting protection fees. Now, the protection fee of the security company was legitimate, and those protected merchants were very willing to pay this fee. However, loan sharks were different. People who were driven to desperation by loan sharks could do anything. When the time came, it would be difficult to clean up. In exchange, it would be the official crackdown on the underworld. At that time, they were afraid of being implicated. Although they were not afraid of the security company, Bao Sanli still had some things that were not so legal. Therefore, in order to ensure the stability of the whole environment, Bao Sanli would occasionally find those loan sharks to talk to them and ask them to pay attention. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. Now, they were pressuring other people's companies. If this continued, it was easy to attract some reporters. It was not that Bao Sanli's words were not binding on them. On the contrary, if they wanted to live in Songjiang, they must rely on Bao Sanli to survive. Otherwise, their destruction was just a matter of Bao Sanli's words. However, under the temptation of huge profits, there would still be people who would take risks. Du Duzi was such a person. Du Duzi was also a veteran in the underworld. In the early years, he was the driver of Songjiang City's underworld boss, Hu San. Later, when Hu San's incident happened, Du Duzi and Hu San were arrested together. Du Duzi's original name was not Du Duzi, but Du Shangjin. As a result, there was a gang fight in prison, and one of his arms was broken. As a result, he became a one-armed man. Maybe Du Shangjin felt that his name was not very good. Du Shangjin, how can I make progress when I'm out? Wouldn't it be a joke if people heard it? Therefore, Du Shangjin simply changed his bandit name to Du Duzi. Anyway, his one-armed man was also a sign. After coming out of prison, the direction of Songjiang's underworld changed greatly. Because Hu San was too bad in the past, after he was taken down, Songjiang's underworld did not dare to come out. However, Yu Xiangda and Bao Sanli were considered to be doing well, but after all, they were only punks. They were still far from the underworld. Du Shangjin no longer had a backer, but he relied on Hu San's reputation to wave his flag and shout for support. He also took in a few underlings and started to work as a loan shark. Because Du Duzi's old nest was in the north of the city, he had a good relationship with Yu Xiangda. Later, when Yu Xiangda was finished, he found Bao Sanli through the door, hoping that Bao Sanli could take care of him for the sake of the old senior. Bao Sanli didn't want to disappoint others, so he didn't touch him. After all, this guy only relied on printing money to survive. He had no conflict of interest with Bao Sanli. However, Bao Sanli still warned him not to make a big move, otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite. Since Bao Sanli took over Songjiang's underworld, Du Duzi was still well-behaved. However, when he thought about it, he was almost 50 years old this year. How many more years could he work? Therefore, Du Duzi was thinking about doing something big all day long. Now the opportunity came. He Jibua, Lulu's father. If Du Duzi could get his trading company, it could be regarded as turning from an underworld to a white one. The rest of his life would be settled. Now, Du Duzi was sitting in the big leather chair in Hijibua's general manager office. President He, shouldn't we settle our account? Brother Du, please give me a few more days. When the payment from Australia arrives, I will return the money to you. Hijibwa stood aside and smiled carefully. Grace? I have given you a month's grace. Motherfucker, if you don't take out the money today, I will fucking bleed you. Duzi glared. This? Brother Du, you see that I really don't have money. If you bleed me, you won't get any benefits. Hijibwa said bitterly. If you don't have money, then use the company to pay off the debt. All right, don't talk about those useless things. I will go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to change the legal person. Duzi waved his one arm and said, Brother Du, I only borrowed 1 million. This company is worth more than 10 million. Hijibwa was shocked. He didn't expect Duzi to really use his company to pay off the debt. 1 million. Duzi sneered. The interest is accumulating. It was originally 1 million. Now, it has rolled to 30 million in a month. Counting it, I have lost money for your company. 30 million? Why is it so much? Is there a mistake? Hijibwa was stunned. He said to his driver, Old Yao, didn't you say that you would return 1 million after borrowing 1 million? Old Yao was Hijibwa's driver. When he saw Hijibwa calling him, he quickly said, President He, it was 1,200,000 in a month, but you delayed for another month. That's how the loan sharks calculate. Hijibwa knew Duzi through Old Yao. Hijibwa also heard that the interest of loan sharks was very high, but he didn't expect it to be so scary. He thought that he would only get a few 100,000 at most if he delayed for a month. After a few days, he would be able to pay back the 3 million when the payment arrived. He didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect to be blocked in the company by Duzi today. The 1,200,000 a month ago had become more than 30 million. Hijibwa was dumbfounded all of a sudden. He lowered his head with an unpredictable expression. It's all gone? Everything is gone? Hijibwa looked at the familiar environment and the familiar boss chair. Will it no longer belong to me in the future? I have worked hard for 20 years, and in the blink of an eye, I have made a wedding dress for others. Have you thought about it? My men don't have my patience. If they're anxious and something goes wrong, I don't care. Duzi's words were faintly threatening. President He, just give the company to him. Where there is life, there is hope. Old Yao advised. Old Yao, if I give the company to him, I will have nothing. My daughter is studying abroad, and I need a lot of money. Hijibwa said painfully. Oh, I heard that your daughter is a PhD. Yes, I like girls with high academic qualifications. Why don't you ask her to accompany me for 2 nights? I will support her in school. Duzi smiled obscenely. You. Hijibwa was so angry that his face was livid. He pointed at Duzi and said, Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you? Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. I have nothing. Don't force me. Looking at Hijibwa's ferocious face, Duzi also felt a little guilty. If this matter was really big and passed Bao Sanli's ears, then Duzi, would have to bear the consequences. So Duzi's face changed and said, I'm just kidding. I think President He, let's hurry up and study the problem of company transfer. Hijibwa sighed. Now that things had come to this, what could he do? Sister, can we go to Lulu's family's company first? Something happened to Lulu's father. Shen Yefeng said to Shen Yueping. Although Lulu's voice was not loud, the space in the car was small, so the people inside heard it clearly. Shen Yueping also knew that something happened to Lulu's family, so she said, Yang Ming, let's go to my sister-in-law's company first. No problem. Yang Ming naturally obeyed Shen Yueping. Where is it? Lulu quickly said an address, and her tone was not as arrogant as before. Chapter 718. Little Bao, let's go there and take a look first. Yang Ming raised his head and looked at Bao Sanli, who was driving in front of him. Okay, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli nodded and said, Right, Little Yang. Why do you call him Little Bao? Why does he call you Brother Yang? Lin Chongqing asked, baffled. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't think of this question. Bao Sanli was also sweating, But fortunately, he was smarter. "Uncle, I look more old-fashioned, oh?" Lin Chongqing just asked casually. His mind wasn't on this at the moment, so he didn't ask more. Most of the other people in the car had the same idea. Now they were thinking about He Lulu's family. Naturally, they wouldn't pay attention to these little things. They didn't talk all the way. The car got off the Dongsong Expressway and entered the Songjiang City area. They drove to the place He Lulu said. This was an old industrial area. Later, it was transformed into a distribution center for Songjiang's foreign trade. There were several large-scale foreign trade wholesale markets. On one side of the market, there were many buildings with densely packed trading companies. He Lulu's family's Jibwa Trading Company was also located on it. The car stopped at the entrance of the trading building. Before it stopped, He Lulu couldn't wait to open the door and jump out. Xin Yefeng followed behind her and got out of the car together. Xin Yueping just wanted to ask if they were going up together, but she was interrupted by Yang Ming. "Ani Shun, let them go. Let's wait here." Yang Ming was too lazy to care about He Lulu's affairs. Seeing Yang Ming say this, Xin Yueping also knew that Yang Ming didn't like He Lulu. She sighed and didn't get out of the car, but she looked at the direction where Shun Yefeng and the others left with some restlessness. Shun Yefeng followed He Lulu and didn't even wait for the elevator. He ran directly to the company on the 3rd floor. When He Lulu pushed the door, she saw a group of fierce-looking men surrounding her father's office. Sitting in the boss chair wasn't her father, but another bald, one-armed, middle-aged fat man. "Dad!" He Lulu nervously shouted to He Jibwa, who was standing next to the fat man. "Lulu, why are you here?" He Jibwa was shocked and said, "This is none of your business. Hurry up and go home." Just now, Old Yao had already told He Jibwa the news of He Lulu's return. This time, when his daughter came back, he didn't have the slightest bit of joy. He actually hoped that his daughter wouldn't come back first. "Oh, I say, President this is your daughter who is studying abroad, right? Not bad, not bad. Very charming." Du Duzi smacked his lips and said, "Who are you? Did you harm my father?" He Lulu glared at Du Duzi. "Who am I? Then ask your father." Du Duzi spread his hands in the air and made a very innocent gesture. "As for me harming your father, why would I harm him? Lulu, stop messing around. Be good and go home." He Jibwa was a little anxious. He was afraid that Du Duzi's group would harm He Lulu. He glanced at Shun Yefeng beside He Lulu and said, "You are Lulu's boyfriend, little Shun? Take Lulu and get out of here. I will leave Lulu to you." He Jibwa said so, which was equivalent to acquiescing to the relationship between Shun Yefeng and He Lulu. He was now counting on Shun Yefeng to persuade He Lulu to leave quickly. Other things didn't matter. What's more, he would soon have nothing. How could he be qualified to pick a son-in-law? "Lulu," Shun Yefeng hesitated and pulled He Lulu's hand. "You are a coward. What are you afraid of?" He Lulu swung her hand and said, "If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't go." As He Lulu said, she glared at Du Duzi and said, "Doesn't my father owe you money? Why are you forcing him to do so? You are so sarcastic. How much money do you owe? We will return it to you." "Oh, cool." Du Duzi clapped his hands and laughed. "Well, since this is the case, return the money. Your father owes me. And give him a discount. Round up to 10 million. "What? 10 million? He Lulu opened her mouth in surprise. "Why is it so much? However, this has already given you a lot of interest." Du Duzi smiled. "I am discussing with your father to use his company to repay the debt." "Dad, how do you owe so much money?" He Lulu asked incredulously. "Did he cheat you? Who knew that the interest of a loan shark would be so high? I only borrowed 1 million. He Jibwa said bitterly. "What? 1 million? He Lulu was furious after hearing it. She pointed at Du Duzi and said, "You are cheating us. We owe you 1 million. Why do you want us to return 10 million? There are rules in every profession, and there are rules in every family. We are running a bank. Naturally, there's a way to calculate the interest. If you think it is high, you can outlend. No one is forcing you to lend money." Du Duzi snorted and said disapprovingly, "Well, it is natural to pay back debts. Why don't you sleep with me for 2 nights, and I will give you a discount? You shameless. Lulu stomped her foot and said angrily, You phone, let's call the police. I don't believe that I can't deal with people like you. When Lulu's voice just fell, Duduzi laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Little girl, you just came back from studying on Mars, right? Call the police? I have an IOU here. I'm not afraid of you. This is extortion. Lulu said, I want to see how you can return 10 million after borrowing 1 million. Okay, then you can report it. I Duduzi will put my words here today. Little girl, I tell you, unless you hide abroad forever, otherwise, you'll have a good life. Duduzi's face sank as he shouted coldly. Duduzi was actually afraid of making things bigger. If Lulu called the police, not only would he not be able to get a good result from the police, but after he returned, he was likely to be destroyed by Bao Sanli in anger. Therefore, when Lulu threatened to call the police, Duduzi also became ruthless and threatened in turn. Okay, Lulu, you don't want to get involved. There are some things you don't understand. Hijib said in shock. What kind of person was Duduzi? He was a gangster. These people did things unscrupulously. How could Hijib become enemies with people like them? If Lulu called the police today, the matter might be solved, but the following troubles were endless. Duduzi suffered a loss. Would he let them go? In the future, his family wouldn't think about mingling in Songjiang anymore, unless there was a powerful person who mediated or directly covered the He family. Otherwise, they could only run. Dad, why don't I understand? To deal with bad guys, the more cowardly you are, the more rampant they will be. Lulu said loudly. When we call the police, they will be afraid. This is extortion. It is a big crime. Do you still expect him to come out? You have been sentenced long ago. AI. Hijib sighed. His daughter had just entered society. How could she understand so much? Even if Duduzi was sentenced, what about his underlings? Those underlings came to find trouble all day long. They couldn't stand it. At that time, if they were not careful, their family would be ruined. Okay, I'll let you call the police. Duduzi gritted his teeth and said to the other underlings, You saw it. If something happens to me, you know what to do. Don't worry, Brother We are all people who are risking our lives. We don't need the He family. Duduzi's underlings responded. Sure enough, Hijib took a deep breath. At this moment, Lulu finally understood why Duduzi was fearless. He grasped the weakness of human nature and was afraid of being retaliated. Okay, Lulu, you and Lil Shin go home first. I will go with Boss Du to do the formalities. Hijib sighed. Things had come to this point, so it could only be done this way. But Lulu saw that her father's company had changed owners, and her heart was bitter. Old Lin, Ye Feng, and the others have been up for so long. Will something happen? Shin Yueping looked at her watch and said anxiously, Who knows, AI? Lin Chongqing sighed. He didn't expect that when his brother-in-law just came back, he would encounter such a thing. Yang Ming, I'm a little worried. Your Uncle Lin and I will go up and take a look. You and Jian wait downstairs. If something is wrong, you can call for help. Shin Yueping couldn't sit still, so she said, Then let's go up and take a look. Yang Ming had no choice. Although he didn't want to care, he was Lin Jiyun's uncle after all. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he glanced at Bao Sanli again. He seemed to be talking to himself. Songjiang's loan sharks are very badass. Yang Ming's seemingly unintentional words made Bao Sanli's sweat come out. Obviously, this was Yang Ming using words to point out Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli had recently gotten Yang Ming's affirmation. He didn't expect such a thing to happen again. Wasn't this making Yang Ming doubt his ability? It wasn't easy for Bao Sanli to sit in his current position. Although he seemed to be the boss of Songjiang, he was the only one who knew the key. The power of Songjiang's underworld had been divided. Ho Jinhan occupied most of it. Moreover, Ho Jinhan also controlled financial power. This was the lifeline for the growth of the underworld. And Bao Sanli, in fact, dealt more with the underworld matters. In other words, this job could be done by others. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming didn't find him pleasing to the eye, it wasn't difficult to take him down. Therefore, at this moment, Bao Sanli was angry. Loan shark, right? Fine, I will settle the account with you today with interest. You want to see who had the guts to cause trouble for him. Lin Chongqing and Shun Yueping walked in front. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were in the middle, and Bao Sanli followed behind. The group of 5 people found He Lulu's father's company. Shun Yueping opened the door worriedly. When she saw that Shun Yefeng was fine, she was relieved. Yefeng, sister-in-law, are you okay? Sister, brother-in-law, why are you here? Shun Yefeng looked at the door. We are fine. Let's go. Chapter 719. Little Shun's Family. Yijibwa glanced at Lin Chongqing and Shun Yueping, who came in, and asked, You came at the right time. Take Little Shun and Lulu back. They can't help here. Why are you in such a hurry? Since you are here, just sit here, Doozy said with a sinister expression. He was afraid that if he let these people go back now, there would be a hot-headed person among these people who would call the police. That would be bad. It was better to wait for the company's procedures to be done before letting these people go back. Yang Ming pushed the door and came in. After listening to Doozy's words, he immediately frowned and sneered. Is it up to you to decide whether to leave or not? Who the fuck are you? Doozy didn't expect that it wasn't over yet today. One after another came. If this continued, the people who had a little relationship with Yijibwa would come in a while. At that time, they had more people, and he was at a disadvantage. Yang Ming didn't answer his question, but asked He Lulu and Shun Yefeng directly, How much do we owe? We owe 1 million, but with the interest of the loan sharks, they want 10 million. If we don't have it, we will use the company to pay off the debt. He Lulu immediately said indignantly. Shun Yefeng wasn't as impulsive as He Lulu. When Yang Ming came in, his attitude was completely condescending. This made Shun Yefeng feel that things were going to be bad. Because Lin Jiyun was a college student, he naturally thought that Yang Ming was also a student in school. Students always had some scholarly spirit. Many things were very idealistic. They thought that no matter how big the world was, they were the biggest. They didn't know the cruelty of society. Shun Yefeng was afraid that Yang Ming would cause trouble. So he pulled Yang Ming and said, Uncle, he is right. Let's leave first. Don't worry about the things here. Then we have to solve the matter first. Yang Ming glanced at Doozy, who was sitting in the boss chair, and said, I owe you 1 million, right? How about this? I'll give you 2 million. You take the money and leave, but leave the receipt. Yang Ming's words were a very strong, commanding tone, which made Doozy very uncomfortable. What's more, he would never agree to Yang Ming's request to take 2 million and leave. After planning for so long, wasn't it all for the sake of going all out? How could he give up halfway? Ha! Doozy pointed at Yang Ming and laughed. He said to his men, Did you hear it? He told me to take 2 million and leave. Was there a mistake? Who did he think he was? Song Jiang's boss. Doozy's men also laughed ignorantly with Doozy at this moment. 2 million is the limit. It's up to you whether you accept it or not. However, I can tell you very responsibly that if you take the money and leave, then I will treat it as if nothing happened. As for if you don't accept, Yang Ming didn't continue, but the threat in his tone was very strong. What if I don't accept it? Kid, don't think that you're a gangster just because you watched a few movies. The underworld isn't what you think. Doozy said jokingly, Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of talking to me like this? Who are you? I really don't know, and there's no need to know. Yang Ming said faintly. However, Songjiang is not a place for you to behave atrociously. After that, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and said, Tell me the account number. I will transfer the money to you. At this moment, the most surprised people were Shun Yefeng and He Lulu. They didn't expect Lin Jiyun's boyfriend to be so rich. For a student to be able to casually make a phone call and transfer 2 million, how rich was his family? Lin Chongqing and Shun Yueping were already used to it, so there was nothing strange at the moment. Oh, it seems that I really misjudged. He is a rich young master. Doozy's face was a bit weird, but he wasn't afraid of Yang Ming. Okay, this has nothing to do with you. I won't embarrass you. Maybe I know your dad. Yang Ming wasn't willing to care about this, so his patience was limited. At this moment, when he saw that Du Duzi didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he immediately became angry. He shouted at Bao Sanli at the door, "Little Bao, I'll leave this to you." Bao Sanli was just told by Yang Ming to wait at the door, so he didn't enter the office. However, when he saw Du Duzi's annoying look, he really wanted to go in and cripple this brat, but Yang Ming didn't call him. How could he dare to go in? He could only grit his teeth at the door and was very angry. At this moment, when he saw that Yang Ming called him, how could he bear it? Yang Ming kicked open the door of the office and rushed in. Before Du Duzi could react, Yang Ming gave a flying kick. Du Duzi's boss chair was kicked backward, and Du Duzi also flew up and fell heavily on the foot of the wall. Du Duzi was about to curse. How did another one come in? Moreover, after coming in, he started fighting without any explanation. What the hell is this? Du Duzi was now a lone shark. He hadn't fought for a long time. He was still disabled, let alone fighting with others. Now that he was being beaten, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Kill him for me. Fortunately, Du Duzi was very clear about his physical condition and knew to order his men to act as thugs. However, Du Duzi's men didn't move. They saw Bao Sanli's appearance clearly. Who dared to make a move? Although these people were Du Duzi's thugs, they were also people, right? People had to live, and they had to have families, right? These people's parents, brothers, and sisters were in Songjiang. Although they could run away after provoking Bao Sanli, what about their families? No one would be stupid enough to provoke the boss of Songjiang. After waiting for a long time, Du Duzi didn't see his men make a move. He looked up strangely, but he saw Bao Sanli looking at him angrily. He suddenly trembled and said, Brother Bao, why are you here?" "I'm here." "Hey, do you mean you don't want me to come?" Bao Sanli glared and kicked at Du Duzi. No, Brother Bao, I don't mean that. Du Duzi quickly explained. "You don't mean that? Then what do you mean? You are quite capable now, right? 10 million? It seems that the loan shark business is very profitable." Bao Sanli frowned and said, "You have been doing this for 4 or 5 years, right? According to your ratio, you can earn 10 million at once. Wouldn't your family property be hundreds of millions? TSK, you are really richer than me." "I'm not." Du Duzi thought, "I used to do small things. I just wanted to do something big, but you caught me. It seems that the money you gave me before is really a drop in the bucket. How about this? You send me 200 million tomorrow." Bao Sanli sneered. Du Duzi was immediately dumbfounded. 200 million? Never mind 200 million. I don't even have 20 million now. If I had 20 million, would I still need to spend so much effort to mess with Yijibwa? Why? You don't want to give it? Bao Sanli snorted and said, "No, it's not that I don't want to give it. I really don't have it." Du Duzi was about to cry. Finally, he saw what was called unreasonable. He gritted his teeth and only asked for 10 million, but this guy was good. He asked for 200 million. "You don't have it? I see that you are quite rich, right? You are asking for 10 million in a while." Bao Sanli said, "Have you considered the consequences of lying to me?" "Brother Bao, how would I dare to lie to you?" Du Duzi had no choice but to brace himself. "Brother Bao, I won't lie to you. This is the first time I asked for 10 million. First time? What's going on? Tell me the truth." Yang Ming was stunned. He felt that this matter seemed to be problematic, so he interjected. Du Duzi didn't know who Yang Ming was, so he didn't react. He was kicked by Bao Sanli. "Motherfucker, Brother Yang is asking you a question. Are you deaf? I see that you are missing an arm, but I didn't expect you to have a problem with your ears." "Have a problem with my ears?" Du Duzi smiled bitterly, but he didn't dare to refute. However, he was surprised. If Bao Sanli called him brother, what kind of character was he? It was no exaggeration to say that although Bao Sanli was not as tyrannical and unscrupulous as Hussein in the past, his overall strength and social relationship were much stronger than Hussein. Moreover, the second in command, Ho Junhan, was also a ruthless person. The company in his hands was quite rich, so the prestige of Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan was more intimidating than Hu San in the past. Of course, the most important thing was that Bao Somli's means were very tough. Unlike Hu San, who indulged people in the underworld, Bao Somli had a lot of rules. If you didn't abide by them, then sorry, you could only wait to be in the hospital with missing arms and legs. Glancing at the driver, Old Yao, on the side, Old Yao's face immediately changed. He knew that the person in front of Du Duzi was someone that Du Duzi couldn't afford to provoke, so he couldn't afford to provoke him. However, he didn't expect that Lulu actually knew such a terrifying friend. If he knew this, he wouldn't have cooperated with Du Duzi to scam the boss. Until now, he hadn't gotten a penny of benefits. Anyway, he knew that he couldn't avoid it this time. Old Yao simply accepted it and knelt in front of Yijibua. President I'm sorry for you. It was me and brother Du who scammed you, made you addicted to gambling, and then set a trap for you to borrow from the loan sharks. Yijibua looked at Old Yao, who had been with him for many years. His face was ashen. Old Yao, I usually treat you well, right? How can you do this kind of thing? My daughter has leukemia. I need money. Brother Du said that if we do this together, he will give me 500,000 yuan. Old Yao lowered his head. Leukemia? Yang Ming didn't have any sympathy for the person in front of him. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. He betrayed his boss for 500,000 yuan. This kind of person wasn't worthy of sympathy. Looking at the farce in the room, Yang Ming was really annoyed. He waved his hand and said to Bao Somli, I'm tired. You deal with it here. I don't want to see this guy anymore. As for Lulu, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about her. He helped her this time because of Lin Jiyun's face. In the future, she had to rely on herself. She thought that her family had a little money, so she was arrogant. Yang Ming felt a little funny. This Yijibua's company was about the same size as Zhang Bin's company. What did he see Zhang Bin looking down on people everywhere? Even Wang Jitao, who was much richer than her family, didn't show off like this. Chapter 720. If Yang Ming didn't have his current status and achievements, Yang Ming wouldn't have the current idea. Standing at a certain high position, it was a complete joke to look back at these self-righteous people pretending all day long. However, today's matter was not just a joke. Because of Yang Ming, he actually heard Old Yao's thoughts. My ability always appears at some critical moments and disappears inexplicably. But fortunately, it appeared in time. Old Yao's thoughts gave him a very vague outline, but he wasn't very sure. But at least Yang Ming didn't make any reaction on the surface, as if nothing had happened. Although he didn't figure out what Old Yao was doing, Yang Ming didn't gain anything. Yang Ming probably found some clues about this ability that appeared inexplicably and disappeared inexplicably. After Du Duzi was taken away by Bao Somli, only Yang Ming's group, Yijibua, and Old Yao were left in Yijibua's office. Let's go back to, Yang Ming said tiredly. Recently, there were too many messy things. The seemingly inexplicable trifles with no connection seemed to have a hidden story. Uncle aren't you coming with us? Shen Yefeng invited. I won't go first. I still have something to talk to Old Yao. Yijibua's words revealed a hint of hatred. However, at this moment, in the eyes of Yang Ming, it was like watching a play. Shen Yefeng also knew that Yijibua was betrayed by the most familiar person. At this moment, he must be very angry and wanted to talk to Old Yao. He didn't force it, so he said, Then Lulu and I will go back first. And you go back first. Let's contact each other again. Yijibua nodded, then turned to Yang Ming and said, This little brother, I am really grateful to you and your friend for this matter. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do about today's matter. It's nothing. Yang Ming waved his hand faintly. I was just passing by. Shen Yefeng was very curious about Yang Ming's identity, but now was not the time to ask. He had to hold back the doubts in his heart and planned to ask his sister at night. Yang Ming drove, but he was thinking about his special ability. He planned to find an opportunity to experiment with it. If it was really as he imagined, then it would be a breakthrough. After Yang Ming and the others left, Only Hijibwa and Old Yao were left in the office. Hijibwa's originally incomparably furious expression immediately became indifferent, and Old Yao no longer had the attitude of being at your mercy just now. Hijibwa closed the curtains while Old Yao locked the office door from the inside. After that, they sat side by side on the sofa. It's not easy to put on this show. Old Yao breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have the talent to be an actor. You acted so well. I was very nervous in my heart. I was afraid that I would expose myself if I didn't act well." Don't say that. Junior brother Yao, you did a good job. At least we figured out one fact. This Yang Ming really has a relationship with the underworld of Songjiang, and the relationship is not shallow. Just as Master guessed, Yang Ming's foundation is very deep. If this person can be used for our own use, it should be good. Unfortunately, he is that little bitch's lover. Hijibwa shook his head and said, "If we want to continue to stay in Songjiang, we can't touch Yang Ming." Old Yin, that guy, didn't he get involved with Yang Ming privately and was driven back to Miaojiang by Master in anger? Old Yin, that idiot. Fuck, I haven't seen eye to eye with him for a long time. Relying on the fact that he is the disciple of the Holy Master, he even dared to go against the words of our Master, Elder Yu. Let's see if he can still be arrogant this time. Old Yao scolded. If he didn't act privately and find someone to smash Yang Ming's company, Master wouldn't be so angry. If Yang Ming really suspected that there was a problem, then the foundation that we have worked so hard for so many years in Songjiang would be ruined. Hijibwa said, but then again, if he didn't make a mistake, it wouldn't be our turn to be in charge. That's true. We have to thank Old Yun, that big idiot. Old Yao laughed. In addition to him, we have to thank another person. Hijibwa stood up and took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and found 2 glasses. There's also Du Duzi, that stupid bird. He is really stupid. Old Yao took the wine glass. He still wants to scheme against us? He didn't even know that he was being schemed against. He became a scapegoat. This kind of insignificant person. Why mention him? Hijibwa waved his hand. It seems at this time we have one. Hee. But senior, your shrewdness is really deep. You actually let your daughter approach Yang Ming in a roundabout way. Old Yao said, this courage is not something that ordinary people can have. Everything is for the Holy Miao tribe. What is this sacrifice? Lulu is also our Holy Miao tribe. For the revival of our Holy Miao tribe, she can even die. Hijibwa said coldly. However, senior, we have been lurking in Songjiang for so long. Is that old man, Wan Hai, really here? Old Yao asked curiously. This is not something that you and I can be clear about. If Master thinks so, then he must have his reasons. Hijibwa said, this kind of thing, don't mention it in the future. You know the rules. Do her job well. Yes, I understand. Old Yao, who was still smiling, immediately said solemnly, well, Old Yao, we have been together for so many years. Do you need to be so serious in front of me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who tattles to Master? Hijibwa said with a smile. That's true. Old Yao scratched his head and said, by the way, senior, I heard that Old Yun is still not giving up. He is going to retaliate against Yang Ming. Let him be. Hijibwa said, if he falls, both of us can be promoted. Yang Ming had something on his mind, so he naturally didn't want to stay for a long time. But because he just had a relationship with Lin Jiyun, he wanted to accompany Lin Jiyun for a while. Thus, he managed to finish his dinner. During the dinner, Yang Ming secretly observed Lulu's tone and demeanor, but he didn't see any clues. As for the process of Lulu and Shun Yefeng's acquaintance, Yang Ming probably understood, and there was nothing too strange about it. If he hadn't accidentally heard Old Yao's thoughts before, Yang Ming really wouldn't have suspected anything. It was because he heard it that Yang Ming began to be suspicious. It was no wonder that Yang Ming was cautious. There were too many strange things recently. After dinner, Yang Ming was called to the bedroom by Lin Jiyun alone. Yang Ming thought that Lin Jiyun had tasted love for the first time and wanted to do something with him. So he said, you want to do it again so soon? But you just took the medicine. Be careful. Ah. Lin Jiyun was stunned, and her face immediately turned red. What are you talking about? Dirty thoughts. Then why did you ask me to come? Yang Ming asked, puzzled. I asked you to come because there is a serious matter. Lin Jiyun said, Zhao Cixi just called. There is something urgent that she wants to discuss with us. Urgent matter? Did something happen to the company? Yang Ming asked quickly. It's not that something happened to the company, but Cixi received news that Yun's Jewelry is also preparing to do an activity on Valentine's Day. They launched a series of couple jewelry. It seems to be aimed at our plan in these few days. Lin Jiyun said, moreover, Yun's Jewelry also invited the popular celebrity group, Black Sugar Bean Paste Bun, to endorse Yun's Jewelry? Yin Guangdou? Yang Ming frowned and asked, looks like this guy is not done with me, huh? I have already warned him last time to disappear from my sight, or else he will bear the consequences. I didn't expect this kid to jump out again. It's not Yin Guangdou. According to my understanding, Yin Guangdou went to develop branch companies in other places. The business in Songjiang was handed over to President Hua of Hua's Jewelry. Lin Jiyun said, Zhao Cixi only said so much. I don't know the rest. Yang Ming nodded. What the hell is a black sugar bean paste bun? I have only heard of black sugar macchiato. It's a new group. It seems to be quite popular now. Lin Jiyun smiled. But there are many young people who like their group. Between them and Shuya, who has more appeal? Yang Ming thought about it and suddenly asked. Of course, it's Shuya. Black sugar bean paste bun is just a new group. No matter what, it's not as good as Shuya. Lin Jiyun said, why did you suddenly ask about this? Okay, then it's decided. If we find a spokesperson, can't we find one? We will find Shuya to be our company's spokesperson. Yang Ming made a bold decision. If it were someone who didn't know, they would think that Yang Ming was talking big. Shuya had been in the industry for so long, but the products she endorsed were very few. The reason was very simple. Shuya wasn't short of money. She didn't want to ruin her image because of the possible quality problems of some products. Therefore, it was very difficult to ask Shuya to be a spokesperson. Yang Ming's words did seem a bit arrogant. However, Yang Ming really had the capital to be arrogant. Lin Jiyun didn't know the inside story, but she didn't know that Shuya was so difficult to invite, but she still felt that this matter was a bit difficult. Invite Shuya? It's going to be Valentine's Day soon. Can we make it? There shouldn't be enough time, right? Oh, then let her shoot some advertisements to promote us first. As for the spokesperson, we will slowly study it. Yang Ming said indifferently. Lin Jiyun felt that Yang Ming's idea was too strong, but she didn't doubt Yang Ming's ability. Yang Ming always gave her some unexpected surprises. Those seemingly difficult things were easily solved in Yang Ming's hands. Without further ado, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and began to flip through the phone book. He forgot whether he had saved Shuya's number in his mobile phone. The business card that Shuya gave him last time was put in the BMW X5 by Yang Ming. Chapter 721. After looking through it, he didn't find Shuya's phone number. Obviously, he didn't care at the time. Now that he needed her help, he began to worry. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. So, I will look for Shuya in a while and see if this can be done. Then I will trouble you. Lin Jiyun said happily, if Shuya is the spokesperson, then we don't have to be afraid of the Yun Group. Why are you thanking me? The company is mine. Yang Ming smiled and said, then I will go back first. Don't forget to take another pill before going to bed. Lin Jiyun was embarrassed and stomped her foot. Don't say it. I remember, right? Help me ask your uncle when you have time. The more detailed the matter between him and He Lulu, the better. Yang Ming thought about it and said to Lin Jiyun, but don't let him notice anything. What's wrong? Why? Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and frowned suspiciously. I can't explain it. I just feel that He Lulu and her father, He Jibua, are a bit strange. Yang Ming said, well, I will try. Lin Jiyun didn't ask much. Out of Lin Jiyun's house, Yang Ming looked at his watch and smiled bitterly. It was actually more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Isn't it inappropriate to look for Shuya at this time? but there was no other way. Time was tight. The day after tomorrow was Shuya's concert. In a few days, it would be Valentine's Day. If he didn't settle things as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to make it in time to shoot the advertisement. Yang Ming drove Bao Sanli's Golden Cup van to Heavenly Earth. The underling who was responsible for security at the door saw Yang Ming and immediately greeted, "Brother Yang." These people were specially selected and knew Yang Ming. "Is Miss Shuya resting?" asked Yang Ming. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment." An underling took out the walkie-talkie and said a few words into it. Then he said to Yang Ming, "The brother upstairs said that Shuya's room is still lit." "Well, I'll go up and have a look." Yang Ming nodded and walked into Heavenly Earth. It was the same place, but they had different feelings. Yang Ming looked at the decoration of the heavenly world. He couldn't help but have a wicked thought. If I come here again with Lin Jiyun, what kind of scene would it be? Now, Heavenly World was under Yang Ming's banner, which was Yang Ming's own industry. No one stopped Yang Ming from entering the elevator. At the top floor, the floor where Shuya was, Yang Ming walked out of the elevator. Seeing the elevator door open, the little brother in charge of security immediately became vigilant and nervously stared at the elevator door. Only when he saw Yang Ming come out and there was no one else behind him did he relax. "Brother Yang, Miss Shu's room is 2206, one of the underlings said. Yang Ming nodded, indicating that he got it. He got up and walked in the direction of 2206. When he came to the door of the room, he saw a faint light in the room. However, Yang Ming wasn't sure if Shuya was resting. Some people always forget to turn off the lights when they sleep. In line with the principle of caution, Yang Ming used his special ability to look inside, but it was only to determine what Shuya was doing. He didn't have any other intention of peeping. The room was a large presidential suite. The agent, Miss Su, was sleeping in the guest room outside the room. At this moment, she was lying down with her eyes closed. He didn't know if she was asleep. However, Shuya didn't sleep. At this moment, she was sitting at the head of the bed and using her laptop to surf the internet. After confirming that Shuya wasn't asleep, Yang Ming was relieved and pressed the doorbell at the door of the room. This doorbell was a split type. It was divided into an inner doorbell and an outer doorbell. This was also done to not disturb other people. Yang Ming pressed the inner doorbell. The soundproofing effect of the presidential suite was still very good. Yang Ming couldn't hear the bell. However, she obviously heard it. She raised her head with some doubts. She subconsciously glanced at the visual doorbell intercom system and looked at the time on the computer. She frowned and reached out to connect the intercom system. She was a little annoyed. "It's so late. Who is disturbing me?" It was reasonable to say that the waiter wouldn't ring the doorbell at this time. If it was an outsider, the security guard who was in charge of security outside wouldn't let him do this so late. What entered Shuya's eyes was the face that made her yearn for day and night, the face that made her restless. She was a little excited. "It's so late. What's he doing here? Is he looking for a date with me?" When this thought came up, Shuya couldn't help but clench her small fist and knock her head. "What nonsense am I thinking about? How is this possible? Yang Ming now has a girlfriend, and their relationship is very good. Moreover, if Yang Ming wanted to develop something with her, there should be a lot of opportunities. He didn't have to come here in the middle of the night." But even so, Shuya was still very excited. Even her voice changed a little. "Yang Ming? It's me, Shuya. Are you asleep? Am I bothering you?" Although Yang Ming saw Shuya's expression, he didn't take it seriously. In the middle of the night, someone rang the doorbell. Who wouldn't be nervous? "Oh, I haven't slept yet. You wait. I will open the door for you." Shuya closed the notebook in front of her, then jumped out of bed, put on her slippers, and walked to the door. Shuya just curled up in the quilt, and Yang Ming wasn't the kind of peeping madman, so it was impossible for him to use his X-ray vision to see what Shuya looked like. However, at this moment, Shuya came together, and he saw it clearly. Shuya didn't wear a coat, only a loose nightgown. However, Shuya didn't change her clothes. She walked over directly, which made Yang Ming slightly surprised. As a matter of fact, Shuya had always had a very healthy and conservative image in front of the media. In the middle of the night, She actually opened the door for a strange man, so casually, although he wasn't very strange, and perhaps Shuya was still somewhat afraid of him. She didn't have to do this, right? Yang Ming was really wrong. Shuya had never been afraid of him. For Shuya, even if Yang Ming killed people or something else, Shuya wouldn't feel afraid. When she passed by the outer room, Shuya secretly glanced at Su Li, who had fallen asleep on the bed. Her face was slightly red. She tiptoed to the door with a guilty conscience and carefully opened the door, fearing that Su Li would wake up. It was like the feeling of having an affair. It made Shuya's heart, which hadn't been excited for many years, nervous. The feeling of heartbeat. I don't know how many years it hasn't appeared in my body, but now it is back. Opening the door, Shuya raised her eyebrows beautifully and reached out to make a silent gesture. Su Li is asleep. Don't wake her up. Su Li? Yang Ming didn't pay attention to the name of Shuya's manager. He remembered that it seemed to be Miss Su, so it must be her. Yang Ming nodded and smiled knowingly. He thought in his heart, a big star is actually just an ordinary girl. At that moment, Yang Ming even had a feeling that Shuya was just a little sister next door. Shuya's bright eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. She was slightly delighted with the tacit understanding between Yang Ming and her. Follow me. Shuya waved to Yang Ming. She said very softly with an indescribable naughty expression. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Why do I feel that it's like children playing house between us? Isn't she afraid that I will kill her? This is called inviting a wolf into the house. Doesn't she understand this principle? At this moment, Yang Ming even had a feeling of returning to his childhood. At that time, it seemed that Suya always spoke to him in this tone. Yang Ming was momentarily absent-minded, but as an assassin, this was absolutely impossible. He quickly adjusted his emotions, but he saw that Shuya had turned around and was tiptoeing into the inner room. Yang Ming also subconsciously followed Shuya's action and walked forward slowly. The two people were like the big bad wolf who was about to do bad things in the cartoon. When the two of them entered the inner room, Shuya quickly closed the door. Then, she was worried and locked the door from the inside. Then, she patted her chest with lingering fear. If Suli knows about this, she will definitely lecture me. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded by Shuya's swift and fierce action. Close the door? Lock it? Why does it feel a little scary? However, this kind of thing seems to be done by a man, right? But after hearing Shuya's words, Yang Ming knew that he had misunderstood. Shuya was just avoiding Su Li. Just now, Su Li, who was still sleeping, opened her eyes the moment Shuya closed the door. There was no sign of sleepiness on her face. Su Li took out her cell phone and dialed a number. After a long time, the other party answered, "Is this little Su? Calling so late. Is there anything urgent?" "I'm sorry, President Shu, to disturb your rest," Su Li said apologetically. "But there is an important thing that I want to ask you." "What is it?" asked Shu Haikua. "Just now, Yang Ming came to see Miss Shu, and Miss Shu brought him into the room." Su Li said, "It's so late, I'm afraid. I can't make up my mind, so I'm asking you what to do." "Oh." Shu Haikua fell into silence. After a while, he said, "Just pretend that you didn't see it." "Okay." Although Su Li was very puzzled by Shu Haikua's attitude, she had to listen to what Shu Haikua said. On the surface, she was Shuya's manager, but in fact, she was hired by Shu Haikua to monitor Shuya's movements and report to him. Intuitively, Su Li felt that this Yang Ming and the Shu family seemed to have a relationship for a long time. This could be seen from the attitude of Shu Haikua and Shuya. Shuya had never been so kind to any man, let alone let him into the room in the middle of the night. Shu Haikua's attitude was also very strange. On the first day of coming to Songjiang, Su Li told Shu Haikua about Shuya's abnormal behavior after seeing Yang Ming. If it were normal times, he would definitely be furious when he knew that those young masters harassed Shuya. But this time, he remained silent. Su Li couldn't ask more about the specific reason. This was not what she should ask. Chapter 722. Previously, after listening to Su Li's report, Shu Haikua was shocked. Although he had long been mentally prepared that this Yang Dahai of Song Jiangming Yang Heavy Industry was the Yang Dahai who was humiliated by him in the past, it was one thing to be mentally prepared. It was another thing when it really happened in front of him. When he heard that Yang Ming appeared at the airport with Ming Yang Heavy Industry and even Ming Yang Entertainment, Xu Haikua fell into shock and contemplation. Such an important occasion would allow a young man to participate. Moreover, according to Su Li, the people of Ming Yang Heavy Industry and Ming Yang Entertainment were very respectful to Yang Ming. In this way, Yang Ming's identity was obvious. However, what made Xu Haikua feel strange was what kind of company was this Ming Yang Entertainment? What was its relationship with Ming Yang Heavy Industry? The two companies with the same name were both contractors. It was hard not to association. Was it a subsidiary company, or was it originally a company? On the company composition of Ming Yang Heavy Industries website, there was no mention of Ming Yang Entertainment. It seemed that there was no relationship, but no one would believe it. The link between these two companies was Yang Ming, the young man who he once looked down on. Perhaps these two companies were controlled or indirectly controlled by Yang Ming's father, Yang Dahai. For Yang Ming, Xu Haikua still didn't care much. He didn't even suspect that he was related to these two companies. Of course, it referred to the operational relationship. Xu Haikua also made inferences about the whole process of this incident. In his opinion, Yang Ming just relied on his father's influence to be familiar with the senior executives of these two companies. The senior executives of these two companies had to curry favor with Yang Ming in order to please Yang Dahai. Yang Ming could meet his daughter again because of a coincidence. A young man? He always liked to chase after celebrities, especially popular celebrities like his daughter. It was reasonable for Yang Ming to pick up his daughter at the airport through his family's relationship. Therefore, Xu Haikua didn't think that the Ming Yang Group had any operational relationship with Yang Ming. The name Ming Yang might have been derived from the two words Yang Ming, but it was only because Xu Haikua loved his son. In his opinion, the current Yang Ming should still be a scholar. However, Xu Haikua didn't ask Su Li to stop his daughter from interacting with Yang Ming. Firstly, this was his daughter's wish for many years. Seeing his daughter depressed all day long, Xu Haikua was also worried. However, most of it was because Yang Ming's family was not what it used to be, and he was more than qualified to be a good match for his daughter. Moreover, he wanted to get the general distribution rights of the helicopters in Hong Kong and overseas. Shuya didn't have any makeup on, and her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She gave off a refreshing feeling, especially since it was already late at night. Shuya's face was already showing signs of sleepiness. She was very lazy. At this time, women were the most seductive. Yang Ming was a little moved, but he tried hard to restrain himself. What do you want? Although they were in a hotel, Shuya was the owner of this room. Naturally, she had to fulfill the responsibility of the owner. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming was not very thirsty, so he said casually, "Then I'll make the decision." Shuya smiled faintly, opened the small refrigerator at the bedside, took out 2 drinks from it, and handed one to Yang Ming. "Try it. How is the taste? I like to drink it very much." "Fruit tea?" Yang Ming took the drink handed over by Shuya, and his expression was obviously stunned. This was juice tea sealed in a disposable plastic cup. It turned out to be a specialty of Songjiang. It was sold in the streets and alleys. Later, because of the impact of the big brand drinks on the market, this kind of juice tea was too simple and it gradually faded out of the market. However, Yang Ming was reminiscing about this taste. When he was in junior high school, he often bought a cup with Suya after school and sat on the side of the road to drink together. In fact, for the taste of a juice, Yang Ming was reminiscing about it, but he couldn't remember it. What made Yang Ming reminisce the most was indeed the person who drank the juice with him. Is this kind of juice tea still sold? Yang Ming looked at the juice tea in his hand with interest, evoking countless memories. "I didn't buy it. It was made for me by the staff." Shuya smiled. "This kind of juice tea has not been sold for a long time. They bought the formula and can process it at any time." Yang Ming nodded. Many celebrities had their own hobbies, and they were the kind of loyal hobbies. For example, when looking at a celebrity's information, they would see questions like favorite food, favorite drink, and so on. Shuya's answer would probably be this juice tea. This kind of thing was not very difficult to process. As long as the original syrup was blended and water was added, it would be fine. Try it? How is the taste? Shuya handed a straw to Yang Ming, then took a straw for herself. She poked a hole in her cup of juice tea and drank it with relish. Okay. Yang Ming really wanted to reminisce about the taste of the past. Yang Ming sat on the sofa, and Shuya sat side by side with the juice cup next to Yang Ming. The familiar taste overflowed into his mouth, making Yang Ming a little absent-minded. It was like this in the past, right? Two people sat together and drank juice, but the people around them were different now. Shuya's mood seemed to be a little absent-minded. She held the juice and was in a daze. He suddenly found that this Shuya really had a lot in common with Suya. The tone of voice, demeanor, actions, and the same hobbies. The most important thing was, where did the ring in her hand come from? For a moment, Yang Ming almost thought that Shuya was Suya. However, Yang Ming couldn't imagine and wouldn't believe that a person's appearance would change dramatically. Yes, from the perspective of appearance, there was no similarity at all. Although he had to admit that Shuya was also very beautiful, in Yang Ming's heart, Suya was still slightly better. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't suspect that Shuya was wearing something like a human skin mask. However, after Yang Ming carefully examined it with X-ray vision, he didn't find any clues. This was also the reason why Yang Ming denied that Shuya was Suya. However, there was a connection between the two people. Yang Ming was confident about this. He just didn't know how to get Shuya's words. Yang Ming now wanted to ask her if she knew where Suya was, but he was afraid that there were other secrets, which made Shuya vigilant. Then, it would be difficult for him to ask anything. Yang Ming couldn't do it to her if he used some extreme means on her. Yang Ming still couldn't do it. Therefore, Yang Ming planned to ask Shuya clearly when the two people were more familiar with each other, while Shuya was unguarded. It's very delicious. I used to drink this kind of fruit tea. It tastes like this. Yang Ming recovered first and said to Shuya, "Yeah, I like it very much." Shuya said, "I'm a little hungry. Can you treat me to something to eat?" "Now," Yang Ming said, "Where are we going?" "The restaurant downstairs." "Let's go outside. I haven't been out of the hotel for a few days. I'm afraid of being entangled by reporters." "Now, those reporters should have gone back, right?" Shuya stretched and said. Originally, the loose nightgown couldn't see Shuya's figure, but when she raised her arms, her towering chest could be seen. There were two protrusions on it. Obviously, Shuya didn't wear a bra. Seeing Yang Ming's gaze, Shuya's face was red, but she was a little proud in her heart. When you touched in the past, it wasn't as big as now, right? Cough, cough. Seeing that his perverted behavior was noticed by Shuya, Yang Ming coughed twice awkwardly. In order to hide his embarrassment, Yang Ming stood up and said, "Then I will wait for you in the corridor. You can change your clothes." When he passed by the outer room, Su Li was still lying motionless on the bed. Yang Ming didn't pay much attention to her. Seeing Yang Ming standing at the door, an underling on duty immediately greeted him. "Brother Yang, do you have any orders?" "Nothing. I will go out with Shuya in a while. You tell the brothers to rest for a while." Yang Ming said, "Thank you, Brother Yang." The underling quickly thanked him. In his heart, he sincerely admired Brother Yang. This Brother Yang is so badass. He got a celebrity so quickly. However, this was just a casual thought in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He still understood that trouble comes from a mouth. Especially in the underworld, if you don't keep your mouth shut, you may be thrown into the wilderness. After a while, Shuya pushed the door and walked out. She wore a beige down jacket, a white rabbit fur hat on her head, and heart-shaped small ear bags. She was unspeakably cute. "Let's go." Shuya shrank her head and whispered. Now she looked like a little girl who sneaked out of the house to meet her lover. "Let's go." Yang Ming and Shuya walked side by side to the elevator. "You look more comfortable." It was rare for Yang Ming to praise her, which made Shuya a little excited. This outfit seemed very simple, but but it took a lot of Shuya's thoughts. The purpose was also for Yang Ming to see. Although the people in the hotel recognized Shuya, Shuya went out with Yang Ming, so they didn't dare to stop them. Out of the hotel door, Yang Ming remembered that the car he drove today was the Jinbei. He didn't know if this celebrity could get used to it. Just as Shuya had said, many reporters had gone home in the cold weather. But there was a tabloid reporter from Hong Kong who stayed in the corner of the hotel door, ready to get some explosive news back. The strength of the paparazzi in Hong Kong was well known throughout the country. At this time, it could be seen. The tabloid reporter held an infrared camera and pressed the shutter excitedly. Shuya went out with a young man in the middle of the night. This was big news. How could he not be excited? The tabloid reporter pressed the shutter and began to fantasize. After going back, how much would the chief editor reward him? Money, beautiful women. He didn't think about it. How shameless was his behavior of digging into other people's privacy? Chapter 723. The tabloid reporter was excited. Suddenly, he felt that he was patted on the back. He was stunned. He turned his head and saw two black-shirt, macho men with sunglasses staring at him coldly. "What's the matter with the two big brothers?" The tabloid reporter asked nervously. "It's the middle of the night. Are they here to rob me?" One of the black-shirt, macho men pointed at the camera in the tabloid reporter's hand with a blank expression. He said coldly, "Give it to me." "Ah." The tabloid reporter was stunned. He thought, did I really encounter a robbery? However, a robbery is a robbery. As long as I get the memory card in the camera, it doesn't matter. The news this time is worth in cameras. So, he said, sure. But can you leave the memory card in the camera to me? This isn't worth much. It's 30/20. The black-shirt macho man didn't answer. He just grabbed the camera in the tabloid reporter's hand and took out the memory card. Thank you. The tabloid reporter thought that the black-shirt macho man was going to return the memory card to him. He just opened his mouth to thank him, but he saw that the black-shirt macho man put the memory card directly into his pocket. He wondered, "You are..." The black-shirt macho man smashed the remaining camera on the tabloid reporter's face and then said fiercely, "Get lost. If I see you again, I will kill you." At this time, the tabloid reporter understood everything. He wasn't stupid. They weren't robbers. It was just that he took photos of something that shouldn't be taken. So they came to find him. Local underworld members? Because the black-shirt macho man had a local accent, the tabloid reporter didn't think that these people were the bodyguards that Shuya brought from Hong Kong. Moreover, the style and tone of these people were not like bodyguard at all. They were somewhat similar to the underworld in Hong Kong. So, the tabloid reporter suddenly thought of this aspect. He couldn't help but shudder. It seems that the water here is very deep. The tabloid reporter was immediately discouraged. He thought that he had captured a big piece of news, but now it seemed that this news couldn't be brought back at all. The tabloid reporter had also encountered a similar situation in Hong Kong. He knew that this kind of person couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Just as he was about to leave, he saw that he was surrounded by a group of black-shirt, macho men. What else do you want?" The tabloid reporter was shocked. When he saw that the two people from before were also among them, he immediately became afraid. Could it be that they were really going to kill him to silence him? It turned out that the two black-shirt, macho men just reported the matter to Bao Sanli. How could Bao Sanli dare to neglect? He was afraid that if something went wrong and Yang Ming blamed him, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Thus, he gave the order to capture this person first. Thus, without any explanation, the tabloid reporter was taken to Heavenly Earth. At that moment, the tabloid reporter finally confirmed that he had really encountered a mafia member. It was impossible to reason with these people. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He was so far away from home. He couldn't just disappear like that. Yang Ming naturally noticed the small actions of the tabloid reporter. But after seeing that someone was going to deal with him, he didn't do it himself. These people were the elites selected by Bao Sanli. If such a small thing couldn't be done well, then Yang Ming had to doubt that there was a problem with Bao Sanli's ability. The car is broken. Can you get used to sitting in this van? Yang Ming pointed to the parking lot and said to his Jinbei van, "How am I so delicate?" Shuya smiled. "I have also sat on the bus before." "You took the bus? Then wouldn't the passengers in the bus be excited?" Yang Ming naturally didn't believe it. "Of course, it was when I wasn't famous." Shuya sighed. "In fact, it is a very happy thing to be able to sit on the bus with your lover and look at the scenery in the city aimlessly." After getting in the car, Yang Ming started the car. The car slowly drove along the side of the road. Yang Ming asked Shuya, "Have you been to Songjiang before?" "I have been here before. I like it here very much." Shuya replied vaguely. "The nightlife here should be far worse than that of Hong Kong, right?" Yang Ming smiled. At this moment, most of the shops on both sides of Songjiang Street were dark and closed. Only a few fast food restaurants and pharmacies that were open 24 hours a day were still on. "That's true, but it is very kind and warm here," Shuya said. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have set the first stop of the concert here." "Right, you haven't said it yet. It's so late. Is there something urgent that you are looking for me?" Originally, Yang Ming still didn't know how to speak. After all, it was somewhat impolite to look for someone in the middle of the night. Although Yang Ming had helped Shuya a lot, it was still inappropriate to talk about business when they met. So, he just casually talked about a few words. He wanted to wait for the two people to get familiar with each other before he changed the topic. Now, when Shuya took the initiative to mention this, he followed up. "This is the case. I have a jewelry company that will launch a series of couple jewelry on Valentine's Day. However, my competitors are also preparing to take this opportunity to promote. They found a singer group called Brown Sugar Bean Paste Bun to be their brand ambassador. I don't know any celebrities, but I know you. So, I found you." When Yang Ming said this, he felt a little shameless. The tone of his words seemed to say that Shuya was just an ordinary little celebrity. There was nothing special about her. However, Shuya didn't mind at all. "Then, are you going to find me to endorse your jewelry company?" She was thinking, when did Yang Ming have another jewelry company? It seems that Yang Ming has really changed a lot from the past. What other secrets does he have? From a last encounter on the Alice cruise ship, Shuya couldn't figure out Yang Ming. His strange skills and ruthless means were completely different from the Yang Ming in her impression. However, these two people with different personalities slowly overlapped in her mind. The Yang Ming she saw now was completely the image of the big brother next door. He was very sunny. That's probably what it means. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. What are the benefits? Shuya raised her head beautifully and looked at Yang Ming. "I don't know how much your endorsement fee is, but it won't be less than others." Yang Ming apparently misunderstood Shuya's meaning, thinking that she was referring to the endorsement fee. "Not this." Shuya rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm a money grubber? I can't see it, but it doesn't seem like it." Yang Ming wasn't stupid. Shuya naturally meant that she wasn't short of money. "I have never liked to endorse companies. The only few companies are my father's friends. I can't reject them," said Shuya. "You mean to hint to me that if I want you to endorse, I must first become friends with your father? Is that what you mean?" Yang Ming teased Shuya. "You're giving up what's near at hand to seek what's far away." Shuya was a little angry. "This is called saving the country in a roundabout way." Yang Ming smiled. "That's up to you. But even if they are my father's friends, I don't want to. There's no other way." Shuya checkmated Yang Ming. Yang Ming scratched his head and said with some difficulty, "Then, what should I do?" "I already said it. What are the benefits?" Shuya really didn't know if Yang Ming really didn't understand or just pretended not to understand. However, in her impression, Yang Ming wasn't such a stupid person, right? However, when she saw the slyness in Yang Ming's eyes, Shuya knew that Yang Ming was intentional. She suddenly said, "You don't have a chance. I'm going to reject you." Yang Ming saw Shuya's playful expression. How could he not know that she was joking with him? However, Yang Ming was still a little surprised by Shuya's straightforwardness. In the past, he always watched entertainment news on TV about how arrogant these celebrities were. Now, looking at Shuya, she didn't have that kind of bad temper. "What benefits do you want?" asked Yang Ming. "As a celebrity, most of the time, I am very lonely." Shuya didn't answer Yang Ming's question, but said, I don't have much chance to go shopping. I work all day long. I have few friends. You mean you want me to be your friend? Yang Ming heard Shu Ya's implication. Why are you unwilling? Shu Ya's threatening grin was very beautiful. That's not it. If you're not afraid that I will kill you, then you can do whatever you want. Yang Ming naturally didn't refuse. If he could have a more harmonious relationship with Shu Ya, it would be more convenient to ask about Su Ya in the future. Why should I be afraid of you? You didn't kill me at the time. Do you want to settle accounts later? Shu Ya wasn't afraid. She had a trump card in her hand. At most, she would tell the truth. She didn't believe that Yang Ming could do it. Can we talk about the business now? When are you going to shoot some advertising films for my company? Asked Yang Ming. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I don't want to talk about work now. I have a headache when I mention it. Shu Ya said, you tell me about yourself. I say, are you here to trick me? Yang Ming suddenly became vigilant. After all, as I did, he was a bit sensitive. Friends should be honest with each other, shouldn't they? Said Shu Ya. Well, good friends should be honest with each other. I will remember this sentence. When I ask you something in the future, let's see how you answer. Yang Ming hesitated a little and said, what do I have to say? What do you want to know? For example, why did you appear on the Alice? Why did you kill? Speaking of this, Shu Ya lowered her voice. Why did you kill? You mean Dorsk? What does he do? Do you know? Asked Yang Ming. I heard from my dad that he is a big drug lord. Said Shu Ya. Yang Ming didn't want to say too much to her because the identity of an assassin couldn't be exposed. However, he could use his underworld identity to talk about things. So he said, let me tell you, I am the underworld boss of Songjiang. Do you believe it? Chapter 724. In the past few days, Shu Ya also clearly felt the background of Mingyang Entertainment in Songjiang City. Although Mingyang Entertainment and Mingyang Heavy Industry had the same name, they were obviously two subordinates. Mingyang Heavy Industry was a very formal large-scale heavy industry company, and Mingyang Entertainment was somewhat of a local tyrant. As Shu Ya's agent, Su Li naturally paid attention to the local background of the organizer. This was the key to the success of the concert. Another point was the local influence of the organizer. This was directly related to whether Shu Ya would be harassed by some powerful people during her time in Songjiang. However, the result of her inquiry shocked Su Li greatly. Mingyang Entertainment was a veritable gang in the local area. It was the largest gang and the only gang. From the point of view of the bodyguards sent by Mingyang Entertainment, these people were more like gang members. While Su Li was surprised, she had some doubts. So what is the relationship between this gang and Mingyang Heavy Industry? Are they attached to Mingyang Heavy Industry? Or is Mingyang Heavy Industry their money laundering company? What Su Li knew, she also knew. However, she didn't care much because in many cases, it was really inseparable from a gang. Since the organizer had such a strong background, she didn't have to be afraid of being harassed during her time in Songjiang. Even in Hong Kong, it was the same. If one wanted to mix in the entertainment industry safely, it was impossible not to deal with the gang. Although she knew that Mingyang Entertainment was the largest gang in the local area, Yang Ming's sentence, I'm the underworld leader of Songjiang, still made Shu Ya stunned. Are you telling the truth? Shu Ya looked at Yang Ming incredulously. She didn't feel that he was a vicious underworld leader. You can say that, but it is behind the scenes. Yang Ming nodded. In other words, the current boss of Songjiang is my underling. Do you understand? As for that Dorsk, I killed him because of the grievances in the underworld. There is nothing to say. At this moment, Shu Ya was shocked in addition to shock. When Shu Ya was in Hong Kong, she had dealt with many gangs. Her father, Shu Haikua, also secretly funded a medium-sized gang. She naturally knew how powerful the people in the underworld were, let alone Yang Ming, who secretly controlled the underground forces of the entire city. It was not an exaggeration to say that in Songjiang, no one could do anything to Yang Ming. Looking at your age, you should be about the same as me, right? I was born in the 90s. What about you? Shu Ya pretended not to know it and asked, you should be in school now, right? Why are you in the underworld? I'm also from 90. Yang Ming's heart moved. This is a good topic. I don't know if I can use this topic to guide Shuya to say something useful. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Some things are beyond my control." Yang Ming parked the car by the roadside, put down the back of the driver's seat, and leaned on it comfortably. "I'm a very good listener. Are you interested in telling me about it?" Shuya was naturally very interested in Yang Ming's affairs. A man was in love, and a woman was in love. Yang Ming wanted to use this to get some information from Shuya, and Shuya also wanted to hear more about Yang Ming's story. While I was in junior high school, my desk mate was a very cute girl. She and I, how should I say it? We were childhood sweethearts. Yang Ming didn't look at Shuya at the moment, but he stared at Shuya's eyes with his special ability. Shuya's heartbeat immediately became rapid. He really didn't forget me. Although she tried to restrain her emotions, Shuya's eyes still flashed a trace of splendor, which clearly fell into Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming continued calmly. "It's a coincidence. Her name also has the word ya. This is why I didn't call you Lilia last time, oh." Although Shuya pretended to be a little unhappy on the surface, she was excited in her heart. She deliberately said sarcastically, "You fell in love early in junior high school. It's not early love, right? It's probably because we have a good impression of each other." Yang Ming explained, "At that time, the management of junior high school was relatively strict. The school spirit was not bad, so it should be considered a kind of pure feelings. Then, did you get together later?" Shuya asked knowingly. Yang Ming looked gloomy and shook his head. "We were broken up by the class teacher at the time. She transferred to another school, and then there was no news." Shuya had some doubts in her heart. "Didn't I write a letter? How can there be no news?" "So," she asked, "then she didn't contact you after transferring?" "I later learned that she wrote a letter to me, but it was privately withheld by the class teacher." When Yang Ming said this, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Although he didn't intend to pursue Wu Qiren's responsibility, there was always a thorn in his heart. It turned out to be like this. The knot in Shuya's heart was also untied. She also got the answer to the things that she couldn't figure out. It turned out that it wasn't that Yang Ming ignored her, but there was another story behind the matter. "Since she left, I began to degenerate. Every day, I mixed with the little gangsters outside the school and fought. I vented all my emotional frustration with my fists, so I quickly made a name for myself. At that time, everyone called me Crazy Yang. Isn't this name funny?" Yang Ming said with some self-deprecation. How can you do this?" Shuya didn't expect that Yang Ming's degeneration was because of her. This made her feel somewhat guilty, but she was also very touched. "People always have times when they are frustrated, right?" Yang Ming said helplessly. "Looking at your current appearance, you don't look very frustrated, right? Don't you have a girlfriend now?" asked Shuya. "It's also my current girlfriend. When I was in high school, she always took care of me. At that time, she was the study committee member in the class. Every time I skipped class, she would take care of me. Before my college entrance examination, she also helped me review my homework. She never treated me as a bad student," said Yang Ming. Hearing this, Shuya was a little silent. The taste in her heart was very sad. Yang Ming had degenerated because of her. Her position in Yang Ming's heart could be imagined. However, he cheered up because of another woman. Then, this woman's position in Yang Ming's heart was also very high. At least, it wasn't inferior to her. Moreover, she had become a part of the past. A part of the past. That woman was Yang Ming's everything now. Shuya felt a little irritated and absent-minded. She had to think about it, and think about countermeasures. 6 years was enough to change anything. For Yang Ming's current feelings, Shuya wasn't sure at all. At this point in the story, Shuya's identity was already obvious. Shuya was indeed Suya, Yang Ming's little girlfriend. The reason why the first stop of her concert was set in Songjiang was that her feelings for Yang Ming couldn't be separated. On the Alice, the sentence that Shuya was about to shout was, "I am Suya." Unfortunately, she didn't say at the time. Otherwise, the truth would have been revealed. As for why Suya became Shuya now, Shuya had to tell Yang Ming personally. Shuya rubbed her aching temples. "I'm a little sleepy. Let's go back. You don't want to eat? Yang Ming remembered that Shuya said that she was hungry, so they came out together. I have no appetite again. I'm a little tired. Shuya said. As for the spokesperson, there is no problem. What do you need to do? Just tell me directly. Today's hint was almost done. Although Yang Ming wanted to say more, he saw that Shuya was obviously depressed. He didn't want to continue this topic, so Yang Ming started the car and rushed back to Heavenly Earth. Little Dorsk had been waiting in Songjiang for several days. After Shuya entered the hotel, she had never come out again. The Heavenly Earth world was tightly protected by 3 layers of security. Little Dorsk, who was also from the underworld, naturally saw that these security guards weren't ordinary people, but local gang members. Little Dorsk didn't have the strength to confront these people head-on. Little Dorsk also tried to mix in with Heavenly Earth, and he did succeed. However, when he took the elevator to the top floor, where Shuya and her group lived, the elevator door just opened, and he was surrounded by a group of black-shirt macho men. They politely asked him to go down. Edward was a thug that Little Dorsk brought from Europe. He was very skilled and retired from an international mercenary organization. Many of the people on the 22nd floor have been professionally trained. I don't dare to say whether they are retired soldiers, but if a group of people come together, I will definitely not be their opponent. The possibility of escaping and saving my life is not high. Edward analyzed very rationally. What should I do? I have already followed her to Songjiang. If I don't ask why, I am really unwilling. Little Dorsk said with a sad face. That was a huge sum of money, and he was really unwilling to accept it. However, he couldn't do anything even if he was unwilling. He knew Edward's strength. Since Edward said that there was no way, then there was really no way. Let's wait. We can only try our luck. If the woman doesn't come out, then we can only come here in vain. Edward shrugged. This kind of thing used to happen before. Don't be discouraged. There will always be opportunities. Okay. Although Little Dorsk was anxious, there was no way. He could only accept Edward's opinion. God didn't disappoint those who tried hard. When the 2 people took turns to monitor the movement at the entrance of the hotel, when it was Little Dorsk's turn, he finally saw Shuya coming out with Yang Ming. Little Dorsk excitedly woke up Ed, and the 2 of them packed up and followed him. Finding that Yang Ming's van was parked on the side of the road, Little Dorsk was a bit puzzled. What are they doing? Why did they stop? Are they here to have sex? Chapter 725. Edward glared at Little Dorsk angrily. Isn't it comfortable to stay in the hotel in such a cold and snowy place? Is it necessary to have sex in the wild outside? As he said this, he took out the infrared night vision device and observed the movement in front of him. Because he didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road, Edward didn't dare to act rashly immediately. He was afraid that Yang Ming was waiting for someone. When there were more people, it would be difficult to make a move. After waiting for a long time, Edward realized that he was fooled until Yang Ming started the car again. The other party wasn't waiting for anyone at all. They just stopped temporarily. Of course, this was also because he thought that he was fooled. Yang Ming didn't mean to lie to him at all. Let's follow them and find a place where there is no one. Edward blamed himself for his error in judgment and said in a muffled voice. Little Dorsk started the car and followed Yang Ming's Jinbei Bun. Of course, Yang Ming didn't know Edward and Little Dorsk, so there was no need to lie to them. However, they were already aware that they were following behind. Because of the previous incident with the tabloid reporters, Yang Ming didn't take it to heart this time. At first, he thought that it was also the paparazzi who followed them. However, when Yang Ming saw that there were 2 foreigners sitting in the car behind them, he became vigilant. At night, there weren't many cars on the road. Yang Ming didn't take the main street, so there were only 2 cars on the empty road, one in front and one behind. Although Shu Ya's vigilance wasn't as high as Yang Ming's, her years of experience in avoiding reporters made her quickly notice that there was a car following them. Yang Ming, the car behind seems to be following us. Shuya looked back and said to Yang Ming, maybe it's a reporter? Yang Ming didn't want to scare Shuya. Yang Ming felt that these two people might be coming for him. Because there were more strange things recently, this possibility wasn't impossible. Oh, hearing Yang Ming say that it might be a reporter, Shuya was relieved. But thinking about it, since Yang Ming said that he was the underworld leader of Songjiang, then no one should find trouble with him. Wait until I shake them off, Yang Ming said. How was that possible? Shuya didn't believe it. The car behind was a modern Veracruz off-road vehicle, and Yang Ming was driving a Jinbei van. In this open road, how could the van get rid of the off-road vehicle? One of Shuya's friends bought this modern Veracruz. On the highway, it could run over 200, but it was difficult for the Jinbei bread to run up to 150. Yang Ming smiled but did not answer. In fact, he didn't have a specific plan in mind. His car's performance was obviously not as good as the other parties. If he wanted to get rid of the car behind him, he could only rely on tricks and skills. Brute force would not work. However, as an assassin, he might face a variety of situations. It was necessary to keep a calm mind first, and then use all possible conditions. Even if there were no conditions, he had to create his own conditions. Imagine if he was running for his life now. What would happen? If he really couldn't get rid of them, then he could only wait for death. Fortunately, Yang Ming had special abilities, which was a much stronger advantage than others. When Yang Ming's gaze swept through end streets, Yang Ming finally smiled evilly. It seemed that the car behind didn't intend to overtake him now. Perhaps they were looking for a more secluded place to make a move. But this undoubtedly created an opportunity for Yang Ming to turn the tables. Yang Ming manipulated the steering wheel and made several turns. He was on a third-class street that was not very spacious. On the right side of this road, there was a trench under construction, but unfortunately, the place where the trench was dug was just at the bottom of the slope. There were no street lights on this road, so it was impossible to see clearly at night. As for the warning signs of road construction, it was unknown whether the construction workers forgot to put them up or someone stole them and sold them as scrap iron. In short, there was nothing that could cause people to be alarmed. However, this trench on the right side of the road was clearly seen by Yang Ming. He stealthily steered his car slowly to the left until he bypassed the gully. Then, he gradually returned to the right side of the road. All of this seemed very natural, and it would not cause the slightest suspicion of others. Moreover, Little Dorsk didn't think about it at all. It's pretty bad here. Speed up and stop them, said Edward. Little Dorsk slammed on the accelerator. Veracruz sped up and rushed forward. Unfortunately, it didn't go far. There was a loud bang, and the entire front of Veracruz fell into the trench. Little Dorsk and Edward almost vomited blood because of this sudden violent collision. Motherfucker, what's going on? Little Dorsk cursed. Fortunately, this trench wasn't very deep. Otherwise, tomorrow's newspaper would publish a news story about two foreigners who fell into a trench and were killed. Edward was a retired mercenary. He had a strong ability to respond to things. He quickly opened the door and jumped out of the car. Little Dorsk also jumped out of the car. Fuck, Little Dorsk cursed. How can there be a trench here? There were no warning signs, which made Little Dorsk depressed for a while. However, the car in front didn't fall in. However, Little Dorsk didn't think much about it. He just thought that the driver of the Jinbei in front might be a local. He was familiar with the roads nearby and knew that there was construction here. As for the two of them, in this dark place, their vision turned black and they fell into the ditch without knowing anything. Even Edward didn't think that Shuya's car in front and the driver would have doubts about their tracking. At most, they would think that they were reporters and wouldn't think too much. When Yang Ming passed by the trench of the road, Shuya was shocked. How can there be no warning signs when the trench is dug here? What if the car falls in? It is because there is no warning sign here that I walk from here. Yang Ming's smile was somewhat gloating. Shuya didn't quite understand the meaning of Yang Ming's words. While she was pondering, she heard a bang. Veracruz disappeared directly from behind. Shuya also understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words in an instant. She looked behind a little stupefied. After a while, she said, "They fell into the trench." "Probably so," Yang Ming snorted. "They followed in such a hurry." Don't they have eyes? Serves them right if they fall in, then they won't die, right? She was a little panicked. Although she usually hated those reporters, they were also doing their job. If they were killed because of this, she was still very sorry. If they die, then they die. What does it have to do with us? Yang Ming said indifferently. However, when he saw Shuya's pale face, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. The trench isn't deep. His car's performance is okay. They won't die." "That's good." Shuya nodded with relief. She couldn't help but complain. "However, Yang Ming, you have really become bad now, and?" Yang Ming was stunned. "What do you mean by become bad now? When you knew me, wasn't I bad?" Shuya was shocked. She knew that she had spilled the beans. She quickly said, "Didn't you say that you were a good student in junior high school?" "Did I say that?" Yang Ming scratched his head and shook his head, baffled. When Shuya was sent back to the hotel, the sky was already bright. After Yang Ming said goodbye to Shuya, he instructed the underlings in the hotel who were responsible for safety and asked them to pay more attention to Shuya's safety. Later, Yang Ming drove back to the street where the road was under construction. He parked the car far away from the trench and then walked over there. In the middle of the night, there weren't even any cars passing by on this road. Edward and Little Dorsk were worried. Although the car was only rented from the rental company, they wouldn't have to pay for it if it was damaged. However, a lot of the luggage of the two people was in the trunk of the car. There were no taxis passing by nearby. The two people couldn't just leave their things and leave. They had to wait here for dawn to call the rental company to send a rescue car over. Yang Ming had already put on his coat at the moment. He believed that these two foreigners' observation of Asian people wasn't that good. Yang Ming pretended to be casual. When he passed by Edward and Little Dorsk's car, he was surprised. "God, how did you get into a car accident?" Edward and Little Dorsk were overjoyed when they saw someone passing by. They were in a foreign country, and the two people didn't speak the same language. They had to find an interpreter when renting a car, but now they couldn't let the interpreter follow them. So, when something happened, they didn't know which department to call. "Hey!" Edward desperately waved at Yang Ming and said a long string of English. The general idea was to help them. They had an accident. Yang Ming's English foundation wasn't bad. After he became an assassin, he had a crash course. At least, it wasn't a problem for him to communicate with people. "What happened to you? How did you drive here?" Yang Ming used stiff English and pretended to be vigilant. "Who are you?" "We are foreign tourists. We accidentally drove into this trench. Please help us find someone to get the car out. Okay? Don't worry. We will definitely reward you," said Edward. "Tourists?" Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Sure enough, they weren't reporters. These two people were obviously talking nonsense. Why would a tourist follow his car? However, Yang Ming was also very puzzled. Weren't these two people coming for me? The reason why Yang Ming faced these two people directly was to test them. If these two people were looking for me, then they would definitely take the opportunity to make a move. If they weren't looking for me, then they wouldn't know me. Obviously, these two people didn't know me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said so much to me. However, who were these two people looking for? Could it be Shuya? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.